Chapter 1. The Mad Hatter. On this night, a continuous drizzle enveloped the city, a curtain of rain stretching across the horizon. Greetings, Tai Chi. Look who I have brought along. Within a Gothic-style edifice of dark gray, Rajat cradled a life-sized pillow resembling a teenage blonde girl, a smile adorning his face as he addressed Jervis Tech. The Mad Hatter, a diminutive figure with an eccentric appearance, adjusted his oversized hat upon hearing Rajat's words, tilting it askew to eye in the next moment. His eyes widened in astonishment, his neck craning forward as if he were a fisheye lens. Alice. You brought Alice. Thank the heavens. Quickly, let her come forth, strange stranger. Certainly, Mr. Tech, Rajat replied, lifting the life-sized pillow and making his way towards the Mad Hatter. My dear Hatter, Alice expressed her longing for you. Can you sense her affection? Indeed, Alice and I are bound. She is mine, all mine. As the figure of Alice approached, Rajat perceived it merely as a hastily crafted pillow, yet to the Mad Hatter, it was the living embodiment of Alice. Golden locks, delicate red lips, and those azure eyes, reminiscent of the world's smallest lakes, captivated Jervis Tech utterly. Every inch of her skin, even the tiniest hair, was rendered to perfection. To provide the Mad Hatter with an unparalleled illusion, Rajat had been shadowing him for a month, lurking in the shadows wherever he went, perhaps around a corner or atop a rooftop. Caressed by a chilly breeze, in essence, Rajat had kept his gaze upon the Mad Hatter, channeling the power of the lesser god of illusions to infuse his magic into him, thus executing the second phase of his plan. Ever since arriving in the DC universe, he had acquired this peculiar ability by weaving a legend of a deity and validating it to a certain extent. He could harness powers commensurate with the faith he garnered. The ability of the lesser god of illusions had been his acquisition a few months prior, having transformed the Gotham Cisco district, which reportedly now boasts a historically low crime rate, albeit with a significantly reduced occupancy rate. Bang! A pale lightning bolt streaked across the sky, casting a frenzied interplay of light and shadow upon the Mad Hatter's distorted visage as he frolicked about, exuding an air of mischief. Today's Alice was unlike any he had previously summoned. Those he had conjured bore only the semblance of Alice, devoid of her pure and endearing spirit. However, the new Alice before him was entirely different. A mere glance struck the Mad Hatter's soul with a profound impact, his heart racing, legs trembling, and spine quaking. Jervis Tech had fallen in love anew. Generous stranger, thank you for bringing Alice to me. What is it that you desire? Jervis shall fulfill your wishes. The jubilant old man gazed at the perfect Alice before him, tears of excitement streaming down his cheeks. Even his malevolent and twisted heart momentarily righted itself, prompting logic to make a request. Well, Tai Chi, I do have something I desire. Speak, speak. Jervis is now the godfather at his daughter's wedding and will not refuse any of your requests. The Mad Hatter grasped the enormous pillow as if it were his entire world. Tai Chi, I need to borrow your brainwave controller. I have a plan, and you know that individuals like me often require peculiar tools for our schemes. Logic released his grip on the pillow and approached the window, gazing out at the Gotham shrouded in black rain. The biting cold air filled his lungs, exhaling warm carbon dioxide. No way. The brainwave controller is an instrument of evil. You will undoubtedly use it for nefarious purposes. Jervis will not allow evil to exist. The Mad Hatter seized Alice, retreating with a hint of trepidation in his gaze. The turn of events was unexpected. The supervillain Mad Hatter proclaimed that he would not permit the existence of evil. Taken aback, logic turned around. Tai Chi, you're a supervillain who resides in Arkham, well acquainted with every guard there. Why suddenly this stance? Jervis has finally discovered his perfect Alice. His heart's knot has unraveled, and now he only wishes to return home with Alice to wed, to savor a cup of delicious coffee brewed by her in the morning. As he spoke, the Mad Hatter paced back and forth, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet a strange smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. Alice is the epitome of purity and beauty. She would never allow me to commit such wicked acts. It became clear to logic that the Mad Hatter had indeed found his beloved and was now consumed with thoughts of domestic bliss, intent on renouncing his life of crime. It appeared that the influence of illusory magic had been rather excessive. The situation grew more complicated, and logic steadied himself, opting to execute Plan B. Tai Chi, as you currently perceive, I'm a villain, a rather despicable one. As he spoke, he retrieved a remote control from his pocket, pointing to the red button. Do you see this button? Indeed, the one is red as an apple. The moment I press it, can you imagine what will transpire? What will happen? The Mad Hatter's voice turned somber, his earlier exuberance evaporating. His already stooped form seemed even more diminished, resembling a listless shrimp. Boom! Logic spread his arms wide, mimicking the sound of an explosion, and in the next moment, his exaggerated expression shifted back to a chilling demeanor. Tai Chi, a miniature bomb has been implanted in Alice's temple. Should I press this button? Can you envision the scene? Oh, let me elaborate. Alice's head will burst like an inflated balloon, with bits of white and red splattering upon your face. Perhaps in the future, you could affix a pumpkin head to her, just in time for a Halloween-themed skin. What a splendid idea, is it not, Mr. Jervis Tetch? Luo Ji's words struck the Mad Hatter's ears like a relentless barrage of ice picks piercing his soft underbelly, prompting the Mad Hatter to emit a cry of anguish and rend Alice. Beside him in a tatters, you have sullied my pure Alice. The Alice with a bomb in her head is not my Alice. You have destroyed her. Thus, you shall perish today by my hand, the Mad Hatter. The Mad Hatter's eyes bulged, bloodshot and wild, as the veins on his face twisted like writhing worms, presenting a most grotesque sight. Become a puppet of the Mad Hatter. I shall obliterate everything you cherish through your very own hands. You will slay your friends, family, and beloved. Their blood will form a sea of your sins, and you shall drown within it. The Mad Hatter activated the brainwave controller. Chapter 2. Jervis transformed into Luo Jis form. How is this possible? Why have you not heeded my instructions? The Mad Hatter had cranked the power of the brainwave controller to its maximum. Yet before him, Luo Ji remained unmoved, his eyes brimming with mockery. Tetch, the ability to manipulate hearts is not solely yours. Behold the Alice that just moments ago filled you with ecstatic joy, and witness her unadulterated truth. Instinctively, the Mad Hatter turned his head, only to find not the bloodied Alice he had anticipated, but rather a heap of rags and some stuffing. The stark truth shattered the Mad Hatter's psychological defenses, and chaotic, unclean thoughts began to plague his mind. If he were ever to encounter Alice again, would he ever be able to trust her authenticity? Yielding to psychological desires is a simple matter, yet believing in rational judgment proves exceedingly difficult, especially when faced with a madman like Jervis Tetch, who knew deep down that he could never reclaim the perfect Alice, that he found himself ensnared in an abyss of doubt, his entire world spiraling into an endless darkness. The Mad Hatter collapsed onto the ground, cradling his hat and weeping softly. Observing the shrunken figure of the Mad Hatter before him, Luo Ji felt no empathy. Ensnaring a supervillain in a quagmire of indecision would not burden him with guilt. He crouched before the Mad Hatter, reaching for the tall hat atop his head, within which lay the brainwave controller. Throughout this, the Mad Hatter offered no resistance, illuminated by the flashes of lightning outside. His sobbing visage resembled that of a child frightened by a stormy night. Tetch, reveal to me the method of operating the brainwave controller. You must understand, there are no evil tools, only evil users. I assure you, I am, in fact, a good person. The Mad Hatter lifted his head, his swollen eyes glistening with murky tears, his lips quivering. Tetch, the true Alice undoubtedly exists. You have said it yourself. The pure Alice does not permit the existence of evil, and I intend to use the brainwave controller to eradicate that evil. Luo Ji's tone was gentle, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if he were soothing a child. Meanwhile, the Mad Hatter, without lifting his head, murmured in a muffled voice, Alice is dead. She died long ago, and I should have realized this much earlier. I later sought her out. My perfect childhood Alice has now become an old woman, ironing clothes for her husband, the very man who berated and abused her. I was the one who struck Alice down with that iron. The Mad Hatter was a pathological madman. Even as Luo Ji endeavored to alter his mindset through the power of suggestion, the Hatter remained obstinately fixed on certain fundamental issues. TYCH, I do not wish for this. What? I cannot comprehend your words. How can you resist my brainwave controller? Why have you sought me out? What is the purpose of all this? Suddenly, the Mad Hatter erupted, glaring at Luo Ji and unleashing a furious roar of questions. However, instead of answers, he was met with an increasingly formidable fist. Bang! The blow landed with tremendous force, accompanied by a gust of wind that struck the Hatter's face, devastating kinetic energy tearing apart the left side of his visage, dark red, blood gushing forth, and a ribbon of brain matter meandering through the air like a white serpent. Oh my heavens! You shatter my face. I can feel my brain. What have you done? How am I still alive? The Hatter's pupils constricted sharply, his steps faltering, half of his brain exposed to the open air, trembling with sheer terror, his complexion as pale as a corpse that had lain dead for 3 days. Yet, in Luoji's eyes, the Mad Hatter merely bore slight abrasions on the left side of his face, with fine droplets of blood seeping out. After a month of surveillance, the powers of the minor god of hallucinations had eroded most of the Hatter's mental realm, enabling Luoji to fabricate such a vivid illusion. He drew forth a toy hammer from behind, not granting the Hatter a moment's respite, and charged forward with a beaming smile. T.O. the Mad Hatter. However, Luoji's visage twisted into a demonic countenance, a horrifying fiend that would not even manifest in the shattered dreams of the most deranged. Lunatics, the toy hammer transformed into a bloodied sledgehammer, with countless tormented souls howling upon it. The ensuing scene depicted Luoji brandishing the toy hammer, encircling the Mad Hatter and delivering a flurry of blows, the spectacle seemingly harmonious, reminiscent of playful children in a park. Yet for the Mad Hatter, he had descended into the depths of hell. The inhumane psychological torment continued for an indeterminate span, and the Mad Hatter ultimately succumbed, kneeling upon the ground, eyes vacant, drool trickling from his lips, as if utterly undone by Luoji's unutterable actions. Having successfully acquired the method to utilize the brainwave controller, he donned the top hat and exited the drab gray building, vanishing into the rain-soaked night in a flurry of movements. Simultaneously, in Gotham's Diamond District, this locale housed the wealthiest denizens of the city, where the dark, rainy night melded with vibrant neon lights, and the puddles on the road were churned by passing vehicles, splashing water upon a well-dressed, affluent individual. Damn this weather! After uttering a curse, a man named Harrison Shale cast a malevolent glance at the departing vehicle before turning to enter a towering building. The previously tumultuous sound of rain fell into an eerie silence, making the corridor feel unsettlingly quiet. He cleared his throat and stepped into the elevator. For reasons unknown, Harrison felt an odd disquiet today. Perhaps it was the rain that had left his joints aching, or perhaps it was the peculiar gaze of the attendant. Or maybe he was simply being overly paranoid. Harrison hoped for the latter. His plan was at a crucial juncture, and this meeting promised immense benefits, allowing him to ascend to a new echelon. The elevator came to a halt on the 13th floor, and Harrison hastened into the office where his newfound friend, David, awaited him. If all went as planned, an unexpected turn of events was about to unfold. The door swung open effortlessly, and upon witnessing the scene within, dread washed over Harrison. His heart raced, and his mouth opened in shock before clamping shut. His fragile psyche plummeted into an abyss of terror. Just yesterday, he had shared laughter and toasts with a friend at a warm banquet. Now, David lay slumped in his office chair, limbs grotesquely contorted, a dagger protruding from his forehead, blood pouring forth. Warm blood pooled around David's disheveled, doll-like body, and a tumultuous wave of nausea surged within Harrison, as if someone had plunged a stick into his stomach and was stirring violently. A large, ominous danger loomed in Harrison's mind, and his instinct for survival suppressed the urge to vomit, propelling him towards escape. Bang! In his frantic flight, Harrison collided with a tall figure. Before he could utter a curse, the figure spoke first. Harrison Shale, the Owl Court condemns you to death. Chapter 3, The Lesser God of Owls. Wayne Manor. After a day spent combating evil, Batman finally shed his armor, washed up, and donned his pajamas, rubbing his aching shoulders as he sat on the edge of his bed like an ordinary man. His cold, piercing eyes succumbed to drowsiness, eyelids growing heavier as shadows danced in the darkness, flickering images of villains and innocent citizens suffering at their hands. The cruel laughter and dying wails echoed in his mind, and Bruce was unaware of when he fell into slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in a world drenched in blood and tears, the acrid scent of sulfur and flame causing him to cough involuntarily. Bruce trudged through the stifling heat, the entire city engulfed in flames, as citizens were mercilessly slaughtered by figures clad in owl-like armor, blood spraying forth, transforming into a noxious mist in the air. His body felt unbearably heavy. He lacked the strength even to raise a batarang, each step weighing him down further. Despair, like a constricting serpent, coiled tightly around Bruce's legs, forcing him to kneel, his fighting spirit extinguished. Yet at that moment, a colossal owlman, towering 100 meters and reaching for the heavens, suddenly materialized before him. O rebellious believers, the day of judgment has arrived. The resounding voice shattered the air, as Gotham trembled in anticipation of its new deity. The armored assailants who had slaughtered the citizens fell to the ground, disintegrating into ash amidst a hum, leaving only a cloud of dust behind. The surviving citizens gazed upon the towering figure of the owl god in the distance, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. Hiss! The dream thus concluded, Bruce awoke abruptly, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The recent vision had felt so vivid, reminding him of a widely circulated urban legend in Gotham, the Court of Owls. Yet Bruce himself harbored skepticism towards this legend. He had investigated it as a child and had even found himself trapped in an empty house for 7 days as a consequence. Having learned a harsh lesson, Bruce became convinced that the Court of Owls was nothing but a figment of imagination. However, soon he would bear witness to one of his few misjudgments. Gotham City Broadcasting Corporation, utilizing the Mad Hatter's brainwave controller and broadcasting system, along with Logic's own powers of illusion, he successfully transmitted hallucinations to a significant portion of Gotham, allowing them to glimpse the myth he had woven in their dreams. Each dream bore a striking resemblance to the others, subtly altered by the subconscious of the individual, creating a more harmonious dreamscape. Among those whose hearts were more easily stirred and spirits more sensitive, this dream will be perceived as prophetic, providing Logic with a continuous stream of faith. Dawn was approaching, the sky a pale gray, with the remnants of yesterday's dust still hovering in the air, yet a nascent vitality surged within it. Logic found himself enveloped in this strange dichotomy, quietly attuning to the faith circulating within him. Successfully woven the foundational myth of the Owl God, acquired basic Owl God abilities, enhancing visual and auditory perception, physical strength, and agility. Transformation ability obtained. Current authority: Beginner Illusion God 0-500, Beginner Owl God 0-500, Remaining Faith 355. The illusionary broadcast harvested a considerable amount of faith. Logic clenched his fist, briefly assessing the extent of his current power, and in the next moment, he leaped from the television tower. Gravity pulled Logic toward the earth. The wind howled in his ears, and the air relentlessly collided with his body to such heights. Even with enhanced physicality, a fall would render him akin to a burst watermelon. Come now, let us tally your sins. Time appeared to freeze, the turbulent air calming, everything unfolding in a slow-motion cinematic quality. Logic's spine erupted with bony protrusions, flesh and feathers growing unrestrainedly, as a pair of pristine white wings unfurled like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. His pupils glimmered with a golden radiance, exuding an undeniable authority in the light of dawn. Though he was limited to transforming into an owl, the flexibility of his transformation ability led Logic to choose not to become an owlman, but rather to manifest a pair of white wings and adorn himself with golden contact lenses. Having already donned the guise of an angel, what need is there for an owl? With pure white wings flapping incessantly, they lifted Logic into the air just before his legs could touch the ground. He gazed out over the sprawling cityscape beneath him. The golden sun ascended slowly, and as Logic beheld the radiant orb, he couldn't help but think of the lad still working the fields on a farm in Smallville, Kansas. Or perhaps he had already arrived in Metropolis, however. He couldn't recall seeing the name Clark Kent in the planet's pages. After some contemplation, Logic resolved that once the current wave of owl-related faith harvesting concluded, he would venture into Metropolis to see if he might cross paths with the renowned Man of Steel. With a few more flaps of his wings, he descended and stepped into a nearby restaurant. Seated by the window, the rotund young Floyd Lawton, also known as Deadshot, had already taken his place, with only a glass of ice water on the table, the cubes overflowing. A true assassin, he mused, requires ample ice with no employer in sight. Lawton idly chewed on ice cubes. Greetings, Death's Marksman, my old friend. It has been far too long. Logic folded his wings and smiled as he took a seat across from Lawton. For the planned endeavors ahead, he had contacted this mercenary in the preceding days. Young Floyd Lawton, the most precise shooter on Earth, had achieved a state of unity with his weapon, boasting a primary record of having fought against the Reaper and seemingly emerged unscathed. Thus, there was no need to worry about his prowess after all. The Reaper had once faced the Justice League, and by extension, one could argue that Deadshot had also engaged them. Assuredly, Logic, although the last mission left you drained, I have heard that you have made a remarkable resurgence. I knew I had not misjudged you. Lawton gave Logic a thumbs up and took a sip of his ice water through a straw, while Logic also ordered a glass of ice water. Indeed, were it not for your exceptional skills and your formidable marksmanship, I would not have been willing to part with such a substantial sum for your services nonetheless. it is. Always worth every penny. Ha ha ha. Logic, you flatter me. Oh, not at all. The two exchanged jovial toasts, engaging in a spirited bout of mutual flattery upon their reunion. Ahem. Let us discuss the details of this mission. The elements you did not relay over the phone are crucial. You know, information is paramount for an assassination task, Lawton said, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, that of course. Logic had no objections. Glancing around, he retrieved a form-fitting leather suit from his bag. A bodysuit adorned with an owl on the forehead and feathers on the limbs. Logic, what does this signify? This is your combat attire. Lawton, Deadshot does not require combat attire. The employer insists you do. Logic's tone was resolute. Lawton lowered his gaze thoughtfully, crossed his arms, and then, with utmost seriousness and righteous conviction, declared, then the fee must be increased. Chapter 4. Gotham is delightful. I shall not return in the heart of Gotham. The dim sky is adorned with remnants of stars, while the autumn sun, resembling molten gold, casts a chilling gild over Logic and the Reaper of Death. The two stand atop a relatively modest building, facing a towering cylindrical skyscraper that pierces the clouds. It is the first occasion for the employer and the mercenary to undertake a mission together. Logic, you ought to have more faith in me, the Reaper of Death says, gesturing to his own eyes, exuding an expression that conveys, rest assured, I am capable. Moreover, are you certain that fellow will be assassinated? We have been monitoring him for 2 days, he inquires. Fear not. Corey Peterson is not only one of Gotham's most prominent figures, but is also intricately connected with the Roman underworld. Individuals who straddle both the light and the dark are often the most susceptible to demise, Logic assures him, stretching lazily at the edge of the rooftop. Logic glances at the Reaper of Death, who is currently adjusting his owl combat suit, tugging at his shoulders and scratching his thigh. The suit features 3 owl motifs, with a zipper extending to the top of his head, and the face is adorned with 2 transparent membranes as eyes, while the limbs are embellished with genuine owl feathers. Lawton resembles a humanoid, oversized owl, complete with a pink parachute pack on his back, which adds a touch of humor. At least, that is how Logic perceives it. Though the combat suit may render the typically stoic Reaper of Death somewhat comical, its high recognition factor assures that during the ensuing confrontation, Logic can utilize the powers of the God of Illusions to convince bystanders that this is a divine emissary of the Owl God. Most importantly, the suit has been enchanted by Logic, significantly enhancing its defensive attributes. While it may not rival Lawton's original armor, its lightweight design offers distinct advantages. Logic, based on the information you provided, the target known as Claw is nearly invincible and exceedingly troublesome. What is your capability? I do not wish for anyone to be a hindrance during combat, the Reaper of Death presses. Well, my ability allows my hands to emit light, Logic replies, extending his hand toward Lawton. In the next moment, a humming sound resonates as magical energy gathers in his palm, emanating a soft, lavender glow. Logic, be serious. We are in a dire situation, the Reaper of Death asserts gravely, yet Logic, fixated on his pink backpack, struggles to suppress a laugh. Although he has not perused the Reaper's personal publication, he has glimpsed the pages of the Suicide Squad comic. This seemingly cold and unfeeling iceberg of a man harbors a latent enthusiasm that, with a little encouragement, could unveil new realms. Rest assured, Lawton, I am aware that you are a proud wolf, yet perhaps I am akin to a crocodile, waiting to showcase the death roll only after ensnaring my prey. That is preferable, the Reaper of Death replies coolly. Suddenly, a flash of pale lightning streaks across the sky, as a white serpent swims in the celestial pool of the deep void above. The expiring sky has been overtaken by ominous clouds, where flickers of lightning gather, heralding the descent of rain. The two stand solemnly, gazing intently at the figure within the distant skyscraper. As cold winds intermingled with fine droplets of rain ceaselessly strike their faces, yet Claw has yet to make an appearance. As the winds began to rise, rain poured down from the heavens like a torrential deluge, a curtain of raindrops relentlessly cleansing the world below, yet the elusive Claw had yet to make an appearance. Regardless of your thoughts on lingering at the Husbandstone or elsewhere, I truly yearn to return home and brew a warm cup of coffee. Before Death Shooter could complete his sentence, the red tactical glasses concealed beneath the owl's leather casing finally pinpointed Claw's silhouette, his tone fluctuating with a hint of excitement. Heavens! The coffee plan is thwarted. Our target has emerged. Claw had finally revealed himself, and without hesitation, the two drew forth the 2 gliders stationed on the rooftop, positioning themselves and gauging the wind direction, then leaning forward to strike at the assassin located on the 13th floor. Do not inquire about the origin of the gliders. Simply attribute them to the generous sponsorship of the Mad Hatter. With a cacophony of sound, Death Shooter, a seasoned mercenary, adeptly maneuvered the glider, violently shattering the outer glass before executing several graceful flips and landing with poise. However, the situation for Logic was markedly different. He eschewed wings, merely desiring to experience the glider, and upon crashing through the shattered glass, the momentum of the craft was unabated. Its tremendous kinetic energy crashing down upon the unfortunate Corey Peterson. Boom! The shards of glass shimmered under the warm glow of the indoor lights, resembling countless miniature suns flashing in a frenzied dance. And this bizarre scene was the last image Corey Peterson beheld in life. The back of his head suffered a crushing blow from the glider, caving inward like a pit, his spine brutally fractured at the nape, and the entwined blood vessels were mercilessly torn apart, gushing forth blood like an exploded fire hydrant. Corey's phone tumbled onto Logic, who coughed a couple of times and magically evaporated the blood splattered across his face, instinctively picking up the device. The phone was engaged in a video conference, displaying Falcone, the Roman, the underground emperor of Gotham, whose expression was frozen, a cigar poised in midair, unsure whether to be brought to his lips or just removed. The oversized cigar continuously emitted smoke, obscuring Falcone's face, which bore the marks of age and uncertainty, while his subordinates stood in stunned silence. What on earth had transpired? Just moments ago, Corey Peterson had been jesting, the very man who, alongside Falcone, had plunged hundreds in Gotham into unemployment. The air suddenly grew silent. Bang! The sound of Death Shooter's gunfire shattered the fleeting tranquility as Logic coughed again, offered no further explanation, and ended the video call. Splendid. After merely a few months in this picturesque, enchanting Gotham, he had already eliminated one of Falcone's men. Logic mused that Gotham truly was delightful, and he vowed never to return. Surely, his name now graced the lengthy assassination list of his adversaries. Yet suddenly, he recalled that he was on the verge of incurring the wrath of the Owl Court, far more formidable than the Romans. With this thought, a wave of relief washed over him, his pupils transforming to a golden hue, his form swift, as the clash between Death Shooter and the tenacious Claw appeared to slow in his vision. The sound of bone-piercing flesh echoed as Logic unleashed 3 talons from each of his hands, stepping forward relentlessly to provide support. With Wolverine next door, he considered this display a tribute. Be careful not to die, the Death Shooter remarked, continuously firing his wrist-mounted pistol, addressing Logic who charged into the fray. His concern for his employer was hardly genuine. Rather, it stemmed from a worry about the payment upon mission completion. After all, he had a daughter to raise, which made him both more human and more ruthlessly cold. Without further ado, Logic raised his hands high, the 6 talons crashing through the air, enveloped in a fierce wind as they sank into the chest of the Claw, violently tearing away a substantial mass of muscle. Blood and chunks of flesh soared through the air as Logic maintained his momentum, swiftly transforming his stance, his right hand shooting forward like a cannonball. 3 protruding bone spikes embedding deeply into the Claw's neck. Blood gushed forth in torrents. Chapter 5. It was him, Bitterman. Despite the Claw's formidable skills honed through the Owl Court's training, having previously endured the Death Shooter's precise barrage of shots, he found himself utterly drained. Allowing Logic to exploit the opening, the sharp talons, expertly wielded by Logic, created an impenetrable net that ensnared the Claw, who, now reduced to a cornered figure, crouched defensively with his hands over his head, helpless against the onslaught. Skin and muscle flew, blood and shattered bones danced together, transforming Corey Peterson's office into a crimson realm reminiscent of a hellish abyss. The Death Shooter observed the gruesome scene of slaughter with a twitching mouth, feeling a twinge of embarrassment at the excessive display from his employer. Logic's exhibited prowess indicated that he could accomplish the task without assistance. But what was the task? Protecting the assassinated Corey Peterson? Wasn't this individual killed at the very onset of the mission? In fact, it was Logic who had delivered the fatal blow. Was the task about the Claw? Perhaps. This undying monstrosity possessed significant research value. It was conceivable that the employer harbored ulterior motives, wanting to capture a solitary, pitiable Claw for experimentation. Thus, the question returned to the beginning. If Logic could complete the task independently, what was the purpose of his substantial payment for the Death Shooter's involvement? A conspiracy. This was the only feasible explanation. A grand scheme must be quietly brewing behind the scenes. Having navigated the mercenary world for years, entangled in numerous affairs, he might have unwittingly fallen into the machinations of a powerful figure. The Death Shooter had no intention of becoming a mere pawn. His usual style was to wrap up the job, collect his fee, and depart. The situation grew increasingly complex, and the more the Death Shooter pondered, the more apprehensive he became. Casting a glance at Logic, now drenched in blood, and resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. He felt a shiver run down his spine. Coughing lightly, he took 2 steps back. The cold winds of Gotham's autumn night howled through the shattered window, brushing against the figure of Death Shooter, whose heart raced with trepidation, yet his demeanor remained composed. He had brought a parachute. Should events unfold as he anticipated, he would merely leap and deploy it. The scene shifted to Logic, who remained oblivious to the grand conspiracy that Loughton had concocted in his mind, feeling only a sense of exhilarating freedom. To fully master new powers, one must wield them without restraint. Logic initially intended to divert the battlefield to the street below, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the Claw while simultaneously showcasing the divine illusions bestowed upon him, harvesting a wave of faith energy. However, once the battle commenced, he forgot his plans, primarily because the Claw served as an exceptionally suitable practice dummy. Strike his head off, and he would retrieve it and reattach it with a twist, as easily as one screws in a light bulb. Sever his arm, and he would repeat the process, placing the severed limb back in place and twisting it until it was whole again, much like a Lego toy. Such a perfectly skilled training dummy was too precious for Logic to disregard. After defeating it dozens of times, he felt he had fully grasped the robust physique granted by the fledgling god of the owl, deciding then to grant the Claw a merciful end. He produced a freezing hand grenade, a gift from the Mad Hatter, and just before pulling the pin, the disheveled Claw on the ground muttered, "Ah, the Owl Court will not spare you. You have no idea what sort of entity you have provoked. We are like the Hydra of Greek mythology. Sever one head, and 2 more shall sprout in its place. Kill me, and you will be ensnared in an endless pursuit." As the Claw began to revive, his words flowing more fluently, Logic chose not to engage in further dialogue. He pulled the pin and fed the Claw a taste of the icy grenade. With a resounding bang, akin to shattering ice, Logic darted to a safe position. The Claw's body coursed with a blend of amber gold and inferior wine deity essence. If extracted, it could strengthen the followers he might choose in the future, making his subsequent myth-weaving significantly easier. Initially unaware of the Claw's true strength, having seen its combative prowess in comics, Logic resolved to proceed with caution and summoned his backup, Death Shooter. After all, the hiring fee was generously covered by the Mad Hatter, so there was no sting in the expenditure. The freezing grenade immobilized the Claw's form, and the ensuing explosion sent a cloud of dust swirling throughout the office. "Logic, you stand by the window." Death Shooter waved his hand, dispersing the dust, about to speak when suddenly his posture shifted. "Damn it, someone is coming. There's a figure in the dust." Loughton spoke rapidly, his red tactical goggles beneath the owl suit piercing through the haze, capturing the silhouette within. Through his lenses, he discerned a muscular figure, shrouded in a swirling shadow, topped with 2 peculiar ears. "Batman!" The grim marksman shouted, swiftly retreating towards Logic, his arms raised, muscles taut, momentarily gasping for breath. Observing the somewhat flustered grim marksman, Logic cast him a subtle glance. Noticing this peculiar expression, the grim marksman squinted, awkwardly clearing his throat. Cough, cough. Batman has arrived, or rather, it would be strange if he didn't. Soon, he will deal with the gruesome demise of Corey Peterson. Logic nodded, as the dust within the room was swept away by the night breeze of Gotham, revealing the silhouette of the Great Bat. Batman, the Dark Knight, roams the shadows of Gotham as a specter of justice, an enforcer of the law. Whenever a crime transpires in this city of sin, Batman invariably appears at the scene, rescuing innocent citizens from the clutches of wicked villains, leaving behind a solitary black figure. He is the Knight of the Night, galloping upon a steed of black flames across the plains of his own heart, causing Gotham's criminals to tremble in fear. At that moment, Batman, with only his chin visible, glanced at Logic and the grim marksman, who stood together like school children in detention, then approached the prone Corey Peterson on the ground. "What transpired here?" Batman inquired, his voice deep and gravelly, as if a desert resided in his throat. "It was him," Logic exclaimed, pointing to the corner where the frozen, bloodied Claw lay. Swearing his assertion, Batman remained silent, turning his gaze towards the pitiful, icebound Claw, his expression suggesting disbelief. "Indeed, it was he who did this. This fellow stole our glider and inadvertently killed Corey Peterson," the grim marksman echoed. As soon as he finished, Logic nodded, his demeanor unwavering as he continued. "I am uncertain as to what this creature is, but many have fallen victim to his assassination attempts recently. With great power comes great responsibility. As exemplary citizens of Gotham, it is our duty to punish such malevolent forces. Batman, no need for thanks." His tone was resolute, his gaze steadfast, and as he spoke, he seemed to stand even taller, while the grim marksman, wishing to avoid Batman's ire, straightened his posture as well. For a moment, the entire office was suffused with the light of their perceived righteousness. Batman, we are the newly formed superhero team, the Justice League, Logic proclaimed, patting the shoulder of the grim marksman, who nodded in understanding. Yet, in Batman's eyes, the scene was entirely different. The walls of the office were spattered with blood, an amount that could easily belong to 5 or 6 individuals. Batman even suspected that other corpses were hidden by the two before him. Additionally, the appearance of Logic and the grim marksman was alarming. One was drenched in bloodstains, and rather than radiating any light of justice, he resembled a psychotic, deranged killer, as if he had just escaped from Arkham. I shall take you back shortly. Another figure was even more formidable, clad in a disproportionately distorted owl suit, with feathers flailing about, and the owl imagery on its body appearing as muddled as a mosaic. One could at least wish for a higher definition. Batman suppressed his urge to comment, maintaining his persona as the nemesis of evil, and with a sardonic smile, he began to articulate. Logic has been active in Gotham for several months now, a master manipulator of minds, likely possessing the ability to create illusions. There are no records of his previous life, as if he has just been born into this world. It is no surprise that Batman, the epitome of his character, spoke fluently of the various activities Logic had undertaken to become the novice god of illusions over the past few months. Logic listened with a face as stoic as water, realizing that Batman was about to delve into trivialities such as his preferred sock choices during battles or the flavors of chips he frequently purchased. He quickly interjected, Stop, Batman, enough. I know you think you know me well, but do you know this individual beside me? He is a devotee of the Owl God, capable of swatting you away with a mere claw." Ignoring the eye roll from Deadshot, Logic decisively threw his teammate under the bus, then continued to release his magical energy, allowing it to flow ceaselessly over his surface. Meanwhile, Batman seemed to relish this sensation, enjoying the exposure of what he perceived as hidden tracks, fostering an impression that he had completely discerned the essence of his adversaries. This created an aura of intimidation around Batman, precisely what he sought. Little Freud Lawton, Deadshot, mercenary, sharpshooter, active alongside Logic a few months ago. Deadshot, though clad in the owl suit, glanced at Batman, momentarily at a loss for words, and after a brief contemplation, he continued, "Though obscured by this peculiar attire, I remember your voice. I recall the voices of all of you." Batman, a man steeped in suspicion, trusted no one apart from his butler Alfred, and even with his Justice League comrades, he had contingency plans for each one. Given the current scenario, it was in line with his usual approach to subdue Logic and Deadshot and interrogate them ruthlessly to extract the truth. After Batman's declaration, silence enveloped the office, broken only by the howling wind outside the shattered window. The three present understood that an inevitable confrontation was on the horizon. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air broke the silence as Batman was the first to act, retreating swiftly while simultaneously launching 2 pitch-black batarangs. The sharp batarangs sliced through the air, hurtling toward the faces of the 2 men. Logic executed a skilled roll, barely evading the attack. Meanwhile, Deadshot drew his knife and attempted to deflect the batarangs back toward Batman. "Lawton, do not show off before Batman," Luo G urgently called out, but it was too late. The Death Shooter had already unsheathed his lethal blade. The immense force transferred through the hilt left no time for retreat, compelling him to strike downwards. As the bat-shaped dart collided with the blade, the sound of metal clashing resonated in the air, and the 2 forward blades of the dart emitted a rapid dispersal of tear gas that swiftly enveloped the Death Shooter's face. However, he merely waved his hand, dispersing the toxic fumes, while the owl-patterned suit that zipped up to his crown provided a perfect barrier against the gas. Beside him, Luo G, having just shouted, launched a side attack, his leg muscles taut, as 3 pale talons extended from the bones of his hands. At that moment, Batman's countenance darkened, for the ambush had failed. He shifted his form, glancing at the approaching Luo G, secretly deeming the opponent's technique crude. As he ducked to evade the attack, his right arm swelled with muscle, and he unleashed a straight punch that loomed larger in Luo G's vision, akin to a cannonball being fired. Disaster loomed. Batman epitomized the pinnacle of human strength. Although Luo G's reinforced physique could withstand such a blow without severe detriment, the audience's gaze weighed heavily upon him. He could not afford to be the first to suffer injury in this chaotic triad. With a swift mental calculation, Luo G resolved to employ his most trusted and expertly honed skill, lazy donkey roll. Batman's fist, as dark as Gotham's night, grazed past Luo G's face, leaving a faint white mark upon his cheek. The attack had been evaded once more, and Batman, undeterred, threw several more punches. all of which Luo skillfully dodged at exceedingly clever angles, each swing merely grazing him. Deep within, Batman was exasperated, wondering how this individual possessed such an extraordinary evasive talent. Thanks to the abilities bestowed by the lesser owl god, Luo perceived Batman's movements as considerably slower, enabling him to dodge with ease. After unleashing his final punch, Batman swung his right hand horizontally towards the Death Shooter, sending 3 bat-shaped darts slicing through the air, which collided with the bullets fired by the Death Shooter in the next instant. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted, as this particular bat dart was imbued with explosive properties, its shockwave destabilizing the Death Shooter, causing him to stagger. Seizing the opportunity, Batman deployed a gas canister on the spot and charged fiercely towards the Death Shooter. Chapter 7. Batman smiles. The large floor-to-ceiling window of Corey Peterson's dismal office lay nearly shattered, cold winds rushing in as freezing rain poured down. Tonight, Gotham seemed to be stirred into unrest by the turmoil of the 3 combatants. At this moment, Batman moved with astonishing speed. His leg muscles swelled as he took several steps across the floor before darting in front of the Death Shooter. His cape billowed dramatically, flapping in the fierce wind, expanding in the Death Shooter's vision until it engulfed his entire field of sight. Like an avalanche descending, like a tide crashing. Once the Death Shooter steadied himself, he realized evasion was futile and promptly raised his arms to block. Bang! The pinnacle of human strength surged instantaneously through Deathstroke's limbs and body, propelling him backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the wall and stirring up a cloud of dust. Damn it! He coughed. Despite being clad in armor and an enchanted owlskin suit, the full force of Batman's strike left him reeling, a heavy pressure settling in his chest. Seizing the opportunity, Batman wasted no time allowing Deathstroke to recover. Mercilessly, he hurled 3 gas grenades toward Logic, then swiftly shifted his stance, moving like a wraith, resembling a dark missile aimed directly at Deathstroke. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, with Batman's unparalleled combat skills overwhelming Deathstroke, who, as a specialist in ranged attacks, found himself at a disadvantage in the confined space of the office. Although those proficient in long-range combat had evolved dramatically in these times, like the sorcerer next door who could dispatch a muscle-bound warrior with just 3 punches, Deathstroke's wiry frame paled in comparison to Batman's might. His massive, ebony fists descended like torrential rain. At first, Deathstroke managed to withstand a few blows and counter with a couple of strikes. But when one of Batman's punches landed, he faltered by merely a second, and the consequences were dire. The resounding thuds of Batman's fists relentlessly battered Deathstroke's face, each strike relentless as he kept a vigilant eye on Logic's condition in the background. Logic was currently sprawled on the ground, contorted in agony from the effects of the tear gas, coughing violently, his eyes streaming with tears, completely devoid of fighting spirit. Yet who was Batman? A man who had once orchestrated countless satellites to surveil the entire planet. His suspicion knew no bounds. Thus, he slightly reduced the ferocity of his assault on Deathstroke, tossing 3 more gas grenades in front of Logic. Logic mused to himself that he had not lost his capacity to fight due to a mere few gas grenades. The magical aura enveloping his body effectively shielded him from the gas. He was merely biding his time, waiting for the world's most cautious individual to reveal a flaw, so he could strike decisively. As he calculated his strategy, he silently mourned for Deathstroke, who was on the verge of becoming a battered wreck. Meanwhile, Batman, having launched the gas grenades, redirected his focus to Logic, convinced that just one more punch would extinguish his opponent's will to fight. With that thought, Batman did not hesitate. He raised his right fist, delivering a final, thunderous blow. Opportunity. Logic lifted his hand, aiming for the exposed back of Batman, as a sharp claw emitted from his knuckles. With a whoosh, the sound of air being pierced resonated, hurtling toward Batman's vulnerable flank with a perfect trajectory. The surrounding air was shredded, creating a vacuum pathway. As a torrent of air rushed in, resulting in a cacophony of explosive friction, the sound pierced Batman's ears with an especially jarring intensity, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. With the reflexes of humanity's finest, he instinctively evaded to the side. Thud! The talons of an eagle sunk into his right shoulder, abruptly halting the momentum of his punch aimed at Lawton. Despite his efforts, he could not escape the swift assault from behind. The pale claws penetrated his bat suit, piercing through his shoulder, gazing at the ghostly talons protruding from his flesh. Batman's expression darkened, as if he were on the verge of dripping with despair. Although his face was obscured by the cowl, Logic perceived a flicker of anger emanating from Batman's chin, which resembled a stubborn protrusion. He rose from the gas-laden haze, adopting a facade of nonchalance, and stated, "Batman, Lawton and I are truly innocent. This battle is devoid of meaning. Do you still not comprehend? Even if we are not friends, our enemy remains the same, the Court of Owls. We ought to unify." Before logic could finish, Batman interjected, "Unite with those whom your illusions have driven to madness." As he spoke, he yanked the bloodied talons from his shoulder. "Perhaps things are as you say, perhaps you are right, but I must ascertain that myself." Almost instantaneously after Batman's declaration, he launched another assault, even before the talon had touched the ground. Clang! The sound of metal clashing against bone reverberated through the air as Logic crossed his 5 talons defensively across his chest, while Batman pressed down with his armored arms. A tremendous force surged toward Logic, as if every cell in his body screamed to generate energy to confront the terrifying power before him. Sparks flew as Logic gazed into the pale lenses of Batman's cowl. Gritting his teeth, he proclaimed, "They are criminals. I will not repent for unintentionally driving those wretched souls to madness. Moreover, the crux of the matter is, they are merely insane, much like those at Arkham. Yet they still cling to life. Batman, is this not your modus operandi?" At this juncture, perhaps it was an illusion, but Logic sensed Batman's strength intensifying slightly. "Damn, you are exceedingly obstinate. Lawton, stop dawdling. Come lend a hand." No sooner had Logic spoken than Batman's senses heightened, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He immediately retracted his arms and propelled his legs to the right, launching 3 blades from his gauntlets towards the left. The blades were effortlessly blocked by Deadshot, who had come to aid, his long knife raised high. His eyes aflame with fury, a tempest of frustration brewing within him. Lawton, having long abandoned any concern for the mission, was no stranger to battle, nor had he been untouched by failure in his years of experience. Yet, being physically flattened into a grotesque visage was a first for him. "Die!" Deadshot bellowed, the glinting blade reflecting in Batman's eyes. This strike, infused with all his humiliation and rage, was destined to succeed. Smack! Batman, with an almost absurd grace, deftly evaded the blade, extending his hand to firmly grasp the knife-wielding right hand of Lawton, disregarding the astonishment etched on his opponent's face. He then seized the hand of Logic, whose attention had been momentarily diverted by Lawton's antics. Strangely, it seemed as though both men witnessed a smile flicker across Batman's visage. A crackling surge of visible blue electricity erupted from Batman's gauntlet, writhing restlessly and coursing toward the bodies of Logic and Lawton. As the electric current struck, both men exhaled a plume of black smoke, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. Logic fared relatively better, as an aura of magical protection enveloped him, mitigating some of the electrical damage. However, the situation for Deathstroke was dire. While the enchanted owlskin suit offered resistance against wind, fire, and piercing attacks, it was not insulated against electricity. Under Batman's surprise assault, Lawton was left convulsing, his gaze becoming vacant. As he stumbled about, Deathstroke found himself in a dizzying dance, the vibrant lights of Gotham's nightscape outside the window providing a surreal backdrop. Suddenly, the window shattered. Blood pooled on the floor from the melting ice of frozen claws, causing Lawton to lose his footing and tumble backward, falling toward the ground in a precarious backward arc. Realizing the impending disaster, Logic swiftly darted to the window, lying flat and shouting to Deathstroke, "Lawton, deploy your parachute." Meanwhile, Bateman rushed to assist, despite having just delivered a severe beating to Lawton. His unwavering principle of not killing remained a steadfast rule, a moral line he would not cross. Below, Lawton remained silent. As a seasoned mercenary, the thrill of the fall jolted him back to lucidity. Calmly, he tugged on the parachute cord emerging from his pink backpack. With a resounding pop, the backpack opened, revealing several baguettes floating gracefully into view. "Baguettes? Where's my parachute?" In that surreal moment, Batman, Deathstroke, and Logic stood frozen, their bodies seemingly paralyzed by the shock of the absurdity. Their gazes converged upon the elegantly spinning baguettes in midair, expressions frozen in disbelief. Then, as if guided by an unseen force, Logic and Batman simultaneously turned their heads to meet each other's eyes. In that instant, gazing into Batman's eyes, Logic felt a peculiar sensation, as if Lawton, plummeting from the sky, were the true embodiment of evil, while he and Bateman were noble knights poised to vanquish the Dark Lord and then feast at the Elven Tavern. This absurd thought sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to shake his head and refocus on the present. Time resumed its flow, and the whistling wind alongside the rapidly approaching ground ignited a pang of panic within Deathstroke, shattering his composure. "Logic, I'm coming," he yelled in despair. As he gazed at the falling baguettes in midair, Logic pressed his forehead in exasperation. The Grim Reaper bore a Peppa Pig backpack, which contained his lunch. While the My Little Sheep backpack was intended as the parachute, a mix-up he regretted. Just as he prepared to leap down to rescue the shouting Loudon suspended in the air, Batman, swifter than he, drew out his grappling gun from his side. In the next moment, with a soft thud, a rope with a hook soared towards the Grim Reaper. With a sharp sound, the claw-shaped hook pierced through the backpack on Loudon's back, ensnaring him tightly and swinging him several meters above the ground, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The scene shifted back to Logic, who observed Batman crouching and about to retract the rope. He recognized this as an opportune moment to draw the battlefield down to earth. Once on solid ground, he could harness the power of the God of Illusions, utilizing both Bruce and Loudon to elevate the abilities of the junior God of the Owl to an intermediate level. With this thought in mind, Logic stealthily approached the Dark Knight from behind. "Hey, Batman." "Huh." Upon hearing the voice behind him, Batman's instincts flared, and countless danger signs flashed in his mind. In his eagerness to save the Grim Reaper, he had neglected the lurking Logic. Before he could react, Logic's hands were already upon him. "Let us go mountain climbing together sometime." With a thud, Batman was thrust forward from behind, causing him to slip and, like Loudon, plummet downwards, just managing to cast a glowering glance at Logic. It was all the Grim Reaper's fault for being so heavy. Had it not been for his excessive weight, Batman's grappling gun would have reeled him up in a second, leaving no time for Logic to strike. Now, he found himself descending into the cold winds of Gotham. Indeed, it was all the Grim Reaper's fault. The Grim Reaper, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure. While suspended in the air, he charged his cape, which hardened in an instant, allowing him to glide effortlessly. The Grim Reaper below spun like a yo-yo. Logic must have seized this moment to flee, he thought, vexed. There were still so many questions left unanswered. Batman selected a rooftop for his descent, pondering why he hadn't jumped down to save Loudon, but instead remained crouched, fearing Logic would seize the opportunity to escape. The other's movements were as erratic as the Joker's, and only he could provide the answers to Batman's queries. Growing increasingly anxious, Batman's gaze fell upon Loudon, who was now a source of annoyance. Just a few meters from the rooftop, he dispelled the magnetic force between the rope and the hook, sending the Grim Reaper crashing down in a rather undignified manner. Much better. Ceasing to charge his cape, Batman landed softly, crouching briefly to absorb the impact before striding towards the fallen Grim Reaper, who lay questioning the meaning of life. As the Master was poised to continue his righteous interrogation, Logic timely intervened. He flapped his pristine, pure white wings, casting aside the half-melted claw of ice atop the roof, and then descended gracefully, his dark golden eyes fixated on Batman's obsidian hood. Wings. Yet another newfound ability, and the color of his eyes has also transformed, Batman mused, causing the emergency response document targeting Logic in his mind to thicken by several pages. He also casually dragged a few pages from the emergency plan concerning Deadshot into the recycle bin. It seemed Deadshot wasn't as formidable as he had presumed. Nearby, Deadshot lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated fish, rolling over Batman. Logic did not retract his wings, maintaining his angelic posture as he gazed at the Master. "Logic," Batman replied coldly. The two were separated by a few meters, their eyes locking in a tense exchange, akin to lions vying for territory or an unexpected meeting with an ex-lover. "Our objectives align," Logic remarked, glancing at the twisted claws on the ground. "Many have fallen victim to these in recent days. They are known as claws." "Batman, I presume you have encountered their presence frequently as of late." Batman remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. "Bruce, deep down, you already comprehend the truth. The Court of Owls is not merely a legend. Each line of that nursery rhyme embodies a grisly reality. Beneath Gotham lies a malignancy that has festered since the colonial era." Chapter 9. Playboy Batman is the true Gotham. Gotham is dubbed the Cursed City for good reason. It is said that during the Revolutionary War, Thomas Jefferson, the third president of the United States, summoned numerous demons to assist him in achieving victory. Subsequently, the war was indeed won, and the demons were banished back to hell. However, one formidable demon named Barbados could not be expelled and was instead sealed within the bowels of Gotham. Some claim this explains why Gotham has always been a bastion of virtue and talent. Regardless of the truth, the pressing issue at hand is that another demon, known as the Court of Owls, is poised to ignite further chaos in this beleaguered city. The Court of Owls has deep-rooted connections to the Wayne family, tracing back to Batman's great-grandfather, who became increasingly tormented by the court, descending into a state of paranoia. His artworks were replete with owls, and the buildings he constructed lacked a 13th floor, with elevators skipping directly from 12 to 14. The 13th floor was a void, an empty chamber. Naturally, The astute Bruce Wayne sought tales of the Court of Owls in his youth, but the lessons learned then led him to skepticism. Yet, after recent investigations, the stark truth has overwhelmed the shadows of his childhood. The Court of Owls indeed exists. Batman, this revelation is sure to delight conspiracy theorists, wouldn't you agree? However, poor Corey Peterson might be feeling a tad disheartened today, that is, if he were still alive. Luo shrugged, as the once protruding claw of an eagle from the back of his right hand grew anew. In the realm of superheroes, you are an esteemed veteran. While I am but a fledgling hero, yet to even devise a proper code name. Is it truly so outrageous that I might inadvertently eliminate a villain whilst piloting a glider? How do you ascertain that Curb-stomping is indeed malevolent? The cape of Batman billowed, his voice husky, akin to one afflicted by phlegm. At this inquiry, Luo paused momentarily. He could hardly confess that he had collided with Peterson while the latter was engaged in a video conference with a cadre of mob bosses. Though that was the veritable truth, Luo himself found it ludicrous. Nevertheless, as an aspiring hero steadfast in justice, he resolved to speak candidly. Batman remained silent, merely casting a familiar gaze in response. A look Luo had previously encountered in the office, one reminiscent of viewing a simpleton. Good heavens, Batman. You truly ought to take a holiday and witness how this dark city of Gotham has transformed you. As he spoke, Luo rubbed his forehead. Cease these futile skirmishes. We ought to unite and eradicate this malignancy threatening Gotham. This is the genuine sentiment residing within my heart. I swear to God. Swear to me. Tell me, how long have you yearned to utter those 4 words? Luo crossed his arms, donning an expression of knowing. Not long, Batman replied, scratching his chin. The only exposed part of him, his tone slightly peculiar. As the tempest subsided, the night faded, and dawn approached, it seemed that Batman, too, grew animated with the stirring morning light. Had Luo's words managed to elicit a response from the typically taciturn Batman? Had he perhaps, even if just a little, managed to unlock the repressed nature of the Dark Knight? He had always believed that the debonair Bruce during the day was the true essence of Batman, whereas the nocturnal Avenger was merely a fade. Batman, do you still intend to battle with me? Your shoulder, struck by my blade, is still bleeding. Luo glanced at the wound on the Lord's right shoulder with discomfort, his obsessive nature prompting him to want to apply a bandage. After a moment of contemplation, Batman finally spoke. You claim to be a newly emerged superhero, and thus, this serves as our reason to continue our conflict. What? Aren't your foes the likes of Scarecrow or Mr. Freeze? I am a good person. Luo's eyes widened, disbelief etched upon his face. He felt as though he were being targeted. I shall consign the newly arisen villains of Gotham to prison, and I will also engage with newly emerged superheroes. To comprehend their abilities, should they later succumb to darkness, I will ensure they too are imprisoned. As Batman articulated this, he pressed a button the size of a sesame seed on his utility belt, causing the bleeding from his shoulder to cease. This is merely a ruse. The bleeding has long been staunched. It is a tactic to feign weakness in order to counteract potential harm. Upon finishing, he cast yet another glance. That same familiar gaze of condescension. Here it comes again, the look of one observing an imbecile. Rajik's teeth gnashed in frustration, his battle spirit soaring. He had intended to draw the battlefield into the streets to harvest a surge of faith. Batman's recent actions aligned perfectly with his plans. Lawton, I am aware you still possess the will to fight. Double the reward. Strike Batman with all your might. Rajik bellowed, launching the first wave of an intense melee alongside the suddenly invigorated Deadshot, who sprang into action upon hearing the promise of a doubled bounty. The 3 combatants unleashed their full ferocity, battling from the ground to the air and back again, inadvertently damaging a hapless bystander's vehicle before resuming their violent tussle. Of course, the innocent car owner would receive compensation far exceeding the vehicle's worth, as the benevolent Batman would take responsibility for the matter afterward. At this moment, our noble hero raised his menacing fists, intent on delivering punishing blows to Rajik and Deadshot. His muscles bulged, and the billowing black cape set him apart. Evoking the image of a demon, Batman possessed the formidable ability to instill profound fear in others. He had once been chosen by the Yellow Lantern, a symbol of terror. After several years in Gotham, he had yet to cultivate a pristine reputation, relying instead on his notorious name to subdue a host of criminals. Presently, Rajik unleashed the full extent of his illusionist powers, consuming the magical energy he had amassed over the past few days. To the bystanders within a 100-meter radius, Batman truly appeared as a demigod, clad in armor reminiscent of the spectral visions he had conjured. Conversely, Rajik embodied the earthly form of the owl god, his wings radiating divine light, his dark gold pupils exuding sanctity. In a desperate bid to protect the blessed follower Deadshot, he fought back fiercely. The nursery rhyme regarding the Court of Owls had spread widely throughout Gotham, and amidst various insinuations, the power of faith began to manifest. Although this cunning method would not yield a steady stream of devotees or continuous faith, Logic remained unperturbed. Superman was still tending to the fields, and there was no immediate concern regarding cosmic threats or alien invasions. The battle raged on, and a torrent of faith surged into Logic's being. Successfully further enhanced the myth of the Owl God. Advanced to Intermediate Owl God, with significantly heightened senses, authority unlocked, can now convert faith into pure magical energy. Intermediate Owl God-related spells unlocked. Current authorities: Beginner Illusion God, Intermediate Owl God. Remaining faith, 555. Chapter 10. Deadshot's heartache. As the tempestuous winds of the previous night subsided, the crimson sun rose over Gotham, with the first rays of morning light gracing the streets. The tumultuous clash among the three finally came to an end. Batman's dark uniform lay in tatters, shredded by Logic's talons, revealing the composite armor beneath, from which beads of blood seeped. He now stood panting, his back slightly arched in fatigue. On the other hand, Logic fared somewhat better. His left wing twitched slightly. Bruises adorned his body, and his shoulder ached considerably. As for Deathstroke, he had dealt a few severe blows to Batman in the early stages, inciting the latter's ire and resulting in him being incapacitated by a retaliatory electric shock from Bateman, leaving him as helpless as a fish out of water. At this moment, Lawton merely yearned for a moment of respite. After years of carrying out countless assassination missions, his pride had never faced such a setback. Even if Logic were to double his reward, he would not rise unless the offer were quadrupled. Ugh, Batman, your punches pack quite a wallop. Logic massaged his sore shoulder, casting a resentful glance at Bateman before adding, your claws are equally sharp. Batman, striving to maintain his composure, replied succinctly. Having endured a night of fierce combat, he had begun to grasp Logic's tactics and could return to forge a set of anti-Logic armor. Moreover, he could repurpose the materials originally intended for the anti-Deathstroke suit. After all, this fellow was as feeble as a fish, and it would be wiser to focus his efforts on Logic. Meanwhile, Deathstroke, who had once again found himself caught in the crossfire, contemplated interjecting with a remark about Batman's potent electric weapon, but he merely turned over instead, his words unspoken. The scene shifted back to Batman, who observed Logic, now retracting his wings, as the bruises on his body faded at a remarkable rate. Batman was astounded by Logic's astonishing regenerative abilities. Bateman pondered whether Logic had been concealing his true strength, perhaps harboring a lethal trump card. A flurry of questions swirled in his mind, yet he understood that he could not attain answers at present and would have to gather information in due course. Unbeknownst to Logic, Batman's thoughts were far from his mind. The few blows had quelled his anger, and as a pivotal figure in the future Justice League, Logic felt compelled to establish an amicable rapport with Batman. Batman, as the saying goes, one must engage to truly know another. Perhaps through this encounter, we can indeed become allies. With that, Logic raised his gaze to the towering skyscrapers around them and continued, in this city, perpetually exuding malevolence, few righteous souls remain. We ought to unite against evil. His tone was fervent and impassioned as he locked eyes with the solemn Batman, extending his hand. Friends, companions upon magnificent transparent steeds, launching arrows of flame across the Hamder Bridge. What say you? Batman pondered for a moment, their gazes intertwining, before he nodded decisively. I am willing to journey into the mists with you, if that is your intention. At that moment, the sun ascended to occupy the space between two towering buildings in Gotham, casting the morning light upon Logic and Batman, their hands clasped together, creating an atmosphere of profound sanctity, as if a radiant aura of justice emanated from their union. Shortly thereafter, a dozen miniature trackers were surreptitiously affixed to Logic during their handshake, and Logic, not to be outdone, instantly anchored several magical markers onto Bateman. Yet both wore smiles upon their faces. The death marksman beside him was taken aback, feeling as though he was the one destined for the final outcome. Perplexed by how his employer had come to an agreement with the enemy, Lawton was deeply saddened. He no longer desired his remuneration, yearning only to return home and enjoy a day at the park with his beloved daughter, Zoe. In this frigid world, that was the sole source of warmth for the death marksman. Logic, I wish to discuss the matter of Corey Peterson. Unlike that frozen claw, he was a human being, a living, breathing person, and you took his life. Perhaps it was an accident, but you ought to exhibit at least a modicum of emotion for what you have done. Batman released his grip, his gaze shifting towards the shattered glass of the office on the building to the right, where old Corey's lifeless body lay cold. As a superhero, One should at least appear to possess some humanity. Bateman continued to prattle on, but logic interjected. Hold on, hold on. You speak of humanity. Yet you are the one with a heart as cold as stone. What? Huh. No need to pretend any longer. Individuals like us have our own methods of maintaining our detachment. Otherwise, guilt and remorse would overwhelm us. What logic said was clear. Yet his true thoughts remained a mystery to all. Batman, I reiterate, your goals align with mine. To judge and punish evil. After a moment of silence, Batman finally spoke. Those bastards representing evil take lives. They are murderers. And you, too, take lives, making you a murderer as well, a new murderer. Thus, the number of criminals remains unchanged. Logic lowered his head slightly, contemplating. Bateman, I believe I grasp your intent. Splendid. I knew you would understand. Are you suggesting that I am not eliminating enough criminals at once? Then I shall rectify that next time, taking out dozens in one go, thus ensuring a decrease in the criminal population. Logic's eyes sparkled with realization, thinking to himself that indeed, this was the brilliance of Batman, guiding him toward a clear path. Batman observed the old man, whose face was darkened with lines of concern. Logic shrugged. The crux of the matter is that while our goals are aligned, our principles diverge entirely. You adhere to your no-kill rule, while I possess my own set of theories. Therefore, Batman, until matters become irretrievable, perhaps we are both correct. Are we not? Batman remained silent, merely nodding, half of his figure shrouded in the shadows of the morning light. All right, enough of these serious topics. Logic stretched lazily, his hair catching the sunlight like broken strands of gold. Bateman, there is a custom from my hometown that perfectly indicates what we ought to do next. Do tell. Batman expressed interest, believing this would help him understand his counterpart better. Clearing his throat, Logic observed the street bustling with pedestrians and the opening restaurants, continuing, in our culture, after a fight, we celebrate by dining together. Chapter 11. A meal worth millions. What transpired? How did matters escalate to this point? Within a restaurant on the outskirts of Gotham City, young Floyd Lawton, known as Deadshot, glanced at Batman and Rorschach beside him before shifting his gaze to the view outside. It was already morning, and wispy clouds floated in the sky, shimmering like flickers of flame. In the midst of such a surreal scene, Deadshot felt increasingly as if he were ensnared in a dream, bewildered as to how he had consented to sit here, joining this exceedingly strange trio. He pinched his thigh. Pain. So, one can indeed feel pain within a dream. Sir, what would you like to eat? A waiter approached Deadshot, suppressing the urge to comment on the peculiar attire of the three, and asked politely. Sir? Deadshot, still in a daze, was prompted again by the waiter, who maintained a steady demeanor. As a server in a Gotham restaurant, he had learned to recognize the eccentricities of the city's inhabitants, either madmen or the genuinely insane. Each encounter with such characters left him internally anxious, yet he remained outwardly composed. Noticing Deadshot's continued stupor, Rorschach awkwardly chuckled and interjected. Haha, this is my brother. When he was born, his head was too large and got stuck, leading to a bit of oxygen deprivation, which slowed his thinking. He nudged Lawton's shoulder. Lawton, they're asking you what you'd like. Huh. Oh right. Deadshot lifted his head, gazing vacantly at the waiter. I'll have some green beans, please. However, sir, we serve at White Castle, and we do not have green beans. The waiter's tone and expression now carried a hint of pity. Rorschach shook his head with a sigh. Ah, poor child. Waiter, please bring him a children's meal. Of course, sir. The waiter nodded, jotting down notes on a notepad. And for you too, the usual? Extra pickles and tomatoes on the mini burgers, correct? The two affirmed, watching the waiter return to the counter. Rorschach turned to the still-dazed Deadshot and then glanced at Batman. Come on, Batman, just admit it. Did you electrocute Lawton into this state? My poor child, Lawton. He was once so astute, you know. He used to work as a janitor at a university, but he was smarter than anyone there. Sometimes, when he saw equations on the blackboard, those half-finished equations, he always found a way to solve them. Rorschach spoke earnestly, as if recounting a true tale. Batman scratched his chin, feigning a cough. Ahem, the issue with Deadshot isn't due to the electric shock. It's from a newly developed gas I employed, capable of inducing a state of sluggishness in the enemy. He should recover shortly. Furthermore, I am quite certain that your account of Lawton solving equations is a scene from Good Will Hunting. I cannot concern myself with that. You turned my good brother, Lawton, into a fool, and I demand compensation for medical expenses. Logic pointed at the dazed Grim Reaper beside him, his tone filled with sorrow. Faced with Logic's theatrical outburst, Batman, displaying a sense of resignation, rested his chin on his hand and replied, Very well, how much do you seek? Logic surveyed his surroundings. The restaurant was still sparsely populated due to the early hour. He extended a single finger, His expression grave. $1 million. Is that all? Batman leaned back, scratching his face, astonished. He had braced himself for a much larger sum, yet was taken aback by Logic's surprisingly modest request. Logic, feeling somewhat insulted due to his impoverished imagination, thought to himself, if I had known, I should have asked for more. With that notion in mind, he declared, furthermore, now that you are aware of my allegiance to justice, having wrongfully accused me for so long, I demand compensation for emotional distress. After a moment of contemplation, he raised another finger. $10 million. That is a reasonable request, Batman replied without hesitation, nodding almost instantaneously. He added, after we finish our meal, the funds will be transferred to your account. Observing Batman's subtly smug expression, Logic gritted his teeth, wondering if he had set his demands too low. Nevertheless, he was relieved to no longer worry about finances. Amusingly, as a time traveler with the dual identities of deities, he realized that without the Mad Hatter's generous sponsorship, he could scarcely afford the Grim Reaper's services. When he first hired Loudon, he had utilized the powers of the God of Illusions to deceive a gang of criminals for a significant duration before amassing the necessary funds. But now, the issues had been resolved, and the days of living in that raucous apartment, where indoor sporting events threatened to bring the structure to its knees, were behind him. With that thought, a slight smile crept onto Logic's face, lifting his spirits considerably. At that moment, their order arrived, placed upon the table before the three of them. He picked up a hamburger, took a bite, and sipped his icy cola, unable to suppress a chuckle at the delightful sensations dancing on his palate. Across from him, Batman observed the myriad of expressions that flitted across Logic's face, his suspicions igniting an uncontrollable curiosity. Was this fellow indulging in his theatrical tendencies once again? Or perhaps he had discerned some weakness of mine while reflecting on last night's battle? Shaking his head, Batman decided to put those trivial thoughts aside and finally broach the pressing matters that lingered in his mind. Logic, I have some questions for you. Go ahead, Logic replied, swallowing the last morsel of his hamburger and nodding for Batman to continue. Several days ago, I had a peculiar dream. Oh, the renowned Batman seeks my counsel for dream interpretation. How intriguing. Do elaborate, Logic exclaimed, feigning surprise while internally recognizing that this dream likely pertained to the broadcasted illusion he had conjured. As anticipated, Batman proceeded to describe the vivid dream in intricate detail, depicting a crimson world forged from blood and flames, suffused with the acrid scent of sulfur. The owl-armored slaughterer of innocence, the colossal deity of owls that towers above the clouds. After sharing that vision, Batman gazed out the window, where the fluffy clouds had been torn asunder by the morning breeze, forming ribbons of red and gold. His tone took on a hint of etherealness. Logic, do you believe there exists a being that has been watching over us all along? You are in the presence of one. Although this deity had yet to ignite divine flames and crystallize into a godly essence, in essence, Logic could no longer be called human. Perhaps the titles of demigod or quasi-divinity would be more fitting. Following Batman's gaze, he too looked out at the sky ablaze like fire. His tone curious. The unknown always captivates, leading us down a path of fervor. In the depths of 10,000 meters of space and beneath 1,000 feet of earth, countless eyes are inevitably drawn towards the center. This is a mad world, Batman. Chapter 12, The Owl's Flight. Day had not yet fully departed, nor had night truly arrived. The sky was a delicate shade of lavender, a moment often referred to as the magical hour. The evening breeze caressed Logic's face gently as he ambled aimlessly through the streets of Gotham, savoring a sandwich. The breakfast that morning had filled everyone with joy. The lethargy that had once clamored for vengeance against the two had been swiftly replaced with smiles under the influence of the master's financial prowess, as they cheerfully devoured their children's meal. As for Batman's last inquiry, Logic could only muse that the world is filled with wonders. In this chaotic and frenzied realm, nothing is impossible. Even a Starbucks cup could find its way in a Game of Thrones, as seen in Season 8, Episode 4. After concluding the discussion on that vision, Batman provided a consulting fee, eager to know how much Logic understood about the Court of Owls. Following a lengthy exchange of known information, Logic offered a final piece of advice. When investigating the Court of Owls' lair, be sure to bring ample supplies of compressed biscuits and drinking water. Batman was less than impressed with this advice, believing that extra space should be utilized for 2 frozen grenades or perhaps a sonic pistol, rather than for snacks like a schoolchild on a spring outing. To this, Logic could only retort that he would regret it in a couple of days. He recalled from the comics how Batman had traced his investigation to his great-grandfather's grave, leading him into a vast underground labyrinth hidden beneath Gotham, where Batman had suffered a severe setback. He became lost. Darkness had become the enemy's domain, and the occasional talons that appeared drained his vitality. Hunger and thirst tormented him, forcing him to scream into the void, greedily drinking the droplets of water that dripped from above, mistaking them for nectar. This labyrinth, which had even ensnared Batman, was constructed by the Court of Owls. These individuals, with wealth to spare, had spent centuries excavating a colossal void beneath Gotham, culminating in an expansive maze that hid a small pool at its end, filled with the purest essence of Bacchus. The Owl Court employs the Dionysian factor and amber gold to fabricate its claws. Although it utilizes a substandard version of the Dionysian factor, it still bestows the claws with extraordinary regenerative abilities, allowing them to reattach severed limbs and continue the fight. Moreover, the purest Dionysian factors were later acquired by the Joker. Logic surmised that this explains why, despite being mercilessly beaten by the Master, the Joker can always rise, dust himself off, and continue to laugh heartily. Hey, if you want to live, hand over your money, along with your watch and the necklace around your neck. All of it. A coarse voice boomed, devoid of any panic, revealing the speaker as a seasoned criminal. Logic concealed himself in a secluded alley, observing the unfolding scene. A burly man brandished a slightly worn handgun, his face a mask of brutishness and his gaze menacing, aiming the weapon at a woman trembling before him, akin to a deer caught in headlights. She was adorned in high-end attire, complete with accessories, likely a newcomer to Gotham. Otherwise, her solitary presence would surely have attracted the attention of the well-meaning Gotham citizens. "I'll give you everything, just don't hurt me," the woman stammered, her carrot-colored hair fluttering in the wind as she nervously brushed aside the strands obscuring her eyes, preparing to remove her watch. "Hurry up, I have urgent matters with the boss," urged a gaunt accomplice, resembling a mere reed, standing beside the brute. Gotham, the city of sin, was no stranger to such occurrences. Logic had wandered aimlessly until this moment, and upon his ascension to the rank of intermediate owl god, he had unlocked related magical abilities. The current scenario presented the perfect opportunity to test his newfound skills. Logic converted the accumulated power of faith into magical energy, a soft lavender aura enveloping his body. He stepped into the alley with a hint of excitement in his voice. "Gentlemen, do showcase your prowess before me. Why trouble this young lady? Damn it!" The brute, named Doug, cursed without turning around. The moment Logic's voice reached his ears, he fired his weapon. By the time his gaze shifted to Logic, 3 bullets had already been discharged. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets spiraled through the flames, creating gusts of wind as they struck Logic. As a street criminal capable of surviving in Gotham, Doug acted with ruthless efficiency, offering Logic no chance for dialogue. Only when the magazine was empty did he exhale in exasperation. Since when does Gotham have its share of heroes? Damn it. That bat has been caught up in something these past few days, and I was hoping for a peaceful opportunity to carry out my heists. "You, stop dawdling and keep removing your watch," Doug ordered, continuing his criminal endeavor. Suddenly, his accomplice, Short, exclaimed, "Good heavens. That monster isn't dead. He is completely unscathed. Doug, are you using rubber bullets?" "What?" Doug turned, looking at Logic, who innocently patted his shoulder. "Where are the bloody bullet holes? How come this guy seems unharmed? Did I miss?" Without addressing Doug's confusion, Logic meticulously extracted the bullets embedded in the magical barrier, weighing them in his palm. "Young man, how long have you lingered in Gotham?" 3 years, shot back Short, momentarily taken aback before Doug, standing nearby, gave him a light smack on the back of the head, prompting him to fall silent. 3 years, and you still do not comprehend this city? What do you mean?" Doug's eyes narrowed with apprehension. Logic did not respond immediately. Instead, he discarded the bullet to the ground, producing a sharp clattering sound before he spoke again. "In Gotham, one must not act impulsively, for you can never discern the true identity of the person before you." With that, Logic, unwilling to continue his monologue, observed a woman trembling like a leaf, who, if she kept it up, might as well run for the next flash. He promptly summoned the magical energy within, enveloping his palm with an enigmatic force that shimmered in the air around him. Eagle escape shuriken. With a sudden flourish, Logic conjured dozens of owls flapping their wings. And as he thrust his palms forward, they surged forth, slicing through the air with a razor-sharp wind, screeching towards Doug and Short's faces. Aya! The talons and gusts viciously tore at their flesh, awakening every nerve ending as their screams echoed through the alley. Eagle escape tornado, devastate the parking lot. Logic swung his arm, summoning yet another flock of owls that swiftly circled above Doug and Short. Aya! A visible tornado roared into existence. Chapter 13. Go forth. My dear son. In the dimly lit alley, Doug and Short were ensnared against the walls in an awkward stance, with webs radiating from their center, resembling two lifeless dogs hanging against the brick. The nameless woman with carrot-colored hair had long vanished, after encountering robbers and the owl-like creature. Logic surmised she would never return to Gotham. Crack! The black web shattered, and Doug, bloodied, plummeted to the ground with a dull thud. Damn it, without the bat. Now I'm stuck in this cursed owl-infested city, Doug muttered, his complaints muffled by the relentless agony that clouded his mind, making him dizzy and seeing stars. Logic approached Doug, extending a hand to help him up. He offered no resistance, appearing as docile as a lamb. Having witnessed the recent mini-tornado, Doug concluded that this fellow was one of those superhumans, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary robber like himself. Doug, it was my first time employing that technique. I misjudged the force and inadvertently killed your accomplice. He lost his chance to lay down his weapon, but you, my friend, still have yours. Logic gazed into Doug's eyes as he spoke. What on earth are you? Doug's head swayed, resembling a wilting plant in the wind. Logic ceased his hesitation, placing his hands upon the arms of the other, his eyes shimmering with a violet hue. Thus, you ought to express your gratitude towards me. For my name embodies your righteousness, and my words encapsulate your reason. I shall be with you, henceforth guiding you to traverse the earth with my intent. Doug, unlike that existence which remains hidden in the sanctum of the deep void, indifferent to the affairs of humanity, I shall eternally linger by your side, cleansing your malevolence from your heart, leading you towards your virtue. The entire alley shimmered with a purple glow. The allure of Logic's words was so potent that Doug's bewildered eyes wandered aimlessly. Oh, my lord. Note: a civilian has been saved, faith connection established, a believer acquired. Current number of believers, 1. To coalesce the kingdom of God, the number of believers required. An additional 100 believers are necessary to form a village of God, truly attaining the authority associated with the owl, forged by divine power. Power of faith, 500001001. Gazing at Doug, who knelt partially upon the ground, Logic beamed with pride. He had finally acquired his first believer. As night descended, the autumn breeze rustled Logic's coat, and he inhaled deeply, producing a familiar owl uniform seemingly from thin air. Doug, this is the vestment of our owl church. Don it, and in this city of sin, act with valor, proclaiming the greatness of our owl God. Let the light of our congregation shine ever further. Hearing Logic's words, Doug lifted his head, tears of gratitude brimming in his eyes. Truly, the Lord was magnificent, personally delivering garments upon joining the faith. However, upon discerning the uniform that Logic had painstakingly acquired for a substantial sum, Doug's lips twitched, and after a brief cough, he accepted it. He could not deny the Lord's request, for his faith was not willingly given. Rather, it was a result of Logic's unwavering persuasion. Without further contemplation, Doug swiftly donned the owl uniform. Looking at the owl figure before him, Logic solemnly declared, "Go forth, my beloved son." "Yes, my lord." The evening breeze swept the newspapers on the ground, swirling past Logic's shoulders, soaring into the air before softly landing upon an unfortunate passerby's face. The city's light pollution was egregiously intense. Glancing up at the dark crimson sky, Logic couldn't help but ponder, even in the depths of night. The surrounding neon lights remained dazzlingly bright, save for the secluded alleys beneath the towering buildings, which glimmered with a gentle yellow glow. "I would like a sandwich, with extra pickles and tomatoes, and a portion of grilled sausage." Stopping at a small stall, Logic rubbed his hands together, not particularly hungry, but rather craving a snack. The vendor, a black man, wore a raccoon hat despite the autumn chill, appearing quite warm. He worked swiftly, and Logic took the sandwich, settled the bill, and turned to depart. Taking a bite of the sandwich, he found it quite delightful. Logic intended to explore a bit more before returning home. Aside from Doug, he had similarly acquired 3 additional believers earlier, making for a fruitful evening. Before the familiar apartment building, Luo Ji resolved to pack his belongings and move out the next day. Otherwise, the overwhelming hormones permeating the air would surely drown him. A cat's meow echoed, prompting Luo Ji to instinctively glance in its direction. In the narrow alley between the apartment building and an adjacent structure lay a disheveled cat, languidly calling out. What an intriguing aura it possessed, quite substantial indeed. Initially, he presumed it to be merely a stray, but upon closer inspection, he discerned something extraordinary. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he decided to approach. He crouched 2 meters from the cat, conjuring a lifelike owl with his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, the owl flapped its wings and landed gracefully before the scruffy black cat. Under Luo Ji's command, the owl gently nudged the black cat with its beak. Meow? Startled by the owl's presence, The black cat yelped and attempted to flee, but the owl's talon restrained it. The sudden burst of energy from the black cat quickly waned, and it slumped back down, utterly defeated. Foolish human wizard, you have disturbed the slumber of something malevolent. Begone. The black cat spoke, for reasons unknown. Its words resonated with a hint of Lovecraftian essence. Intrigued, Luo Ji snapped his fingers, causing the owl to dissipate into the wind. He then approached the black cat, enveloped in a shimmering magical barrier, and gently scooped it up. His touch was tender, as his right hand caressed the cat's head and back with a finesse that revealed his extensive experience with felines. The black cat's demeanor shifted gradually. I shall transform into a frenzied shadow within your dreams. The vile creature, destined to be frozen into an ice sculpture by the cold rain, shall meet its demise. Under Luo Ji's adept petting, the black cat could not suppress its meows, and in a moment of self-doubt, it extended a paw to touch its own face. You seem to have sustained a grievous injury, Luo Ji remarked, observing a ghastly wound on the cat's abdomen. Mind your own business, the cat retorted, turning its head away. I must intervene, Luo Ji proclaimed, settling cross-legged and adjusting the cat's position to face him. The black cat's eyes widened in disbelief, its expression mirroring human incredulity. Human wizard, even the twisted malice of the deep sea is astonished by your eccentricity. Your healing abilities, I sense, may be effective. Indeed, the black cat's eyes sparkled, but it quickly regained composure, clearing its throat and meowing. Wizard, my wound was bestowed by the aberration of the stars. Fear not, I can heal it, Luo Ji affirmed resolutely, assuring the cat of his capabilities. Chapter 14 The simplicity of Gotham's folk. The cold automobile traversed the frigid streets, and Luo Ji's voice, barely audible, seemed to emanate from a great distance, or perhaps from the depths of his being. Seated in the passenger seat was the black cat, now named Usa, a name bestowed upon it that very night, who remained largely indifferent to the murmurs. After several days of companionship, he had come to comprehend the peculiarities of his counterpart, a person entirely different from himself. What divine contract, he mused, seemed more akin to a kidnapping. Usa, extending his feline claws, licked them thoughtfully, internally lamenting that had he not received timely aid after sustaining grave injuries, he might have met his demise in that alleyway. Logic had saved him, yet until his wounds were fully healed, he was merely a pet cat to the other party, bound by that agreement. I am an indescribable cat deity, he thought indignantly. I harbor a multitude of tentacles adorned with sharp teeth. His hands felt somewhat cold. He desired warmth. Logic placed his right hand beneath Usa's belly, gently kneading, and a wave of warmth enveloped him. In this chilling autumn, possessing a hand warmer was indeed a blessing. Logic squinted, tilting his head to gaze out at the dreary rain through the car window. Large raindrops pelted the car's roof, producing a crisp, crackling sound, while the sky, thick with clouds, churned ominously, as profound and terrifying as the ocean, causing one's thoughts to wander. In such weather, atop Gotham's tallest building, a gargoyle would likely be perched with a human-shaped bat, its piercing gaze fixed upon the dark blue curtain of rain. At other times, this bat would appear throughout Gotham's streets and alleys, promptly halting various criminal activities, be it petty theft or murder, with none able to evade the retribution of this vigilante, to instill fear in the hearts of these wrongdoers, deterring them from further criminal endeavors. The bat employed methods steeped in violence. Urban legends spoke of a thief caught stealing bread who had his legs shattered by its wrath. The veracity of such tales remains uncertain, yet they effectively illustrate the issue at hand. And now, this bat, known as Batman, had vanished. Gotham's criminals had not witnessed the silhouette of the human bat for several nights. Initially, they speculated whether he was lurking in the shadows, poised to unleash a grand upheaval upon Gotham. However, as time wore on, they gradually concluded that Batman truly was absent. The consequences of this absence were glaringly evident. Logic arrived at his destination, pushed open the car door, and stepped out into the cold wind, which whipped through the rain, causing his coat to flap audibly. Perched upon his shoulder was a fierce-looking black cat. Suddenly, a luxury sedan was engulfed in an explosion, flipping twice in midair, followed closely by a black van that hastily approached, from which emerged a cadre of armed men who efficiently abducted the occupants of the luxury vehicle. The ordinary citizens of Gotham, witnessing the abduction unfold before their eyes, could no longer remain passive. One man drew an Uzi from his clothing and unleashed a hail of bullets upon the assailants. At that moment, a reckless group of street racers barreled down the street in a convertible, crashing into 3 stalls and a fire hydrant before slamming into the wall behind Logic, crumpling the front of their vehicle. A disfigured corpse, so mangled one could scarcely discern its gender, fell before logic, the blood splattering against his magical barrier. In such a moment, to refrain from lighting a cigarette would be a disservice. Gazing down at the still warm body, Logic retrieved a cigar from his pocket, pilfered from one of the Mad Hatter's subordinates, with the cigar perched between his lips. He was about to produce his lighter when a sudden explosion erupted from the bank behind him, sending a wave of orange flames surging forth and creating a tempest that billowed his trench coat like a turbulent sea. His newly acquired vehicle ignited with a vibrant crimson glow amidst the dark blue rain-soaked mist, the stark contrast momentarily dazing Logic, akin to viewing a captivating work of art. He slightly bent forward, the cigar grazing the flickering flames atop the car, inhaling deeply before tilting his head at a 45-degree angle to gaze into the distance. Exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke. What a mad city this is, Logic mused, then stretched his limbs and turned to walk forward, where a butcher shop awaited. He intended to procure some ingredients before seeking out Batman. In recent days, Gotham's forces of justice had relied heavily on heroes like Robin and Batgirl, the candlelight flickering dimly. Logic was not inclined to wait any longer. Suddenly, Uzar, the cat perched on his shoulder, exclaimed, its pupils tinged with a crimson hue by the surrounding flames. I can sense a faint shift from afar. An unforeseen and inescapable event is sweeping toward us, like an unavoidable fate drawing near. Before Uzar could finish, Logic swiftly lifted the feline from his shoulder, cradling it and meeting its gaze. Speak plainly. A woman has just perished. I can sense her essence. My mission compels me to resurrect her. Uzar blinked its feline eyes, its legs paddling in the air. A familiar narrative, Catwoman? Logic recalled a film he had once seen, nodding before responding. We shall address her later. Rescuing Batman takes precedence. Uzar expressed no dissent, settling back onto Logic's shoulder. Thus, the duo traversed the scene of explosions, with incendiary bottles bursting nearby and smoke grenades billowing around them. The cacophony of police sirens and the shouts of rioters filling the air. Hey, kid, in a situation like this, you don't pull out a gun, but rather bring along a cat? Are you just waiting to be robbed? Enough chit-chat. Hand over whatever valuables you have. Suddenly, a hooded man of medium stature appeared before Logic, brandishing a gun in his right hand, dripping rainwater. Logic raised his gaze, prepared to assess the appearance of this obstacle, when Uzar abruptly opened its maw wide, revealing a dozen sharp, swirling red tendrils that ensnared the man, swiftly dragging him to its mouth and swallowing him with a few audible gulps. What a morbid city this is, Uzar remarked, patting its belly with a paw in a moment of reflection before turning in place on Logic's shoulder and reclining once more. Truly, my magnificent feline surpasses those gaudy and unscrupulous creatures outside. Logic chuckled as he affectionately stroked the cat's head, then continued his stride into the store. The establishment was well-stocked, and the proprietor reclined languidly in a chair behind the counter, casually polishing a Remington shotgun with a cloth, while several other patrons sported Desert Eagles at their sides. Oh, the rustic charm of Gotham. Chapter 15. With a haggard visage, he gazed upward, resolute in preventing tears from cascading down. Gotham, the underground. In this pitch-black cavern, an unnatural aura of dread permeated the air as Batman trudged onward, his body tormented by hunger and thirst, moving like a soulless specter. Within the labyrinthine expanse of impossibly complex tunnels, a fleeting breeze occasionally graced his face, the sole reminder of his vitality. Yet, with each shift of the wind, a chilling and blood-curdling scream would often waft through the air, heralding the presence of the Court of Owl's Talons. The members of the court, adorned in their ludicrous owl masks, were presently concealed in the shadows, observing Batman's every move through their claws, deriving cruel pleasure from the final struggles of their prey. He had been ensnared for several days. Confronted by a familiar stone door, with a dazed expression, Batman struggled to refocus before pushing the stone door open. Bang! A searing, pure white light flooded over his tattered cape, the sudden brightness inflicting excruciating pain upon his eyes, which had grown accustomed to the darkness, as if countless silver needles were piercing through him. The interplay of light and darkness rendered this cavern a realm where only suffering remained constant. Batman's psyche teetered on the brink of collapse, and he lamented not heeding Logic's counsel. Had he foreseen such a predicament, he would have brought a stockpile of compressed biscuits and water. Roars and shrill cries echoed around him, these sounds akin to a tormenting tempest from the depths of hell, relentlessly testing Batman's resolve. He had to remain ever vigilant. Should he allow himself a moment's respite, he would be swiftly torn asunder by the talons. Batman was not the sole occupant of this terrifying cave. Over the years, countless individuals who had provoked the Court of Owls or had conflicting interests with them had met a grim fate within these walls. perishing amidst the utmost despair and agony. The unfortunate souls, in their final moments of breakdown, were captured in photographs and displayed in some hall. Their expressions, laden with horror, seemed to carry a hint of mockery, an insidious allure that extinguished the will to fight. Coo, coo, coo. An unfamiliar sound emerged, prompting Batman to lift his gaze in bewilderment towards its source in the air. An owl? Could such a creature survive in a cavern? Just as Batman pondered this, the owl paused, its large eyes fixating on him, its head turning in a human-like manner towards one direction, as if guiding itself. Batman resolved to follow, having been trapped for so long. This solitary owl represented the only variable. Wandering aimlessly would likely lead to starvation. Thus, he deemed it prudent to pursue. Meanwhile, at a distance around a labyrinthine corner, Logic and USA were engaged in their own endeavors. Before them stood a robust black grill, ablaze with charcoal, adorned with skewered chicken wings and classic barbecue accompaniments like potatoes. The warm, crimson glow radiated outward, casting flickering shadows of Logic and USA against the stone walls, dancing like a large aquatic plant and a smaller one. USA. The most critical aspect of roasting chicken wings is ensuring the exterior is crisp while the interior is thoroughly cooked. Fortunately, I have pre-cooked them at a low temperature. And now we simply require high heat to achieve that perfect crispness. Add more fuel, Logic exclaimed. USA, in response, extended numerous tendrils from its mouth, adeptly managing every facet of the grilling process with remarkable efficiency. The charcoal crackled and popped, releasing an enticing aroma from the glistening chicken wings that made one's mouth water. The synergy of human and feline made the task effortless. Accompanied by the melodious strains of pure instrumental music emanating from a nearby radio, the duo swiftly completed their barbecue endeavor. The chicken wings and other grilled delicacies were arranged on a platter and transported to an elegant dark red table adorned with 2 candle holders, their flickering flames casting a gentle, warm light. Delicious, USA. I must say, for your first attempt at grilling, you have outdone yourself. The exterior is perfectly crisp, while the inside remains tender and succulent. Quite impressive, Logic praised, giving a thumbs up to USA, who sat across from him, poised like a human in a chair. The old craft of human wizards should inspire gratitude. Yet USA, caught in the moment, preferred to savor the chicken wings over further conversation. Surrounding the table, scattered and contorted, lay the bodies of the claws, dispatched by the courtroom members lurking in the shadows. Initially, they had relished Batman's suffering, but the sudden intrusion of a trench-coated man accompanied by an odd black cat disrupted their plans. They had assumed the pair were merely lost souls who had unwittingly wandered into the cave, planning to send a claw or two to dispatch them before resuming their torment of Batman. However, the human and cat proved unexpectedly formidable, entering with an air of familiarity as if they belonged there, setting up in a spacious corner as though moving into a new residence. The grill, table, candle holders, and bags of provisions left the courtroom members astonished. Such audacity was unprecedented. They momentarily disregarded Batman, leaving 1 or 2 claws to carry on their prior agenda. The remaining claws were dispatched towards Logic and USA. Yet, while they might have ground Batman down through sheer numbers, they appeared insufficiently equipped to contend with Logic and USA. Immortal? Then we shall slay you once more. Or perhaps he could simply consume it directly, but Usha expressed his desire to save room for barbecue. Hence this course of action was scarcely pursued. The scene shifts to Batman. He had been following the guiding owl for quite some time, when suddenly, an enticing aroma of food wafted through the air. Batman inhaled deeply, recognizing the unmistakable scent of barbecue. He immediately shook his head, suspecting he was merely experiencing a hallucination. How could there possibly be barbecue in this underground labyrinth? Feeling foolish for his delusion, he was also troubled by his mental state. Clearly, he had reached the limits of hunger. Continuing to follow the owl, he noticed a faint warm yellow light reflecting off the stone wall ahead. After a few more steps, he discerned 2 shadows, one human and one feline. To his eyes, these silhouettes appeared not as mere aquatic plants, but rather as grotesque, twisted demons. Who could it be? Batman forced himself to suppress the shock within, yet his nose could not resist greedily inhaling the increasingly rich aroma. He crouched down, inching closer to the source of the light. The veil of the unknown was about to be lifted, and Batman's heart raced. Logic, what are you doing here? Leave me a chicken wing. Batman completely cast aside the decorum of a dark night, leaping towards the table like a famished predator, seizing a chicken wing and sinking his teeth into it. The crispy, succulent chicken wing was devoured, sending waves of exhilaration through every cell in his body. Batman shuddered. No one could fathom how he had endured these past few days. Water, He had only tasted a few drops seeping from above the stone wall. Food. This cursed place had not even yielded a single rodent. Yet now, he was savoring the perfectly roasted, aromatic chicken wing. In that moment, Batman was overwhelmed with emotion. He sniffled, blinked back tears, and lifted his weary face, striving to keep the tears at bay. Chapter 16. Look at how thin you've become. Eat more? In an underground chamber, concealed within the stone walls, a control room buzzed with tension. This is outrageous. This fellow named Logic utterly disregards the owl court. A man donning a white owl mask exclaimed in indignation. Those nearby echoed his sentiments. If you were to burst in and wreak havoc, it would be one thing. But to not only slay our claws, but also commence cooking on the spot, is sheer impertinence. This is an absolute humiliation. For an organization like the Owl Court, honor outweighed all else, and Logic's actions had thoroughly incensed them. I propose we dispatch Lincoln March, our mightiest claw. Although the duo of man and cat demonstrated formidable prowess, they must surely be fatigued after such prolonged combat. Perhaps those chicken wings were merely a means to replenish their strength. Another court member suggested. And scarcely had he finished speaking when another voice chimed in. Indeed, aside from those two, Batman is already in a wretched state, incapable of forming any effective fighting force. He paused momentarily, adjusting the mask upon his visage. There remain some dormant claws in the hall. Why not awaken them all? Even if it requires a deluge of numbers. We shall drown this arrogant lot. Listening to the discussions of his subordinates, the man known as Wilson, donned in an owl mask, cleared his throat, and an immediate hush enveloped the surroundings. He was the leader of the Gotham branch of the Court of Owls, wielding considerable influence among his followers. Wilson rested his chin upon his hand, deep in contemplation. Indeed, let us rouse all the slumbering claws in the hall and summon Lincoln March to eliminate these three oblivious fools. Yes, the members of the court nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to Logic, who was reaching for a string of perfectly roasted potatoes. Ah, Batman. Oh, Batman, not heeding my counsel, and now you face the consequences. Oh, yes. Batman responded dismissively, chewing on a chicken wing. You must have suffered greatly these past few days. Look how thin you've become. Alfred will surely be worried upon your return. Logic's theatrical tendencies flared once more, his expression a mix of exasperation and affection. Ah, yes. Batman nodded like a garlicky nodding doll, then picked up a glistening piece of roasted pork belly from the platter. TSK, look at you starving. My timely intervention has indeed been a stroke of fortune. Therefore, Batman, consider this as a form of repayment. You understand. Logic chuckled softly, wiping his mouth with a napkin while leaning back in his chair to find a more comfortable position. Ah, yes. Batman swallowed the roasted meat and raised a bottle of the delightful beverage Logic had brought, gulping it down. Seeing Batman's eager agreement, Logic rubbed his hands together with a grin. You were on the brink of starvation here. My assistance is akin to saving a life. Surely this warrants no less than $20 million. Ah, fine. Batman, unblinking, indicated that he was unconcerned about such trifles. I find myself increasingly fond of you as a friend, Logic remarked, resting his hands behind his head in a gesture of appreciation. His plan to reform his followers required an abundance of rare materials, such as the Dionysian essence and amber gold, treasures that could be discovered through personal exploration. However, it would undoubtedly necessitate the construction of a laboratory, hiring a multitude of researchers, along with those impressive yet unnamed mechanized devices. Such endeavors would certainly be quite costly. Nevertheless, with Batman's affluent status, Logic felt that these concerns could be easily surmounted. He playfully patted the cat's head, contemplating a departure once the master had finished his meal. It must be said, this labyrinthine cavern does possess a certain eerie ambience. Fortunately, he had brought along a radio, the serene strains of pure music dispelling much of the malevolence. In a fit of mischief, Ussa had tuned it to classic horror music, prompting Logic to deliver a couple of playful swats before the creature wisely returned to its chicken wings. The grill used for roasting the wings, along with the table and other accoutrements, had previously been stored within Ussa's belly. Otherwise, he could not have transported them. The little black cat also served as a makeshift storage bag, which Logic found rather splendid. Foolish human sorcerers. I can sense that the woman's corpse seems to be gradually drifting away from this city. Time is slipping away, and action must be taken. Ussa set down the skewers, his feline visage remarkably grave. Without further ado, Logic nodded. He had intentions of recruiting the Catwoman as a follower, and he could not allow her corpse to float away unimpeded. Producing a signal-enhanced phone, generously sponsored by the Mad Hatter, Logic dialed the number of the Death Shooter. Hello, this is your old employer. Are you interested in earning a hefty sum? I have a simple new task for you. After a few seconds, a weary voice responded from the phone. Logic, I am currently engaged in a mission. The target just disembarked, and time is of the essence. Also, I am not in Gotham at the moment. Logic expressed his confusion, recalling the previous conversation where the death shooter had mentioned remaining in Gotham for a while. What has transpired? He inquired. There was a prolonged silence on the other end before the response came. Plans have changed. I will contact you when I am free. On a rooftop in Chicago, the death shooter hung up the phone, adjusting his sniper scope while gazing into the ominous clouds far in the distance, the direction of Gotham. That sorrowful place. He, the death shooter, would leave from here and never return. Returning to Logic, he awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing that the last encounter with Batman had left a significant psychological impact on the death shooter. He thought to seize the opportunity to demand compensation for emotional distress. For his brother had suffered, and Logic certainly could not let the instigator off the hook. Observing Batman, whose eating pace was slowing, he asked Usa, if that corpse drifts too far, will you no longer be able to sense it? Indeed, this unclean link originating from the ancient cycle of life is inherently unstable. Usa replied, licking his paw. Understood, Logic acknowledged, then urged Batman, Dark Knight, cease your meal. Usa and I have urgent matters to attend to. Mayal has already identified the exit. Follow me. Of course, Batman replied without hesitation, casting a peculiar glance at Usa, suppressing his curiosity. Now was not the time for inquiries. As the trio and the feline prepared to depart, a thunderous crash resounded from above. Crack! Small stones began to loosen and fell onto the table and floor under the force of gravity. Logic quickly summoned his magical energy, conjuring a translucent, hemispherical barrier of pale violet. Another newfound ability, Batman noted, glancing at Logic before retrieving a dart from his utility belt, readying himself for confrontation. Bang! The overhead wall completely collapsed, and amidst the clouds of dust and debris, a horde of clawed figures emerged. As the dust settled, the leader, Lincoln March, cast a mocking gaze towards Batman. Oh, my foolish brother, today shall mark your demise. Chapter 17. Batman, how could you faint from hunger? Swish, swish, swish. Batman, without engaging in further dialogue with Lincoln March, immediately hurled 3 explosive bat darts the moment the latter finished speaking. The dart disintegrated midair, fragmenting into several smaller explosives that spun and embedded themselves within the claws' bodies, detonating with precision without causing a secondary collapse of the stone wall. Boom. Blood and chunks of flesh flew about as if they were of no consequence, and yet the claws, seemingly unfazed, calmly stuffed the exploded remains back into their bodies. Promptly assuming a combat stance, Logic furrowed his brow and addressed Batman. Batman, these creatures are nearly invincible to this method. Step back and allow me to demonstrate. He glanced at Usa, who immediately understood, opening his gaping maw to expel a bizarre contraption, resembling a flamethrower at first glance. A massive tank, capable of being slung across one's back, with a tube leading down to a gun-like apparatus. Meanwhile, Batman, despite having recently replenished his energy, was weary after days without rest, and hastened to retreat. Apologies for interrupting your fateful duel with Batman, but there is a corpse awaiting my revival, and it may soon grow cold. Logic swiftly armed himself, aiming the gun, thick as an infant's forearm, at the legion of claws. Curse this unpredictability. Kill. Lincoln March's face contorted with rage. This was originally his matter with Bruce. Yet Logic's unexpected interference had thrown the entire scheme into disarray. Dozens of claws launched a simultaneous assault, their intricate, shifting attacks forming an impenetrable net. Charging in headlong would surely lead to certain death. What would Logic do? What was this unfamiliar weapon? Why did he seem to be smiling? Standing beside Logic, Batman, though exhausted, continued to observe his erratic companion, pondering that such a personality might one day become a madman spraying laughing gas in people's faces. He resolved to discern Logic's methods before that day arrived. Gotham had enough lunatics already. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Logic pulled the trigger. His demeanor relaxed as if victory was assured, while the formidable gun unleashed a barrage of dark blue projectiles. The flickering light of the candles cast a dim glow in the labyrinth, and as Batman focused, he realized these projectiles appeared to be frozen grenades. These grenades surged through the air at a rate of several per second, poised for a delightful encounter with the swarm of claws. Batman's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that someone could fire grenades like bullets, and frozen ones at that. Thunderous explosions followed in rapid succession as the death-dealing projectiles detonated, releasing frigid air amidst the violent shockwaves, blooming blood-red ice flowers upon the claws' forms. As anticipated, the stone wall collapsed, debris crashing against the magical barrier Logic had conjured, shattering into smaller fragments before tumbling to the ground. The previously amassed power of faith was being consumed at an alarming rate, while the continuously renewing magical energy rendered the semi-spherical barrier impervious, sufficient to withstand the impending collapse. However, the same could not be said for the clawed assailants, including Lincoln March, who were reduced to mere pulp, perishing amidst the icy shards and debris. It was up to me to take action, swiftly vanquishing the enemy forces with just a few strikes. As I spoke, I stuffed the frozen grenade launcher back into Us's abdomen, then leisurely stretched and patted Batman on the shoulder, saying, "Batman, only the final confrontation remains." Batman's drifting thoughts returned to his body, and his expression immediately turned serious as he nodded emphatically. Meanwhile, in the control room, Wilson's brow furrowed deeply as he observed the utterly defeated claws on the surveillance screen. The members of the court behind him fell silent, the atmosphere in the control room so quiet that a pin dropping could be heard. After several tense seconds, someone finally broke the stillness. Our influence spans the globe, and we still possess the Zero Claw. Even though Gotham has faced a setback, it will not alter the grand scheme. Indeed, this is merely a minor setback. After all, who hasn't faced adversity? A court member echoed. Not the Owl Court, Wilson replied, lifting his head to cast a complex gaze at the figure of Logic on the screen. Defeated in such a mocking manner, his proud heart bled. They were preparing to retreat, yet unbeknownst to them, a solitary owl had been quietly observing their every move from a corner, its head cocked to one side. The scene shifted back to Logic, who declared, "I have successfully pinpointed the location of those behind the scenes. They seem poised to flee. We must act swiftly to prevent their escape." Naturally, the trio, 2 men and a cat, quickened their pace, guided by Logic, as they took the shortest route at the fastest speed to the control room's entrance. Upon reaching the stone door, Batman inhaled deeply and retrieved a plastic explosive from his utility belt, blasting the door open with a resounding boom. "Take the secret passage," Logic instructed, pointing towards the escape route utilized by the court members. The owl, having witnessed everything, immediately pursued them. "Damn it, they are on our tail." The court members were not claws. These individuals donned owl masks and were merely ordinary humans, soon caught up by Logic and his companions. "Usa, block their path," Logic commanded. As his words fell, the black cat perched on his shoulder opened its maw, unleashing a dozen dark crimson tendrils that swiftly obstructed the passage behind them. The horrifying sight sent the hearts of the court members racing, and their leader, Wilson, swallowed hard, feigning calmness as he said, "Whatever you desire, we can provide. There is no need for total annihilation." Logic. Before Batman could utter another few words, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground. Observing the slumbering giant bat on the ground, Logic felt a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. He did not wish for this situation, however. The actions he was about to undertake in front of the court members were not suitable for Batman to witness. Logic intended to employ his magical influence to convert these nefarious individuals into devoted followers, a plan he had devised even before embarking on the mission to rescue the valiant soldier. Buterman. The perfectly roasted chicken wings were also a part of this intricate scheme. The wings Batman consumed contained a sedative, and in order to prevent any misgivings that could jeopardize his plan, Logic felt compelled to proceed in this manner. Was he not engaging in actions reminiscent of Constantine? No, he was not that scoundrel. The followers he gathered were originally criminals. What he was doing was reformative, an act of benevolence. Logic mused inwardly, wearing a cheerful smile as he regarded the assembly of court members. Chapter 18. No more fistfights required. Note. Successfully acquired 46 followers. Current number of followers, 50. Number of followers needed to consolidate the Divine Realm. Acquire the remaining 50 followers to establish the Divine Village, thereby obtaining the divine authority associated with owls. Power of Faith, 97. Splendid. He now possessed 50 loyal followers. Logic beamed at the court members before him, bowing respectfully. Feeling a surge of pride, after merely a few months since his arrival, he had established his own faction, though he had only a handful of followers. It suddenly occurred to him that these court members represented the entire Gotham Owl Court chapter. Consequently, the tools they typically employed were effectively his as well. He had become the puppet master behind the puppet master, and he would no longer need to shamelessly solicit Batman for funding. The rescue mission for Soldier Buterman had yielded bountiful rewards, and Logic's spirits soared as he bent down to hoist Batman onto his back, commanding the former leader. "Wilson, little Wilson, I recall that deep within this underground labyrinth lies a small pond, rumored to contain precious water. Lead me to it." "As you wish, my lord." Wilson replied without hesitation, nodding slightly before guiding the trio, a man, a bat, and a multitude of followers, toward the pond. Though referred to as water, the contents of the pond were, in fact, a metallic substance known as Dionysian factor. While the Marvel Universe boasted materials like vibranium, this realm was not to be outdone, possessing various unique metals, including the Dionysian factor, palladium, and other similarly effective substances. All of these items lay on Logic's inventory list, perfectly suited to enhance his followers' strength and self-defense capabilities. If, in the end, his followers remained mere ordinary individuals, it would be of little consequence if he himself evolved to transcend the limits of flight and earth-shattering power. He would still be ridiculed by other formidable figures. Logic could not endure such a fate, thus the Dionysian factor was an absolute necessity for him. Time passed swiftly, and after traversing a somewhat narrow corridor, the group arrived in a spacious circular hall that opened up before them. Before Logia stood a cylindrical pool constructed of bricks and stones, containing the purest essence of the god of wine in existence. The dreamlike reflections danced upon his visage. Steadying himself, Logia approached the pool and extended his hand to feel the liquid within, a wondrous metallic substance indeed. He recalled that this pool of divine essence had originally been acquired by the jester, that figure who mocked everything in the presence of others. It was this very substance that allowed him to cheekily withstand the righteous blows of Batman. Nearby, Uzar cleared his throat with a feline scratch, promptly regurgitating dozens of water bottles. Commenced the filling. The court members hurriedly grasped the bottles, eagerly pouring the essence into them before stuffing them into Uzar's belly. Only Wilson lingered beside Logia, awaiting further instructions. Logia glanced at his companion, Young Wei, and then at the clawed sarcophagus originally intended to guard the pool's waters. His thoughts whirling. Young Wei, do you still possess the amber gold used in crafting the claws? My lord, the amber gold has not been stored in the underground cavern, but rather scattered throughout various buildings in Gotham City, specifically on the 13th floors of these edifices. I understand. Once we return to the surface, take 2 individuals to gather the amber gold and deliver it to my apartment. I have yet to relocate. At your command, my lord. Wilson naturally voiced no objections. The acolytes moved swiftly, and as the essence in the pool gradually diminished, Logia ultimately decided it was time to retreat. At that moment, Wilson suddenly spoke. My lord, the passage over there leads to a secret chamber, which houses some rare treasures collected by the Court of Owls over the years, along with various weapons. Logia cast a surprised glance at Wilson, realizing that the latter had likely noticed his lack of weaponry, and thus made this suggestion. Well done, Young Wei. Logia heartily patted Wilson's shoulder, thoroughly pleased with his newly acquired and perceptive subordinate. Without hesitation, he entered the secret chamber. The interior was adorned in a retro style, dominated by deep crimson and dark gold, exuding an air of sophistication. However, Logia's attention was soon captivated by an object within a glass cabinet at the center of the room. My lord, this sword possesses a storied history. It was acquired by an ancestor of a member of the Court of Owls in ancient Britain. It is said to be embedded in a massive stone, and despite numerous attempts, it could not be drawn forth. We suspect it to be the legendary Sword of Arthur, the sword in the stone. After a brief pause, Wilson, acting as an impromptu tour guide, continued. It could also merely be a replica created by a powerful sorcerer. We remain uncertain of its true origins. Logia nodded, sensing the magical aura emanating from the sword. This was indeed a sword of magic. Taking a deep breath, he opened the glass cabinet, placing his hand upon the hilt. His legs tensed as he exerted his right arm forcefully upward, yet it did not budge. His initial attempt had failed. He exhibited a hint of defiance, rubbing his hands together before once again grasping the hilt of the sword. This time, Logic first concentrated the power of faith within his body, and instead of converting it into magical energy, he directly channeled this divinely tinged strength into his arm. His pupils transformed into a brilliant gold, and with a resounding burst accompanied by a piercing hum, he unsheathed the magnificent sword. Logic focused intently, scrutinizing the resplendent blade in his grasp, whose guard was forged from gold, and whose hilt was adorned with precious gems. Swinging it down, it cleaved through the glass cabinet, creating a smooth, mirror-like opening that shimmered like a golden meteor in its wake. Following this, Logic placed his fingers upon the edge of the blade, gently brushing it. And in the next moment, fine threads of blood emerged, remarkably sharp. Since becoming an intermediate deity of the owl, his physical form had undergone comprehensive enhancement. Surpassing the hardness of the glass cabinet by far, this sword was indeed capable of cutting through steel with ease. Excellent, excellent. I finally possess a primary weapon. Henceforth, My battles shall not resort to mere brute force. The more Logic beheld the sword of King Arthur, the more his satisfaction grew. After casting a few golden afterimages in the air, he sheathed it and secured it at his waist. It was time to depart from this place. With the matters here concluded, lingering further held no significance. Logic had no intention of taking the other rare treasures within the secret chamber. They were merely mundane artifacts devoid of magical essence. At best, they might fetch a modest sum on the black market. But with the entire court of owls at his disposal in Gotham, such trifles no longer concerned him. Wait a moment, how have I become so affluent? Logic realized this with a start, but his pace did not falter as he hastened to exit the underground cavern. Should the great bat awaken prematurely, explanations would be troublesome. Chapter 19. Bateman, you are quite the young lady. Wayne Manor. It was a dreary, overcast day, with the pallid sunlight permeating the sweltering air. Alfred Pennyworth, the steadfast butler, was pacing restlessly in a room on the second floor of the manor. Where might his master be? Batman had mentioned he was off to investigate matters, as was his custom. However, unlike usual, this time the investigation had dragged on for an excessively long period. He had now been absent for a full 7 days. To make matters worse, during these 7 days, Bruce had not even communicated with him. To Alfred, it felt as though his master had evaporated from the face of the earth, like a worried father fretting over a child. The butler sighed heavily as he wandered the room, glancing at the clock and adjusting the piano, his mind unable to find peace. He even contemplated stepping out himself. Tim Drake had scoured Gotham City in search of him, but this third-generation Robin, aspiring to be the world's greatest detective, had turned up empty-handed. Not a trace of the bat had been discovered. Meanwhile, the butler himself had once served as an operative for MI5, possessing keen investigative skills. Perhaps he might catch a whiff of a bat's presence and follow the trail to uncover the truth. Alfred shook his head and positioned himself before a grand floor-to-ceiling window, where the sunlight cast a faint silver lining along his side. He gazed at the flora and fauna of Wayne Manor, the gently swaying plants stirring his thoughts, when suddenly he noticed a dark spot. Rubbing his eyes, he focused intently on the figure, which revealed itself to be a person. The ever-watchful butler immediately grew vigilant, concealing himself behind the wall, peering cautiously at the approaching stranger. As the figure came into clearer view, Alfred noted an ominous dark mass on the stranger's back. The familiar outline triggered unsettling associations within him. His heart raced, and a lump formed in his throat. As the stranger drew closer, he finally discerned the individual and the Batman on their back. What was his master doing allowing a stranger to carry him? Confusion swirled within Alfred, yet, as a seasoned agent, even in retirement, he quickly devised a response. The butler crouched low and stealthily made his way to the first floor, arming himself with a hunting rifle and a baseball bat. Before positioning himself in a blind spot behind the manor's entrance, Alfred moved with fluidity, awaiting the moment the stranger, identified as Logic, would enter through the door and meet his bat. Confident in his skills, despite his advancing age, he was aware of precisely where to strike to render the intruder unconscious without causing fatal harm. This was the confidence of a former operative, fueled by the courage born from concern for those he held dear. Since Bruce was merely a child prone to bedwetting, Alfred had been by his side. And over the years, their bond had blossomed into something akin to that of a father and son. Tightening his grip on the bat, Alfred swallowed hard, calculating the timing of the stranger's entrance. Meanwhile, Logic was not progressing at the pace Alfred had anticipated. Instead, he paused in the garden before the manor, captivated by the beauty of a few flowers. Reaching out, he plucked one and inhaled its fragrant scent, his mind whirring. In the next moment, he affixed the vibrant pink bloom onto Batman's cowl. How lovely, he mused aloud. Batman, you're quite the lady now. A flower on your head will surely help you find a suitor. Alfred, concealed behind the door, overheard Logic's absurd monologue, leading him to suspect that perhaps his master had been abducted by an escapee from Arkham. This was no ordinary foe, he realized. Quietly relinquishing the baseball bat, he turned and seized a steel-spiked bat, its menacing fangs glinting ominously. Satisfied with his choice, Alfred smiled grimly. Suddenly, the sound of a window creaking open echoed behind him. Alfred froze for a moment, then turned to lock eyes with Logic, who was halfway through the window. The two stood in an awkward silence for 2 or 3 seconds. Then, the butler glanced at the flowers adorning Batman's head. Without exchanging words with Logic, he swung his spiked club, propelled by a gust of wind, striking downwards with determination. With a squelch, the club lodged itself into Logic's solidified magical jelly. Alfred tugged at the weapon, but it remained immovable, as if welded within. Seizing the opportunity, Logic swiftly rolled into the room. He coughed a couple of times and hastily introduced himself. Mr. Alfred, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Gotham's newly emerged superhero, currently without a code name. You may call me Logic. A superhero? You just broke in through the window of Wayne Manor. Alfred's tone was fervent. It is well known that superheroes do not adhere to conventional paths, at least never through the front door. Who told you that? Logic replied. Batman. He is my senior in the realm of superheroes, and this esteemed figure often breaks through windows during his escapades. I merely trust the wisdom of those who came before. Logic spoke with earnest absurdity, placing the large bat on the ground. Observing the occasional hum from the creature, he surmised it would awaken shortly. Alfred's gaze fell upon Bruce. The vase he had used to practice his flower-arranging techniques, lying on the ground, his emotions a tumultuous blend. He was an astute observer, and Logic's adept use of magic made it abundantly clear that he was no match for him. Noticing the palpable wariness in Alfred's eyes, Logic scratched his chin, exclaiming, Good heavens, I assure you I am a good person. I simply tend to act on impulse. With that, he turned his attention to the window. Speaking of which, this Batman, in an effort to uncover the truth behind the Court of Owls, ventured alone into a complex and eerie labyrinth beneath Gotham. What followed was reminiscent of the Minotaur. Batman became lost, tormented by hunger and thirst, while being besieged by the Talons. By the time I found him, he was as haggard as a sickly bat. So you rescued him? Alfred's tone was peculiar, tinged with skepticism. What do you think? I carried him back. You are a doctor. You can see that Batman is merely sleeping and will awaken shortly. Logic gestured towards the large bat-like figure on the ground. Alfred nodded. Bruce appeared stable, at least on the surface, with no significant issues. Perhaps influenced by Batman's inherent suspicion, Alfred remained wary of this stranger, feeling that he might have ulterior motives. Rest assured, once Batman awakens, he will elucidate everything to you, and then you will understand. Logic said, extending his hand with a sincere expression, wishing to shake hands with Alfred. In such circumstances, gentle physical contact would foster trust, a psychological insight proposed by psychologist Tasky. Without hesitation, Alfred reciprocated, extending his hand. Although the true extent of the other party's abilities remains unknown, it is certain that they are formidable, and one must never cultivate enmity with such individuals in a congenial context. Chapter 20. Selina Kyle, henceforth you shall be known as Catwoman. Gotham City, the Isle of the Middle. After escorting Batman back to Wayne Manor in the afternoon, Logic and USA enjoyed a meal before making their way to this island. Situated at the heart of Gotham, it is enveloped by 4 rivers, and the corpse that USA sensed had been swept away from the sewers, drifting along one of these rivers until ultimately washing ashore. This is rather swollen. USA, are you certain this entity can be revived? Logic inquired, gazing upon the female corpse, whose pallid and bloated visage did not align with the Catwoman of his imagination. Fear not, foolish human sorcerer, USA retorted, his disdain palpable in his gaze towards Logic. The unclean cycle of life from times of your harbors immense power, beyond your comprehension. He winced, rubbing the wound on his abdomen, contemplating that had it not been for the gradual restoration of his vitality through magic, he would not continue to serve as a mere warming companion and storage vessel. Damnable sorcerers, even the cat food cost a few dollars a pound. Oh, my little USA, I am well aware of your desires. High-quality cat food and exquisite cat cans. Am I right? Logic chuckled, affectionately stroking the cat's head. It's merely that I've been preoccupied these past few days, with the incessant demands of Captain Batman delaying my shopping plans. Removing his hand from the cat's head, Logic patted his chest confidently, declaring, unlike before, your devoted master now presides over the entire Gotham Owl Court. As for cat food and cans, I shall ensure the entire store is emptied for you. Meow? Is that truly the case? USA's feline eyes sparkled with excitement, but he quickly regained composure, shaking his head as if to feign aloofness. That is merely your duty, sorcerer. After speaking, USA licked his rain-soaked paw, and in the next moment, his mouth opened wide, releasing a book shrouded in eerie black mist. Logic's attention was immediately captivated by this tome, its cover as dark as ink, yet shimmering with hints of purple light as it caught the shifting shadows. He marveled inwardly. Following the appearance of a magical sword, another enchanted book had materialized before him. Logic nodded, instantly concluding, this object is destined to be mine. No sooner had he spoken than a pair of magical gloves formed around his hands, and with USA's consent, he reached for the peculiar book. This is the Book of the Unknown. It was penned in the 16th century by the illustrious sorcerer Ludwig Prynne, who claimed to have lived through ages long past. USA lifted his head, the cold rain of Gotham splattering upon his feline face. When I acquired this tome, I was surrounded by those vampiric minions hailing from the stars. Prin's gift is indeed a nostalgic memory. With a smile, Logic interjected, "Enjoy my catnip." He produced a ball of catnip from his pocket and tossed it. And in the next instant, a shadow darted past him in pursuit of the irresistible treat, a cat, unable to resist such temptation. With a deep breath, Luo Ji's expression turned serious as he gazed at the enigmatic tome in his hands, its surface marred by the dark rain of Gotham, reflecting a cunning glint. A faint, unsettling hum lingered in the air, evoking a sense of disquiet. This twisted, malevolent book exuded an endless malevolence, its pitch-black cover pulsating restlessly, instilling in Luo Ji a nauseating impulse merely from its presence. At that moment, Yusas approached, licking the catnip from his lips, and remarked, "The book harbors a profound terror that lies between life and death. Once opened, even the blossoms of spring and the pumpkins of late autumn may transform into poison. If you are not a deity, wield your magic as a shield and proceed with caution." Yusas licked his lips, speaking earnestly. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji felt a surge of relief. Was it not fortuitous that he possessed the identities of two gods? Without further hesitation, he cast aside the unclean, frenzied thoughts that plagued his mind, extending his hand to unveil the cover, savoring the softness akin to jelly, the resilience reminiscent of tree sinews, and the icy chill akin to a winter breeze within the pages. He could sense the immense, roiling evil energy contained within the book. With the right instruments and methods, it could be harnessed for numerous experiments. For instance, crafting weapons imbued with dark magic, or more simply, enhancing his own magical prowess. Though he pondered what transformations might occur when ordinary magic collided with this malevolence-born power, Luo Ji's mind raced with possibilities. He had many experiments to conduct with this tome, though not at this moment. The Owl Court had received his orders to construct a church themed around owls within Gotham City, intended for various religious activities for the faithful. Additionally, a large laboratory was to be established on the outskirts of Gotham for diverse research endeavors, akin to the renowned Star Laboratory. Luo Ji recalled that one of the members of the Justice League, the cyborg Victor Stone, had parents who worked at the Star Laboratory. He made a mental note to visit when time permitted. Lost in thought, he stood motionless, prompting Yusas to assume that his master had been befuddled by the book, leading him to swiftly swat at Luo Ji with a paw. Quick-witted, Luo Ji narrowly intercepted the playful attack. Then, embodying goodwill, he politely returned the book to Yusas, urging him to hasten the revival of Selina Kyle, the future Catwoman, lest she linger in decay. Yusas accepted the book, turning its pages with a paw and placing it gently over Selina's face, leaving only her tightly closed eyes exposed. With elegant feline grace, Yusas drew near, lifting Selina's eyelids to establish an eerie connection between human and feline. A dark mist emanated from the tome, swirling ominously as it infiltrated Selina's being through her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The scene grew tense as the process unfolded. Once completed, Yusas returned to Luo Ji's side, quietly awaiting the miracle to manifest. Suddenly, Selina's fingers twitched, and a muffled sound escaped her lips. Ah! In an instant, she jolted awake, half rising with a splash of mud, greedily gasping for air as if she had never inhaled before. "Selina Kyle, your fate is not yet sealed. The boundary between life and death has been shattered, and you have returned from the realm of the deceased, living anew in a different guise." The rain intensified, and a magical umbrella appeared above Usher's head. He glanced at the umbrella holding Logic before redirecting his gaze back to Selina. "Henceforth, you are no longer the ordinary human working at a cosmetics company, but a Catwoman, inheritor of centuries of legacy." Suddenly, a bullet pierced the rain curtain, striking the magical barrier behind Logic, the tremendous force merely sending ripples of pale purple light across the surface. An ambush. Chapter 21. Those with experience can use hippos as toilet paper. The incoming bullet was powerful, ensnared by the gel-like magical shield, immobilized, and causing no harm to Logic. However, being as astute as he was, Logic did not gamble on the assassin's weapon containing but a single bullet. He immediately lunged forward, appearing as though he were propelled by the terrifying force of the bullet. His body made contact with the soft mud, and aside from a slight twitch of his fingers, he lay motionless, as if truly lifeless. The scene shifted to the top of a distant tower. Slade, clad in a full-face mask of yellow and black, possessed cold, piercing eyes. The muzzle of his long gun emitted a puff of white smoke, which dissipated into Gotham's blue night rain moments later. Was that it? One shot. Slade frowned. According to the information provided by his employer, the target named Logic should be a formidable opponent, possessing skills that could rival Batman himself. with numerous hidden cards up his sleeve. It was illogical for such a target to simply fall with a single shot. The current situation clearly contradicted the intelligence received. As Slade's mind raced, he did not lower his weapon but continued to observe through his binoculars. At that moment, beneath Logic's abdomen, a purple magical energy coalesced into a drill-like shape. Just as Slade prepared to fire 2 more shots for good measure, Logic vanished into the ground with a resounding boom. The bullet from his long gun struck nothing but earth, sending mud flying. Damn it! Slade gritted his teeth. Without hesitation, he leaped from the tower. At a height that could easily kill an ordinary mercenary, such as Deadshot, Slade merely slowed his descent before continuing his rapid advance. His legs propelled him towards Logic's position at a speed unattainable by any standard mercenary. A fence appeared before him, blocking his path. Slade immediately executed a leap, an ability honed to a level unattainable by any ordinary mercenary, soaring over the barrier and closing the distance. In the distant city of Chicago, a solitary figure drowned his sorrows in drink. Indeed, there exists a hierarchy among mercenaries. Slade Wilson, known as Deathstroke, is heralded as the most formidable mercenary in the world, an accolade that, barring unforeseen circumstances, requires no embellishment. Once, he competed in a battle of wills against Green Lantern Kyle Rayner, had it not been for the unexpected intervention of Green Arrow Oliver, who blinded him in his right eye. Deathstroke might have joined the ranks of the Green Lantern Corps. As a super soldier, Deathstroke possesses capabilities that far exceed human limitations, mastering an array of weaponry from blades to firearms, rendering him a consummate warrior devoid of weaknesses. In hand-to-hand combat, he has even bested Batman and Nightwing. At this moment, this illustrious mercenary, capable of wiping the floor with anyone, finds himself concealed behind a protruding rock at the water's edge. With a calm demeanor, he cautiously peeks out to assess the battlefield. The target has unexpectedly vanished underground, and the peculiar woman, just awakened, has been dragged into the pit, followed closely by a black cat that mewed twice before leaping in after her. A truly bizarre trio. Contemplating the situation, Deathstroke swiftly retreats 100 meters, producing a prepared mortar. After a brief calculation of the wind speed, he loads the shell without hesitation, his gaze fixed on the sandpit nearby. The autumn rain in Gotham continues to fall in a steady drizzle. Wiping the raindrops from his mask, Deathstroke aims and fires. A miss. Boom. The sandpit erupts in a violent explosion, sending mud and debris flying, mingling with the rain to create a cacophony of sound as it crashes to the ground. Heeding the lessons of the past, Deathstroke remains vigilant, opting for another barrage. Empty, empty, empty. Boom. The shoreline reverberates with incessant explosions, yet the intended target, Logic, has long since evaded the chaos. He has burrowed into an underground tunnel, surfacing from a nearby sewer. The trio of 2 individuals and a cat remain enveloped in a magical barrier, their movements silent as they perch atop a lower roof, hidden from Deathstroke's view. Foolish human sorcerer, do you possess any insight? Usher's feline eyes fixate on the chaos below, where Deathstroke continues his relentless bombardment of the shore. The tremendous noise soon captures the attention of the Gotham City Police Department, as police cars and helicopters swarm the area. Amidst the flashing red and blue lights, Deathstroke withdraws his equipment, blending seamlessly into the curtain of rain. Who else could it be but Falcone? I recall the night I inadvertently collided with one of his associates while piloting my glider. That vengeful old man has certainly marked me down in his ledger. Logic reflects on that tumultuous autumn night and continues, only to be taken aback by the revelation that Falcone has employed Deathstroke to eliminate him, a mercenary whose fees are no less than $2 million. Scratching his chin, Logic speculates that Falcone likely considered hiring Deathstroke initially, but, dissuaded by his own blunders, opted for the higher-priced assassin out of desperation. As a solitary figure converses with a feline companion, the nearby Selina Kyle, with a towel stuffed in her mouth, weeps with glistening eyes, yearning to articulate her thoughts. It is not merely a cruel whim of Logic that compels this. Rather, there exists a profound apprehension that the newly appointed Catwoman might emit sounds that attract the attention of the ominous bell toll. Having secured a temporary refuge, he extends his hand and extracts the towel from Selina's mouth. Cough, cough. Who are you? Help. The persona of Catwoman lies dormant as Selina, a mere ordinary employee from a cosmetics company, releases her fear through frantic screams. Stop, stop. If you continue to shout, I shall resort to using the pink ball against you. For even a towel would be a luxury at this juncture, he warns. After a couple more strained cries, Selina finally quiets down, her body trembling in helplessness. Who are you? Where's this? What has happened to me? I feel so peculiar. With a mind swirling with questions, Logic finds himself bereft of time to provide her with psychological reassurance, as he is still being pursued by the world's foremost mercenary. He gently pats Selina on the shoulder. It's nothing grave. You merely died once, and this cat and I have resurrected you. Selina rakes her fingers through her hair, her mouth agape in disbelief. You are from Gotham, so you must have heard of superheroes like Batman and Batgirl. And you, my friend, are now a hero too. What? But there are no buts to consider. Your new moniker is Catwoman. While Batman is formidable, remember that cats do hunt bats. Before Logic could utter more, an ethereal mist of magic surrounding them suddenly stirred. Within this intangible haze, a man adorned in yellow and black hurtled towards him, akin to the tolling of a death knell that beckons imminent peril. Chapter 22. Your blade is no match for my sword. Candles flicker, casting a warm yellow glow within the melancholic blue hues of Gotham's sorrowful night. As the tolling bell quietly counts to 1 in its heart, the cord above the flame snaps with a resounding crack. The interconnected triggers of a long gun are set off in a chain reaction. An especially designed bullet bursts forth from the dark muzzle, propelled by a gust of wind and rain, hurtling toward Logic's back. At that moment, a mortar shell descends from the heavens, whistling ominously as it prepares to strike above him. Threats loom both above and behind, and suddenly, the figure of the tolling bell manifests before him, wielding a military green weapon, as a rocket trails a crimson streak, ruthlessly approaching. A three-pronged assault. Logic comprehends that with the tolling bell's superior intellect, locating their temporary hideout would be a trivial task, yet he did not anticipate this adversary's swiftness. He even suspects the possibility of clandestine X-ray vision. Not engaged in a battle against a genuine superhuman with X-ray vision, he momentarily lowers his guard, in his negligence. He cannot even muster the effort to roll like a lazy donkey, and can only desperately summon a magical barrier. Buzz. The air erupts with a resonant hum as the faith power provided by the 50 newly acquired followers is fervently transformed into magic, enveloping the trio in a spherical barrier of deep purple hue. Boom! The thunderous explosion shattered the glass of nearby skyscrapers, sending flocks of waterfowl into a frenzied panic, their wings flapping wildly as they scattered in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Another 3 rockets surged forth, leaving Luo baffled at how the Grim Reaper could carry an arsenal with him, as if stowing it in an extra-dimensional space. The rockets detonated, erupting into towering fireballs that illuminated the surroundings like miniature suns, prompting a throng of citizens below to raise their phones in eager capture. The reckless spirit of Gotham's denizens surged wildly. These individuals had no concept of danger. One particularly audacious soul even unloaded a ladder from his pickup truck and climbed onto the roof, intent on capturing the spectacle up close. This fellow was likely a reporter. Regardless of the carefree Gothamites, the camera shifted back to Luo. As the flames dissipated, his form was concealed within the billowing smoke. According to the principle of no injury with smoke, Luo had naturally weathered this wave of bombardment thanks to his magical barrier. Yet he had expended a considerable amount of his inner faith. Most of what he had accumulated over the past few days had been depleted. Damn Falcone, why send a mobile armory instead of someone else? Ussa, take Selina and find somewhere safe to hide. You'll be needed later for the cleanup. Luo retracted the spherical barrier, solidifying it into a shield, and spoke. At his feet, Ussa nodded, opening her mouth to unleash tentacles that ensnared the bewildered Selina, swiftly leaping to the rooftop of another building. The battlefield was ever-changing. As the smoke cleared and Luo's vision returned, a glinting long knife sliced toward his face. The blade moved with remarkable speed, but having ascended to the rank of intermediate owl god, Luo's reflexes matched those of the Grim Reaper. He swiftly drew Excalibur and clashed blades with the approaching weapon. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal resonated as sparks erupted from the point of contact under the tremendous pressure exerted by both combatants, vividly illuminating the dark blue rain-soaked night. Grim Reaper, you are formidable. Luo and Slade's strength clashed in a stalemate, and as he exerted force, he continued, however, your blade lacks the sharpness of my sword. Crack! Excalibur, forged from extraordinary materials, was no ordinary iron. Under Luo's immense pressure, it severed the Grim Reaper's long knife with a resounding bang, continuing its momentum like a golden meteor aimed at Slade's chest. This is bad. Slade sensed the mysterious, terrifying energy within the opponent's weapon. He knew that relying on his enhanced physique, he could hardly perish, but taking that blow would certainly leave him severely weakened, rendering him incapable of further combat. Slade was not prepared to succumb to defeat so easily. Without hesitation, He executed a roll to narrowly evade the golden sword strike. You stole my technique. Luo Ji exclaimed in frustration, recognizing the maneuver all too well. Slade's evasive skill had successfully eluded his full-force strike. Bang, bang, bang. The Reaper staggered back, momentarily firing 3 rapid shots, yet all were deflected by Logic, who raised his magical shield just in time. The 3 bullets struck precisely at the same point, and upon observing the minuscule cracks on his shield, Logic promptly mended it, restoring it to its pristine state. No, I must not squander my faith's power here. I must conserve it to unleash a decisive blow that will end him. Logic mused inwardly, his movements unwavering as he tightened the muscles in his legs. Springing forward with a fierce thrust, swiftly closing the distance between himself and the Reaper. There were no flamboyant maneuvers, nor any intricate techniques. He merely summoned his magical energy, solidifying the purple force upon the Reaper's form, and then forcefully compressed it inward. At that moment, the Reaper found himself ensnared in a cocoon of magic, leaving only his streaked yellow and black head exposed, resembling a mole about to be mercilessly struck by a hammer. The Reaper thought, though this fellow boasts of being the world's premier mercenary, he remains merely a strengthened human. Faced with a mage like Logic, he is still somewhat lacking. Heh, Slade, I was merely curious about your true strength, and now I see it is indeed commendable. So let us conclude this game, Logic declared with a smile, raising his fist as the swirling magical energy coalesced into a visibly substantial purple fist above his right hand. Bang, bang, bang. The merciless game of whacking the mole continued for a while, leaving the Reaper dazed and disoriented, cursing his employer, Falcone, 1,000 times over. This is the power you described as slightly inferior to Batman? His claws are supposed to be sharp? He has not shown a single claw since the battle commenced. The severe miscalculation of intelligence had led to the Reaper's utter failure in his mission. Had he known in advance that Logic possessed such capabilities, he would never have engaged him in close combat. Damn it, Falcone, if by some stroke of luck I survive this, you shall be the first I hunt down. I will scatter your ashes in the Gotham River. Observing the Reaper before him, who was seething with contempt for Falcone, Logic adjusted the bruised and battered head of his opponent and spoke. Slade? The Reaper lifted his head, defiance flickering in his eyes. Slade, though you come as an assassin sent to kill me, in my homeland, there exists a custom that must be observed. The combatants must dine together after a fight. Pausing, he withdrew his hand from the Reaper's gradually swelling face. This is not the first time I have said this. You would do well to join me for a meal, as I have some questions to ask you. By the way, Slade, do you have Falcone's phone number? Chapter 23, The Reluctant Assassin. Gotham, early morning. The wintry downpour of the previous night had transformed under the radiant summer sun into a vibrant scene, and this usually cold and damp city exuded an uncommon vitality, prompting the citizens walking the streets to stretch their limbs with newfound vigor. Batman has returned. The familiar humanoid bat had once again perched atop the highest gargoyle, and for the first couple of days, the populace regarded it merely as another imitator of Batman, showing little concern. However, as the swift and decisive actions taken against the trembling villains unfolded, the citizens were finally convinced that Gotham's valiant knight had returned to his beloved city. Like a beacon piercing through the stormy clouds, Batman brought hope to the citizens, although malevolence still festered in this city like a relentless affliction. At least people dared to venture outside during the day. It is indeed ironic that a vigilante administering his own brand of justice could be so crucial to a city's well-being. The Gotham Police Department ought to feel a sense of shame over the farce that had transpired days earlier. Logic shook the remnants of last night's dew from his trench coat and observed the gradually swelling crowd on the street, remarking aloud. Beside him, the Clock King nodded, his tone peculiar. Gotham is just like that. At that moment, he wore a helmet that appeared hastily constructed, with an antenna extending from it that flickered a faint red light. Should Logic press the remote button or detect an anomaly through the pulse monitor connected to his heart, a deadly spike would emerge from the helmet, aimed precisely at the back of Clock King's head, ready to end Slade's life in excruciating agony. This helmet was generously sponsored by the Court of Owls. Speaking of the Court of Owls, their overwhelming influence in Gotham, coupled with a multitude of henchmen, necessitated the division of their forces into 2 groups for the construction of the Owl's Cathedral and Laboratory, while another contingent was allocated to erect an owl-themed restaurant, which would serve as his future dining venue. The universe is fraught with calamities, and there will be many places where this champion of justice must fight at that time. Formidable adversaries such as Sinestro or Doomsday certainly would not be invited to White Castle for fried chicken. And let us not forget the 8-year-old Darkseid. A special children's meal must be prepared for this fellow. As Logic's thoughts wandered, a series of melodious laughter reached his ears. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered several blonde bombshells chuckling at the absurd helmet atop Clock King's head. Slade, look, the ladies are quite taken with you. I always knew that this sort of humor would endear you to them. That fellow, Deadshot, remained skeptical, unaware of how challenging it is to convince him to carry a pink backpack. Logic seized the opportunity to jest about the distant assassin, Lawton, currently engaged in a mission in Windy City, while giving Clock King a pat on the shoulder. Ah, indeed, Clock King nodded vacantly, having grown indifferent to it all. In fact, he no longer even cursed the one who had led him to this fate, Falcone. Perhaps it was his own pride that had been the true culprit. Glancing at the jovial Logic beside him, Clock King blinked and extended his hand, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sensation. Wasn't this person supposed to be his assassination target? Why on earth were they sharing a meal together? Slade racked his brain, utterly bewildered by what Logic was truly up to. Throughout the years of undertaking missions across the globe, he had seen much, but he had never encountered someone who would dine with the assassin sent to eliminate them. The Reaper vowed that no matter what astounding antics this individual might undertake, he would no longer feel the slightest surprise. Strangely, he found himself preferring cat food and canned cat delicacies over the excessively greasy fare typically offered to humans. Catwoman, now embodying the persona of Selina, felt somewhat restrained among a gathering of oddities. For you have been rescued from the clutches of death by me, a celestial feline deity. Compared to humans, you now resemble a noble cat. Embrace your new identity, Selina. USA, perched upon Logic's shoulder, raised his feline head, pride evident in his tone. After smoothing USA's sleek, lustrous fur, Logic nodded and added, moreover, Selina, do not reveal your feline tendencies to your foes. Otherwise, being lured into a basement with catnip would be quite unfortunate. Such a thing could never happen, Selina retorted, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she stamped her foot in defiance. Logic shrugged, feigning innocence. The trio, accompanied by one cat, engaged in playful banter like schoolchildren on a spring outing, soon arriving at the newly established owl-themed restaurant. Upon seeing the enormous owl on the restaurant sign, with its animated blinking mechanism operated by gears, the Reaper was suddenly reminded of Gotham's true overlord, the shadowy Court of Owls. He recalled receiving an assassination assignment from this organization 3 winters ago, a task so brutal it had even chilled his cold heart. This is the restaurant I mentioned earlier, built by my subordinates. It has just been completed, and this is my first visit, Logic stated as he pushed open the door, entering alongside Slade and the others. The decor within the restaurant exuded a vintage charm, with platinum candelabra, deep crimson walls, intricately patterned carpets, and exquisite relief sculptures that momentarily transported one back centuries. As an old conspiracy organization, this was quintessentially the taste of the Court of Owls. Seated at a table near the window, they were soon approached by a waiter wearing a pure white owl mask, inquiring about their meal preferences. Ah, that mask seems eerily familiar, the Reaper mused, rubbing his throbbing temples, a hint of madness creeping into his thoughts. After the group placed their orders, Wilson, stationed behind the counter, noticed Logic's arrival and swiftly approached the spot where the waiter had stood. Leaning in, he whispered closely to Logic's ear, Master, all the claws from the underground labyrinth have been collected and are now securely frozen in the cold storage as per your instructions. Logic nodded in acknowledgement and continued, Excellent. How is the construction of the church and laboratory progressing? The church has taken shape, and as for the laboratory, we have just cleared the weeds and shrubs from the designated area. We await your blueprints for further construction. Good job, little Wilson, Logic praised, patting Wilson on the back. We will discuss the blueprints after my visit to the Star Laboratory, which should be in about 2 weeks. Understood, Master. Please, carry on with your tasks. As Logic's words fell, Wilson did not return to the counter, but instead exited directly to oversee the construction of the church. At that moment, the mournful Bell sitting in the chair felt an unsettling prickle along his spine. Wasn't that the leader of the Court of Owls, Wilson? Though masked, the silhouette was unforgettable to Slade. How had he come to serve under Logic as a mere attendant, and with such deference? Was this truly the venomous dragon lurking in Gotham's underbelly? The mournful Bell found himself engulfed in self-doubt and could not help but inquire, Is that Wilson, the leader of Gotham's Court of Owls? Ah, you mean little Wilson? Yes, indeed. He is my newly recruited subordinate, Logic replied. The cold-hearted assassin preferred silence, merely desiring a glass of ice water to quell his shock. Chapter 24. Let me contemplate the ruthless figures of Gotham. The golden rays of the morning sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow upon the mournful Bell's shoulders. He leaned back slightly, fingers interlaced across his chest, and spoke. So, Logic, you wish to know who has hired me to assassinate you? Indeed, Logic nodded, ignoring the uniquely crafted helmet. The air of intimidation emanating from the mournful bell was still quite palpable. Well then, if I may disclose, your employer is a Roman, Clement Falcone, the kingpin of Gotham's underworld. For some reason, it seems you have managed to provoke his ire. The mournful bell did not employ any cunning. He revealed the truth directly. Not out of a loss of fighting spirit or a desire to be passive like Deadshot, but rather because he understood that Logic wielded considerable influence over Gotham's court system. Uncovering the identity of his would-be assassin would be child's play for him. Inquiring was merely a matter of convenience. Furthermore, he, the mournful bell, was not one to adhere to confidentiality agreements, a fact well known to his employers. With a single phrase, he had effectively sealed Falcone's fate, and a wave of relief washed over him. He reclined against the soft, comfortable chair, contemplating how to maneuver for a successful escape. A mature and composed individual, he would not act like a novice, creating a scene or demanding a decisive confrontation. Instead, the mournful bell would quietly bide his time, patiently awaiting the moment Logic would reveal a vulnerability, at which point he would strike decisively. Indeed, that old coot. I wonder what relation he has to Corey Peterson. As for hiring you to kill me, Logic smirked, pulling out a small notebook from his pocket. No one knows you are the true master behind the Court of Owls. Otherwise, even the underground Emperor Falcone could not afford the price on your head. Quite so, but revealing my identity is too ostentatious. It does not align with my shy and reserved nature, Logic mused, scratching his chin. He preferred to remain the puppet master. The meaning behind the mournful bell's words related to his fee structure, which demanded 30% of a target's total assets. This was also why Batman had never been a victim of the mournful bell's assassination attempts. He undoubtedly knew, through his enhanced intellect, that Batman was Bruce Wayne, and no one could afford the price for taking Bruce's life. Since my conjecture has proven accurate, and it is indeed the machinations of Falcone at play, I have conceived a plan that has lingered in my mind for quite some time. Pausing momentarily, Logic produced a pencil. Let us instill a profound terror in that old wretch. His divine prowess as the God of Owls has ascended to an intermediate level, while his abilities as the God of Illusions remain rudimentary. Moreover, given that Logic is currently developing in Gotham, this cursed city is populated by ordinary citizens who, upon mere passing, are likely to exhibit some form of psychological disturbance, their minds stubbornly entrenched. This has enabled him to harness his illusion-casting abilities effectively. For instance, during his confrontation with Batman and the formidable Loughton, his performance was commendable. Nonetheless, it still fell short of Logic's expectations as divine power. Particularly in the realm of mental assault, an essential skill merits further enhancement. Serendipitously, Falcone's impending arrival presents an opportunity for experience acquisition, prompting Logic to consider enlisting, or rather, abducting, a few hardened individuals to encircle Falcone's ancestral residence, using illusions to terrify him thoroughly and thus bolster his experience. Whether or not the old man might succumb to a heart attack from fright is beyond Logic's concern. Were it not for his formidable strength, capable of both running and standing tall, he would undoubtedly have become a casualty beneath the blade of the Reaper by now. The animosity between them is irrevocable, with no justification for mercy. Let me ponder the formidable figures in Gotham. Logic speared a vibrant green pea with his fork, savoring its taste, while simultaneously scribbling notes in his little notebook. Seizing this interlude, Selina, seated in the corner with her hands clasped tightly, cautiously chewed her steak, maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor. Though her inner thoughts were tumultuous, that fellow known as the Reaper is utterly terrifying, exuding an aura that seems to ward off all but the most intrepid. Yet, my savior, Mr. Logic, and the feline companion have managed to subdue him. How impressive. Yet, why does everyone appear to embody villainy, save for me? Oh, Selina, how did you find yourself entangled in this murky mire? The future Catwoman felt an overwhelming sense of despair, longing for the amicable colleagues at the cosmetics company and reminiscing about the mundane conversations shared during mealtimes. Instead, she now finds herself embroiled in discussions about recruiting nefarious individuals to intimidate an even more sinister antagonist. Selina harbored a plethora of grievances she wished to voice, yet ultimately refrained, quietly consuming her meal like a rabbit nibbling on a carrot. Very well, first and foremost, what of Killer Croc? Reaper, what is your perspective on this man-eating crocodile? Logic paused his writing to solicit the Reaper's opinion. The Reaper leaned slightly forward, assuming a contemplative posture. I am familiar with him, Waylon Jones, a reptilian humanoid primarily active in the depths of Gotham's sewers. He is merely a simpleton with brawn, his only notable trait being his rather unsettling appearance. Your purpose is to instill fear. Thus, I ponder if there exists a means to control this crocodile. It may indeed serve a commendable function. The Clock of Doom, with calm analysis and rational judgment, recalls that the assassin who attempted to eliminate logic last night has now transformed into the foe's trusted military strategist by this morning. Such an absurd transformation was initially difficult for the Clock of Doom to accept, yet years of mercenary experience have forged within him a resilient heart, allowing him to embrace the current reality. His family, believing him to be a businessman occupied with trade, sees it as entirely normal for him to be absent for half a year. Thus, he is not concerned that logic might waste his time. Reasonable and convincing. Logic nodded, marking a check beside the words Assassin Croc in his notebook. After a brief pause, Logic drew a breath, lifting the cat, Ussa, from his lap to rest upon Selina's head, and continued, I believe the mud face is quite impressive as well. This fellow can shape-shift and, if utilized properly, could serve as the perfect tool for intimidation. Oh, it suddenly occurs to me that before we instill fear in Falcone's crew, there is a master in this realm whom we have yet to consult. Logic glanced at Selina, who was cautiously petting the cat, recalling a renowned adversary of Batman. I think I know whom you refer to, Clock of Doom remarked, sipping his iced water with a hint of amusement. Indeed, it is that fellow wrapped entirely in straw. Jonathan Crane. Jonathan Crane, known on the streets as the Scarecrow, was once a university psychology professor, dismissed for conducting illegal human experiments, ultimately descending into the abyss of villainy. This individual has devoted his life to the study of humanity's deepest fears, possessing a plethora of weapons and gadgets associated with terror. He is a must-visit elder in our endeavor. Chapter 25. The Affection for Feline Humanoids. Gotham Sewers. In a dark, green channel replete with decaying refuse, Logic and his companions, burdened with dozens of golden, aromatic roasted chickens, gradually approached the territory of the Killer Croc. According to information provided by kind-hearted Gotham citizens, the Killer Croc had not been his usual roaming self in recent days, but remained confined to a specific area, engaged in some unknown mischief. The trio and their feline companion moved swiftly, the secret spiced aroma of the roasted chickens wafting throughout the vicinity. For a creature like the Killer Croc, whose thoughts revolve solely around consumption, this was an undeniable temptation. His greedy mind would not entertain the notion of a trap. Selina led the way, her body trembling slightly. Her lips pursed. Mr. Logic, perhaps you should take the lead. I feel too weak. If that fearsome giant crocodile were to suddenly emerge from the water, it could swallow me whole. After speaking, she shyly scratched her head, involuntarily retreating a step. In the next moment, Logic reached out and pushed her back, then stated seriously, Selina, do you understand why I want you to take the lead? Before Selina could utter a word, he answered himself, because I must mold you into a bastion of strength for Selina's persona. No, strength alone will not suffice. You must be invincible. I must become a superhero. Catwoman, perhaps? Yet, I feel ill-suited for that role. No. Logic shook his head, asserting, for Catwoman is a different entity. In relation to Selina. What does that mean? Am I now akin to suffering from a split personality? Selina gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Well, it cannot be expressed quite that way. However, Selina, if you wish to avoid living in the shadow of Catwoman, you must stand tall, becoming even more steadfast and courageous than she, ensuring that she dwells in your shadow instead. Logic firmly patted Selina's shoulder, embodying the demeanor of a stern mentor. He had yet to acquire any followers with superpowers. Catwoman would be the inaugural one. Yet, if the opposing persona was that of Catwoman, persuading this unruly feline to comply and become his follower would undoubtedly prove challenging. However, if Selina's own character could be honed to such strength that she could even conquer the formidable Catwoman persona, then, as the guide who had rescued her twice, the journey would undoubtedly proceed more smoothly. A foolproof plan. With renewed determination, Selina inhaled deeply, straightening her previously hunched posture, her gaze resolute. Yes, I shall defeat that insufferable new persona. Excellent. That is my good little cat, Logic affirmed, nodding in satisfaction, and playfully ruffled Selina's hair, treating it as a moment of petting a cat. Initially, he had contemplated training Selina as a spy, positioning her as an undercover agent beside Batman. Given that the humanoid bat spent his days in idle pursuits, lurking in his cave, potentially devising some global surveillance mechanism. Even our handsome and benevolent Superman had been thoroughly researched by Batman, who had formulated 800 contingency plans. Logic understood that as he displayed increasing strength before Batman, the latter's regard for him would undoubtedly rise. There was a risk that one day, Should he fall into unconsciousness while facing a cosmic adversary, he might unwittingly entrust his back to Batman, only to find himself subjected to dissection and study. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable, which is why Logic had seriously contemplated whether to place Selina near the Dark Knight as an undercover operative. Ultimately, however, this plan was abandoned for a simple reason. He enjoyed petting cats. He also had a fondness for the humanoid feline. Naturally, as a person who believed in equitable treatment, he did not forget about the one above him, allowing his free hand to fondle this little black cat. Beside him, the vigilante looked on as Logic simultaneously petted two cats, pinching the bridge of his nose in exasperation, lamenting his choice to board this unorthodox ship. The trio and one cat quickened their pace, gradually approaching the territory of the Killer Croc. Amidst the air, tinged with the tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken, sporadic echoes of frenzied shouts and anguished screams pierced through the atmosphere. As they ventured closer, the dark, flickering glow of fire reflected upon the distant river, conjuring unsettling associations deep within their souls. Usha, the feline, emitted a couple of meows before leaping down from Logic's shoulder, striding alongside a few companions. The malevolent flicker of the flames danced ominously, accompanied by a haunting chant that heralded an impending animalistic revelry. "Be cautious," Logic advised, nodding. "My owl has spotted the humanoid crocodile over there. That must be the Killer Croc. Now, let us proceed as planned." With his words, the group stowed their roasted chickens into Selina's large bag. Clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, Selina glanced at Logic, her silence speaking volumes before she moved toward the vicinity of the flickering light. A dark golden curve traced her silhouette, as she possessed the agility, reflexes, balance, and flexibility akin to that of a cat. Effortlessly, she leapt over the gaping chasm before her, casting a cautious glance at the turbulent dark green waters below. Her heart racing slightly, an undeniable twinge of apprehension coursed through her, yet exhilaration surged alongside it. She found herself drawn to this sensation. With each step, Selina's movements grew increasingly graceful and assured. Once she reached an optimal position, ensuring the enticing scent of roasted chicken would waft toward the Killer Croc, she retrieved a chicken from her bag and set it upon the ground. Gradually, she retreated, placing a chicken every meter along her path, the aroma of meat lingering in the air. By the time she returned to Logic and the others, the last chicken was perfectly positioned. A brilliantly simplistic trap. Yet, for a creature like the Killer Croc, whose intellect was not particularly profound, such straightforward schemes often proved effective. Complicating matters could leave the Killer Croc utterly bewildered. "Excellent. Now let us await in silence," Logic instructed, subtly gesturing to Usha. The little black cat immediately understood, her mouth curling into a sly grin, moments later producing several wooden hammers from her belly. Each of them, 3 in total, grasped the handles, cloaked in shadows, their sense masked by Logic's magical prowess, poised for the unsuspecting prey. Now, the scene shifted to the Killer Croc. This towering green beast, standing upright, had been scrutinizing a pile of spoils when suddenly, its nostrils flared at the scent of roasted chicken. Its tail wagged with excitement as it lowered its body, following the delectable aroma step by step until it reached the first chicken. The Killer Croc devoured the chicken in mere bites, succulent juices spilling from its mouth. Having been accustomed to raw meat, the perfectly roasted chicken ignited its palate with an insatiable desire for more. "There's another one ahead," it thought, its tail thrashing as it approached the hunters lying in wait. Seeing the prey naively fall into their trap, Logic wasted no time. With a powerful leap, he declared, "Strike with all your might." Chapter 26. The charismatic moment of the great canine bang. 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 Although the Killer Croc possessed an extraordinarily robust physique, it was no match for the combined force of 4 mighty hammers. At this moment, its green head was deeply embedded in the fractured concrete, its limbs thrashing about in a futile attempt to escape. Fear not, for the Killer Croc's regenerative abilities are formidable, as long as its skull isn't shattered into oblivion. The wooden hammers came crashing down upon the creature, and since its head was already buried in the cement, the assailants widened their target to its torso. Notably, it was the duo of the Grim Reaper and Selina who struck the hardest. The Grim Reaper seemed to be venting his pent-up frustration from the past few days of subservience, his black and yellow mask unable to conceal the ferocity etched upon his face. Fortunately, Logic had anticipated such an outcome and thus wielded a wooden hammer. Had he chosen a steel mallet, it was likely that the Killer Croc would have been reduced to a mere paste in a matter of moments. As for the seemingly enraged Selina, Logic could not fathom the reason behind her ferocity. Her arms were taut with bulging veins as she struck with gritted teeth, radiating an intensity that transformed her into a veritable warrior, wholly unrecognizable from her usual delicate demeanor. Was the Catwoman persona returning unexpectedly? Did it not only manifest at night? Or had he inadvertently unearthed some peculiar trait within Selina? All right, enough. Stop. We must not strike her to death. After all, she is to be our future ally. Witnessing the Killer Croc nearly reduced to a two-dimensional entity, logic hastily called for a ceasefire. My heavens, what have I done? Selina gasped, discarding the bloodied hammer and wiping the crocodilian blood splatters from her face as she slowly sank to the ground, struggling to comprehend her recent actions. The Grim Reaper also set down his hammer, shaking the blood from his hands and patting Selina on the shoulder. You may possess an innate talent of which you are unaware, or perhaps it was merely a surge of adrenaline. Regardless of the truth, you will come to understand and adapt to it in due time. He assumed the role of a mentor, reveling in the satisfaction of having vanquished the Killer Croc, his mood unusually buoyant. Selina nodded in a daze, her attention shifting to the peculiar little black cat named Usas, who claimed to be a deity of felines. At that moment, the cat approached her, licking her hand, leaving a ticklish sensation in its wake. Meanwhile, Logic was not idle. After stowing the hammer back within Usas's belly, he crouched down to extract the Killer Croc from the ground. The unfortunate green beast lay unconscious, its already massive form swollen and grotesque from the relentless blows. Resembling a Michelin Man. With the magical gloves donned, Logic mustered his strength to yank the bloodied Killer Croc from the earth. With a resounding thud, the 2-meter-tall, 600-pound humanoid crocodile collapsed onto the ground. Usas, where's the rope? The portable tool cat released the rope, and Luagia swiftly bound the limbs and jaws of the Killer Crocodile with deftness. He remarked, My owl has witnessed the situation over by the flames. It seems the Killer Crocodile only acts foolishly when there is food involved. What does that mean? Asked the puzzled Zhangzhou. This individual had created a circle filled with imprisoned vagrants, a truly deranged act, and it seemed our earlier actions were quite justified. Luagia rubbed his chin, his thoughts churning, and continued, USA, where are the new robes that the Owl Court made for me? Ah, splendid. Everyone, I have a plan that requires your assistance. Hee. Let us all don these garments. Luagia smiled, distributing a robe to each individual. The new attire was far more modest compared to the original Owl battle gear, resembling the monk robes of the medieval period, aligning perfectly with his understated yet profound persona. You need not speak, simply stand beside me in a commanding pose. Upon seeing the nods of agreement from the two and the cat, he stepped forward, dragging the heavy body of the Killer Crocodile with the rope. Crossing the broken gap, they approached the imprisoned vagrants. Once a mere human, the Killer Crocodile had transformed into a monstrous entity, viewing the homeless as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. With no reason not to consume them, he wandered through the sewers, randomly lifting a manhole cover to abduct an unfortunate vagabond and bring him back to the circle. Through this method, he had gathered 20 pitiable souls, destitute and starving, who, even under the crocodile's care, lived a life of brutality and savagery. But now dawn had arrived. The prayers of the vagrants had finally borne fruit, as Luagia donned a robe faintly tinged with purple, flanked by devout followers. Amidst the beautiful gospel and warm light, an elderly man with gray hair shed tears, murmuring, Therefore, stay alert, for you do not know when the master will arrive. It takes approximately 500 pounds of pressure to crush a human skull, yet human emotions are far more fragile. The already impoverished vagrants had been led to hell by the Killer Crocodile, their inner defenses shattered long ago. Upon witnessing the divine presence of Logia and his entourage, they immediately converted to faithful followers without a moment's hesitation. Even before Logia uttered a word, a notification echoed in his mind. Attention! Successfully acquired 15 followers. Current follower count, 65. Additional followers needed to solidify the divine realm. Gain 35 more followers to establish the divine village and truly attain the owl-related powers granted by divine strength. Faith power, 572. Aside from 5 vagrants who tragically succumbed to illness due to the squalid conditions, the rest transformed into loyal devotees. This unexpected turn of events caught the already prepared Logic off guard. He reached up to scratch his shoulder, then pulled out his phone from his pocket and called Wilson. Little Way, the plan to visit Killer Croc has been successfully executed. Have your people meet us at the agreed location. As he spoke, Logic glanced at the homeless man huddled in front of him and continued, There's an unforeseen circumstance. Bring 2 additional vehicles. Also, aside from the church and the laboratory, construct 2 welfare homes for me. With a grand gesture, Logic's words exuded the aura of a wealthy magnate. During this outing, he had unexpectedly recruited over a dozen followers. which greatly elevated his spirits. Now that Killer Croc had been captured, it was merely a matter of utilizing the power of the God of Illusions to entice him into becoming a valuable subordinate. The remaining tasks involved Mudface and Scarecrow, both of whom seemed to be imprisoned in Arkham, making it an opportune moment to apprehend them all at once. Chapter 27. I want 100 hamburgers and 100 pizzas in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Gotham City. The dim sky descended with a cold drizzle. Logic waved his hand to brush aside the leaves that fell before his eyes and strictly adhered to the sage teachings of his predecessors, executing a grand leap through the shattered window and entering the factory. His gaze swept across the ground littered with deep crimson maple leaves, landing on Killer Croc, whose limbs were bound by iron chains, continuously howling in rage. The green-skinned behemoth was flanked by two claws, once the immortal monsters of the Court of Owls, now rebranded under Logic's command after his second round of training. Ah, my friend Waylon Jones, or should I call you Killer Croc? I believe you prefer that title, don't you? Logic inquired with a grin, stroking the plush owl in his hand. The team responsible for kidnapping the soldier Killer Croc had temporarily disbanded, with Usa accompanying Selina to hone her skills on Gotham's treacherous corners. The little kittens at home had ventured to teach the older cats, while Logic, lacking a feline companion, could only stroke the owl. As for Deadshot, the poor fellow still bore that peculiar helmet on his head and should have returned home by now, embracing his wife and children. One could only wonder how Deadshot would explain that bizarre helmet to his family, perhaps as a concussion detection device? Although the helmet would unhesitatingly eliminate Deadshot if Logic's life were threatened, it was expected that Slade would remain by Logic's side to protect him. Yet, Deadshot recognized Logic's prowess, believing that he needed no protection from minor foes and certainly not from major adversaries, thus granting himself a well-deserved break. With his subordinates scattered, leaving the solitary elder Logic to endure the pangs of loneliness, he could hardly tolerate such solitude. Hence, he summoned a few claws to his side, preparing to bring Killer Croc under his wings sooner rather than later. And so, we arrive at the current scene. Roar, you damn bastard. I shall first gouge out your eyes, and then allow you to be gradually devoured by me in the endless darkness. Killer Croc bellowed, his massive jaws agape, his tone laced with boundless rage and resentment, the ferocity of a caged beast fully unveiled at this moment. Oh, the Killer Croc, often criticized for his lack of intellect, was unexpectedly flattered by the compliment. You speak rather eloquently, remarked Logic in astonishment. Caught off guard by the praise, the Killer Croc's expression shifted to an oddly endearing innocence. He had intended to scratch his scaly back, but with his arms restrained, he resorted to rubbing his foot against the leaves instead. Those words were told to me by others. What? He continued. I consider myself a half-hearted mercenary. Many perceive my strength and physique, hiring me for various tasks. When some exhibit poor manners, I tend to swallow them whole. The Killer Croc's green jaws opened and closed as he elaborated, before meeting their demise. These individuals often plead for mercy, only to utter harsh words in their final moments. I remember these utterances and share them with others. So that is how it is. Logic wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, he intended to employ magic and the powers of the God of Illusions to compel the Killer Croc into becoming a loyal follower, rather than foolishly accepting him as a subordinate. Had he done so, he might find himself at the mercy of a ravenous crocodile in the dead of night. Enough with the trivialities. Let us delve into the matter at hand. With that, Logic wasted no time, concentrating his mind to condense the magical energy that had dissipated into the air into a needle-like point, which swiftly pierced the Killer Croc's temple. Simultaneously, the power of the God of Illusions surged beyond its limits, affecting the Killer Croc's mind. Arg! The Killer Croc's eyes widened in agony, feeling as if he were being mercilessly hammered by four colossal mallets, reminiscent of the pain experienced while devouring roasted chicken. His small green ears rang with a cacophony, as if 1,000 bees buzzed uncontrollably around him, their sounds amplified beyond measure. Claws, attack! Logic commanded mercilessly, directing the claws at either side to torment the Killer Croc. To subdue such a brutal and savage anthropomorphic crocodile, one must be even more ruthless, just as his father once advised, to conquer magic. With a thrust, the blades pierced flesh, and the claws inflicted severe wounds, leaving the Killer Croc bleeding profusely and howling in pain. That should suffice, Logic gestured, and the claws immediately ceased their actions, obediently stepping aside. Facing the panting, blood-soaked behemoth, Logic refrained from wasting further time. Seizing the moment when the Killer Croc was most vulnerable after the brutal assault, he struck with fervor. Awaken, my lost lamb. The Father in heaven has long abandoned his flock, and the demons below have sharpened their gaze. Come into my embrace. Feel the warmth that you can truly sense in this moment, and walk towards the holy light that you can genuinely perceive. Come. Logic's eyes shimmered with a violet mist, his words laced with seduction. In the disoriented sounds, the Killer Croc lifted his head, blinking his beastly eyes, his pupils dilating in size. I, the Killer Croc, shall never yield. His pupils contracted sharply, revealing a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth that eagerly snapped up and down, as if wishing to devour the scoundrel before him whole. Had he failed? Observing the tenacious killer crocodile launching its counterattack, Luo Ji scratched his chin, reasoning that such a dim-witted beast should be more easily swayed. Perhaps the explanation was rather simple. This particular crocodile was simply obstinate? While contemplating this, Luo Ji cast a subtle glance at the killer crocodile. Upon noticing this glance, the crocodile suddenly felt a pang of insecurity. Its primal instincts warned it that something unpleasant was about to unfold. The crocodile was indeed correct. Strike me. Roar. I, the killer crocodile, shall never submit. Strike me fiercely. Roar. I shall not yield. Beat me to a pulp. Roar. No. The merciless torment persisted for some time. What began as dusk had now turned into night. The rain had ceased, and moonlight spilled across the ground. Well, you little rascal, you possess quite a bit of spirit. Luo Ji paced back and forth, pondering where things had gone awry. Was it possible that his approach had been flawed? If I were the killer crocodile, what would compel me to submit? Fried chicken. A light bulb flickered to life above Luo Ji's head. He had finally discerned the path to victory. He pulled out his phone and called a nearby fried chicken establishment. I would like 100 hamburgers and 100 pizzas, along with 100 chicken wraps. Oh. And 100 cups of cola. And what else? What kind of hamburgers? What kind of pizzas? For the hamburgers, let us go with 5-layer beef and cheeseburgers. And as for the pizzas, just load them with toppings. Why so much? To feed the crocodile, of course. Chapter 28. Prepare the admission papers for Arkham Gotham. As Luo Ji drove, he conversed with Wilson on the phone. How are those life-sized body pillows modeled after Falcone and his trusted subordinates coming along? Master, as per your instructions, the body pillows have been completed and are now stored in Warehouse 35, Wilson replied respectfully. Luo Ji inhaled deeply, rolled down the car window, and continued, Little Wilson, you have done splendidly. Once the laboratory is established, the organization will reward you generously. Now, please send me the address of Warehouse 35. Understood, Master. Wilson on the other end of the line naturally had no objections. Upon receiving the address, Luo Ji turned the car around and leisurely drove toward the warehouse. The warm afternoon sun bathed the streets, and the killer crocodile lying atop the car flipped over, yawned, scratched its belly, and resumed basking in the sun. Numerous Gotham citizens out for a stroll noticed the enormous green crocodile. However, most merely glanced sideways or snapped a couple of photos to share on social networks. Naturally, this was a perfect fusion with humanity. I adore this city. The captions typically followed this format, accompanied by a selfie with the imposing crocodile in the background. Indeed, the quaint and unpretentious Gotham is not solely populated by the serene, ordinary citizens. There are also those individuals who mistakenly believe that Killer Croc has seized control of a vehicle's driver, hastening to hitch a ride for nefarious deeds. Consequently, they brandish firearms from their garments and unleash a volley of bullets. However, upon discovering the impenetrable scales and remarkable regenerative abilities of Killer Croc, they nonchalantly retract their weapons, as if nothing had transpired, and continue their leisurely stroll. Truly, it is a fantastical city. Seated within the vehicle, Logic, despite having spent considerable time in Gotham, often finds himself marveling at its peculiarities. He reached for a bag of chips resting on the passenger seat, opened it, and had just consumed a couple of pieces when a shadowy figure materialized before him. Batman. It had been some time since their last encounter, and the once gaunt Dark Knight had regained his robust form, presumably thanks to the diligent care of his butler, Alfred. Knock, knock. Batman approached and tapped on the window. Logic, lowering the glass, was quick to exclaim, "Ah, I assure you, I have committed no transgressions, even exceeding the speed limit. As you can see, look over there. Someone is speeding." He gestured toward a vehicle speeding past. In Gotham, such reckless driving was a common occurrence. Logic, I did not imply that you were in the wrong, Batman replied, glancing at Killer Croc, who was dozing atop the car. What I wish to inquire about is this creature, a large crocodile. Did you not express a desire to become a superhero? Why are you associating with Killer Croc in such an amiable manner? Oh, you mean him? This is my new protege, quite the well-behaved one, Logic said, tapping the roof of the car to rouse Killer Croc. Little Croc, say hello to your Uncle Batman. Hello, Uncle, Killer Croc mumbled groggily, his green jaws opening and closing as he nodded toward Batman. Batman sighed, pondering why every encounter with Logic left him feeling unsettled. He scratched his chin and remarked, "Regardless of your schemes, I sincerely hope they are beneficial to this city." Rather than opting for the immediate apprehension of Killer Croc and returning him to prison, Batman understood that such an action would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Logic. Given the latter's formidable prowess, even if he emerged victorious, he would surely bear the scars of battle. Such an outcome would significantly impede his efforts to combat crime. Moreover, it might indeed be advantageous for Killer Croc to remain under Logic's supervision. After all, sending him to prison could result in his liberation by some crime lord, only to be utilized as cannon fodder in their illicit endeavors. Rest assured, Batman, while I may be a newcomer to the realm of superheroes, my heart brims with justice, rivaling even that of seasoned veterans such as yourself, Logic declared, his demeanor unwavering as he pounded his chest, speaking with conviction. Let us hope it remains so, Batman thought, choosing not to engage further with Logic. The conversation threatened to spiral into a territory where he would need to borrow some quick relief pills from Alfred. The grappling gun of the bat emitted a swift motion, transforming Batman into a shadowy figure that swiftly departed from the scene. Although it was still afternoon, he had already commenced his crusade against crime. His previous absence had emboldened Gotham's nefarious elements, prompting Batman to diligently resume his relentless pursuit of justice. After an old friend's visit, which was brief and inconsequential, Logic reached for a bag of tomato-flavored chips and began to indulge. As the vehicle rolled over the golden streets, its speed gradually increased. Warehouse 35. Logic led the way, followed closely by Killer Croc, clad in a classic bodyguard ensemble. His bulging muscles strained against a custom-tailored, oversized suit. Sunglasses perched on his face, and a black earpiece clipped to his ear, exuding an imposing presence. Logic surveyed the entirety of the warehouse, which was filled with life-sized cushions fashioned after Falcone and his trusted lieutenants, an estimated 1,000 of them. These cushions were not merely elongated pillows adorned with high-definition images. Rather, they were sculpted into human forms, appearing strikingly lifelike. According to the scheme, these cushions would be arranged in various grotesque poses at opportune moments throughout Gotham, some concealing the actual corpses of Falcone's loyal subordinates. This notion was not originally conceived by Logic. He recalled how Scarecrow had once employed a similar tactic to instill terror in Gotham without the use of fear gas. Should Logic's vengeful plan unfold as intended, Falcone's entire syndicate would soon find itself gripped by panic. Picking up one of the cushions, Logic manipulated it with growing satisfaction, then retrieved his phone and dialed Wilson. "Little Way, these cushions are quite impressive. It is now time to proceed to the next phase of our plan." He paused momentarily before continuing. "Have you confirmed the locations of Scarecrow and Clayface? Their involvement is crucial for our task force." "Sir, according to my intelligence, Mr. Jonathan Crane and Mr. Basil Carlo are currently incarcerated in Arkham Asylum, just as you anticipated." "Very well, I understand." With the necessary information secured, Logic ended the call. It is said that no one comprehends fear better than Scarecrow, a master of manipulating terror who himself is a victim of it, perpetually ensnared in its grip. Such a master of fear certainly warranted a proper visitation. After a moment of contemplation, Logic dialed Wilson once more. "Please prepare the admission procedures for Arkham." Chapter 29. A day at Arkham. In recent days, Gotham had basked in clear skies, and it was yet another sunlit midday. The Arkham Asylum, resembling a medieval castle in appearance, stood quietly, its formidable and grotesque silhouette oddly exuding an air of tranquility that was somewhat reassuring. It was now lunchtime. "Hello, Schefter. I would like a cup of hot milk accompanied by a serving of sweet potato." The young man, adorned with bright red hair reminiscent of a carrot, had yet to finish his sentence when he was abruptly interrupted by a square-shaped individual in line behind him. "Goodness, Benjamin, your order resembles that of a child's meal. How old are you? A man of your age should indulge in the flesh of ferocious beasts, like this chicken leg." "Be quiet, Sean. Setting aside the absurdity of claiming a chicken leg is the flesh of a beast, have you ever seen the curious case of Benjamin Button? I could very well be your father. Yet, the book states that chickens are descendants of dinosaurs," he retorted, recalling a certain tome filled with unsolved mysteries of the world, which even featured birds with feline heads. Taken aback by the harsh rebuttal, Sean fell silent, merely casting a scornful glance while inwardly reflecting on the book he had read the previous night. "Huh, I am distinctly unlike the other fools around here, a group of idlers, either consuming drugs or brawling. I am an educated individual. Truly, I am quite clever." This minor exchange did little to disrupt the tranquil ambience of Arkham at that moment. Finally, it was time for the new patient, Logic, to receive his meal. The kind African-American lady was about to ladle a bowl of unidentifiable green slop when she suddenly recognized the patient's face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to someone mentioned the previous day. It's him. Without hesitation, she set down the spoon, leaned forward, and miraculously produced a serving of cedar-grilled salmon drizzled with maple syrup, followed by a plate of tempting fried chicken and a cola. "Hello, this is your meal." Receiving the meal, Logic nodded in satisfaction, appreciating the attentiveness of the staff. He discreetly took out his forbidden phone and, in a place where photography was strictly prohibited, snapped a picture of himself with his delectable food, along with the smiling lady behind him. Entering the Gotham City Heroes chat group, he selected the freshly taken photo and clicked send. Logic scratched his chin, captioning it, "A day trip to Arkham. All the patients here are exceptionally talented, articulate, and I absolutely adore my time here." Batman, who had been tirelessly combating crime for days, was currently resting at Wayne Manor when he noticed Logic's message on his phone. A wave of discomfort washed over him. This fellow was truly excessive. Previously, it was only in person that he caused him distress, and now he had learned to do so through a screen. Rubbing his chest, Batman rose from the bed, abandoning his rest, and made his way swiftly to the Batcave, intent on developing an anti-Logic suit post-haste. Meanwhile, Logic tucked away his phone and surveyed the cafeteria before sitting down in front of a tall, slender man. "It's time to get down to business. Hello, David, or rather, should I address you by your true name, Mr. Basil Carlo?" Logic remarked, picking up a piece of fried chicken with his chopsticks, his tone laden with nuance. Basil Carlo, known on the streets as Mudface, possessed a body that could morph into any shape and control its hardness, being as soft as flowing water or as solid as a rock. The most commendable ability lies in this individual's capacity to assume the appearance of others, flawlessly replicating fingerprints and irises. He once employed this talent to impersonate Batman and engage in nefarious activities. Additionally, he possesses the rather commonplace gift of immortality. What are you saying? I am David Xavier, a 45-year-old Arkham patient, with a wife and 2 children, residing in the Tumbling Garden. Stop right there, Carlo. I am aware of your true identity. You are the supervillain who ought to be confined in a specially designed cell. With a pause, Logic swallowed a piece of salmon and continued. Cease this meaningless charade and allow your true persona to speak. Otherwise, Mr. Carlo, you surely would not wish to be returned to that solitary confinement, devoid of any time for fresh air, would you? Logic's blatant threat rendered Mudface silent for a moment. The other party indeed held a leverage over him. In that hellish isolation, he had crafted a mud figure of himself to mislead others. Meanwhile, his true self had transformed into another, an ordinary patient, relishing the privileges of routine injections, medication, and outdoor exercise. The air grew thick for a moment until Mudface finally ceased his impersonation. What do you desire? My desires are quite simple, Logic replied, putting down his chopsticks and pointing at Mudface. I want you. What? You are a crucial component of my plan. I require your assistance, and thus, I intend to take you away from this asylum to reclaim your freedom. Logic's words were enticing, yet Mudface was no fool, understanding that no opportunity would fall from the skies. After a brief pause, he countered, what is the price? You must first divulge the nature of your plan that compels you to venture into this hell, not to mention the audacity to attempt a prison break for a supercriminal. Quite simple, an act of vengeance. Someone wishes to kill me. They have failed, and now, I seek to retaliate. Logic leaned back, fingers interlaced, exuding an air of authority. After a moment, he leaned closer to Mudface and said, moreover, I am aware, Mudface, that you were once an actor. And so, I pose the question, Carlo. Do you wish to once more grace the stage, to appear on screen again? Do you long to stand in the spotlight, the center of attention? I desire that. But I am merely a lump of mud. The life of an actor is but an unattainable dream, a distant cloud. Mudface lowered his head, acknowledging the stark contrast between aspiration and reality. Fear not, for these matters are trivial when you possess wings to elevate you to the skies, Logic stated, turning to observe the Arkham patients engaged in their raucous antics. Ensuring that no one was watching, he swiftly unfurled his wings, only to retract them moments later. As you can see, your redemption is at hand today, Carlo. Join my ranks and become my trusted aide, and you shall not only ascend to the dramatic stage, but also grace the silver screen. Empowered by the might of the Owl Court, and with Mudface as the protagonist, investing in a few films felt as effortless as a mere sprinkle of water. Logic was confident in his promise. He had even conceived a title for the film, Mudface vs. the Justice League, which he was certain would achieve remarkable box office success. As Logic's thoughts soared, Mudface found himself in an inner turmoil. weighing the pros and cons before finally nodding with conviction. I shall join. Chapter 30, 99 Rejections of Bruce Wayne's Affections, Arkham Asylum. Special Security Zone. Utilizing the Owl Court's access card, Logic and his suited assassin, Croc, navigated through numerous checkpoints, ultimately arriving at the final Iron Gate. 10 minutes. This visitation is strictly limited to 10 minutes, no more. The guard, armed to the teeth, spoke with a stern demeanor, standing rigidly. He had been secretly reassigned from a bank security role, previously lacking resolve. Now, thrust into Arkham with a substantial salary increase, he was determined to perform well. Yet, faced with the evidently high-status Logic and the imposing presence of his crocodilian bodyguard, he stubbornly recited the regulations. Observing the scene, Logic smiled slightly. The ability of the God of Illusions subtly activated as he produced a few crisp bills from his pocket, waving them before the guard. My good man, no offense intended, but I have matters to attend to that will benefit the citizens of Gotham. 10 minutes is far too brief. Why not treat yourself to a break and indulge in a cigar with these Franklin gentlemen? What do you say? Oh, all right, the guard responded, bewildered, accepting the green bills and promptly vacating the premises. He unlocked the iron gate with a key from the table, and Logic enveloped himself in a magical barrier before stepping inside. Upon entering the hall, his eyes immediately fell upon the six-sided transparent glass cell, housing the Master of Fear, Jonathan Crane, also known as Scarecrow. Ah, esteemed elder. Greetings, greetings. I have come to pay you a visit. The exhilaration within Logic was indescribable as he approached the glass cell, lightly tapping on it. Scarecrow remained silent, turning his head. The mask woven from dried straw and tattered cloth rustled ominously, reminiscent of a serpent slithering through hay. Mr. Scarecrow, you are a venerable figure in the art of instilling fear. It is an honor to finally meet you, Logic declared, subtly gesturing to Croc. The green crocodile, having had his fill, was still sharp of mind and quickly grasped his master's intent, retrieving a chair for Logic to sit upon. Seated, Logic locked eyes with the glacial gaze beneath the Scarecrow's mask and spoke with an eerie candor. I am Gotham's newly emerged supervillain, lacking a title for the moment. You may simply call me Logic. Leaning forward, Scarecrow pressed his crow-like hands against the glass, chuckling softly before responding. Ah, Logic, a pleasure to meet you. Are you seeking advice from me? Or perhaps you wish to delve into the depths of my psyche? Are you merely indulging your own curiosity? The Scarecrow's gaping mouth, reminiscent of a Halloween pumpkin, twisted upward, creating an unsettling visage. Ah, my esteemed predecessor, what should I call you? Mr. Logic? How formal. Just call me Logic. He adopted an amiable demeanor, appearing quite at ease as he continued. I indeed have a matter of some importance that I wish to discuss with you. Oh, you require my assistance? The Scarecrow, with a peculiar expression, gestured to himself and rubbed his hands together. You need a notorious antagonist like myself to aid you? How intriguing. Logic leaned back and recounted the reasons he had previously shared with Mudface. It turned out to be a tale of vengeance, a rather cliché theme. You see, Logic, they say that those who endure misfortunes in childhood often become more fixated on such matters in adulthood. Indeed, my esteemed predecessor, you speak the truth. Logic chuckled softly. Might I share the details of my unfortunate experiences? Confiding can be quite a therapeutic outlet. The Scarecrow's laughter was chilling, as though he had hooked a fish. Understanding the Scarecrow's intentions, Logic realized he was attempting to employ psychological manipulation to undermine him and escape Arkham through his own hands. The Scarecrow had devoted his life to the study of fear, having once driven two fellow inmates to suicide solely through the power of his words. However, such tactics were futile against Logic. With a feigned air of sorrow, he sniffed and lamented. Ah, my esteemed predecessor, I had a childhood friend named Brucey Wayne, who fell madly in love with me. Yet, I felt nothing for her. Ultimately, after I rejected her for the 99th time, she leapt into the river and took her own life. Logic wiped away non-existent tears, his tone steeped in tragedy. Since then, I have been tormented by guilt over Brucey Wayne. Brucey Wayne? That name sounds oddly familiar, the Scarecrow mused, momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to exploit this thread for further psychological manipulation, Logic interjected. Oh? Scarecrow, why does your resolve seem so feeble? Initially, Logic had approached this with a sense of experimentation. He allowed the magic that had permeated the air upon his entrance to seep through the vent, piercing the Scarecrow's mind. To his astonishment, he discovered that this villain's will was as frail as that of an ordinary person, devoid of the strength one would expect from a supervillain. What? The Scarecrow responded, perplexed. Before he could receive an answer, he suddenly experienced a searing headache as a tremendous mental force obliterated his psychological defenses. Note: a follower has been successfully acquired. The current number of believers stands at 67, with only 33 more required to solidify the divine village and attain the true powers associated with the owl, forged by divine might. The voice echoed in Logic's mind, and he was astounded by how easily this master of fear had succumbed. He turned his gaze towards the straw man, who stood reverently within the glass confinement, and inquired, "Jonathan, I had anticipated your will to be formidable. What has transpired?" "Master, although I possess the ability to manipulate fear, I have also been a victim of it. Since childhood, I have been tormented, afraid of dogs, of falling, of germs, of nefarious individuals, of fire. I fear other children, stern teachers, making mistakes, being mocked, and the potential distortions of my own identity as perceived by others. These fears have long been buried deep within me, but your divine power merely needed to gently provoke them for these loathsome thoughts to surface all at once." "Oh, I see." Logic nodded, recalling a particular comic he had once read that detailed the experiences of the Scarecrow. This excursion to Arkham had proven fruitful, successfully recruiting both the Mudface and the Scarecrow as formidable allies. In high spirits, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Click. Logic captured a photograph of himself alongside the Scarecrow, who stood respectfully behind him, while the suit killer Croc flashed a green gesture beside them. Skillfully entering the Gotham City Heroes chat group, he selected the image and clicked send, accompanying it with the caption, "With the professional guidance of my psychological mentor, the Scarecrow, I have finally transcended the traumatic experiences of my childhood, where I rejected the tender embrace of childhood love 99 times. 3 seconds later, Logic found himself unceremoniously expelled from the chat group by the administrator, Batman. Chapter 31. The plan is set in the heart of Gotham City, amidst towering modern skyscrapers. Stood a church reminiscent of the medieval era, constructed with an owl motif. This edifice loomed in the shadows of dusk, resembling a colossal owl that had just opened its eyes, evoking a sense of being watched by an omnipresent overseer. Meanwhile, in a hall on the second floor of the church, the subordinates Logic had meticulously recruited through various means had gathered. The bell ringer bid farewell to his wife and children, as usual informing them of a business meeting he needed to attend, and hurriedly made his way to Gotham. Now adorned with his helmet, he stood before the large windows, bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, idly toying with a dagger. The suit killer Croc remained reclined on the sofa, dressed in his suit and sunglasses, indulging in roast chicken and occasionally sipping from a soda, embodying a carefree demeanor. As for Mudface, ever since leaving Arkham and arriving at this Grand Owl Cathedral, the excitement on his face had not faded. He realized he was truly on the cusp of making a film. In the Grand Hall, Mudface paced excitedly, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the boss. At times, he would dart over to the Bell of Doom, enjoying the sunset alongside the cold, ice-hearted man. Moments later, he would rush to the killer Croc, inquiring about a snack from the formidable reptile. Meanwhile, the master of fear, the Scarecrow, remained far more composed, leaning against the wall, half of his body cloaked in shadows. Of course, had it not been for Logic's persuasive influence, he would likely have begun to boast and seek to sway the peculiar assembly in the room to his side. Preparing for a final confrontation with Logic, the Scarecrow possessed a remarkable talent for oratory, having previously united the uncontrollable lunatics of Arkham through his eloquence. Aside from these bizarre individuals, 2 cats were notably absent. The little black cat, USA, perched upon Logic's shoulder, while the anthropomorphic feline, Selina, refrained from participating in the current scheme, as her plan to intimidate Falcone might prove excessively ruthless for her involvement at this stage. Thus, Logic arranged for Wilson to transfer a sum of money to the larger cat, allowing her to unleash her chaos independently outside. Suddenly, the door swung open with a soft creak, and Logic, his trench coat still adorned with the remnants of the twilight, strode in. A yawning black cat rested upon his shoulder, its feline eyes surveying the assembled company before drifting closed once more. "All right, my lethargic comrades. The chef wielding the spatula has arrived. Please take your seats as we devise a meticulous strategy against Falcone." With a wave of his hand, the subordinates instinctively settled down. Once everyone gathered around a circular table, Logic nodded and approached a white screen mounted on the wall. Pressing a button, an image materialized upon the canvas. As you can see, this is the residence of Roman Falcone, where he and his trusted subordinates frequently reside. Logic produced a small stick, gesturing towards the screen as if conducting a class, before continuing. As the lair of a crime lord, this estate is naturally fortified with heavily armed gang members. Killer Croc will tear them apart. The reptilian brute slammed his hand onto the table, his tone fierce. He then seized a bag of chips, biting it open. Killer Croc will shred their flesh as easily as I shred this bag of chips. The Scarecrow, observing this, merely chuckled, brushing off the crumbs that had splattered onto him. In a chilling tone, he asked, "Logic, would you care to hear my thoughts? Perhaps on how to cleverly utilize fear to instill terror in Gotham's largest crime organization?" Fixated on the detailed descriptions and precise blueprints of Falcone's estate displayed on the screen, the Scarecrow had already formulated his ideas. "Of course, Master of Fear, please proceed," Logic replied, his agreement implicit. The reason he had recruited the Scarecrow was precisely for this purpose. Very well, the Scarecrow grinned, leaning back. The oldest and most potent emotion in humanity is fear, and the most ancient and intense fear is that of the unknown. Regarding this matter, does anyone present hold a differing opinion? After Scarecrow finished speaking, he surveyed the surroundings. "I do," exclaimed Killer Croc, munching on potato chips. "The oldest and most profound fear is not the fear of the unknown, but the fear of Killer Croc." With that, the green crocodile let out a sinister chuckle. Scarecrow touched his forehead and, after a slight cough, chose to selectively disregard Killer Croc's dim-witted remark. He continued, "On this note, I have a brilliant idea." "Oh, pray tell." Logic expressed his interest, nodding for Scarecrow to proceed. "Very well, Logic." Scarecrow interlaced his fingers, and his previously gaping mouth now split into a chilling grin. "I believe that fog is an excellent notion. We can create a dense fog enveloping the Falcone Manor, one that renders visibility nearly non-existent, trapping all gang members within." As Scarecrow spoke, he spread his hands, tapping the table lightly, producing a series of soft thuds. At this juncture, our crafted human-shaped pillows, along with the announcements we intend to disseminate throughout Gotham tonight, will serve a significant purpose. Falcone and his subordinates will deduce that this fog is not a natural phenomenon. They will cautiously explore in search of an escape, while we can execute some entertaining tricks within the fog. Friends, what do you think of my plan? Scarecrow's grin stretched unnaturally wide, emanating a chilling laugh. "It must be said, the idea is splendid." The bell ringer nodded, unable to find fault in the scheme. "I concur." Mudface and Killer Croc echoed in unison, expressing their unanimous agreement. Mudface genuinely found the plan commendable, while Killer Croc, initially contemplating uttering something foolish, instead wore a sly smile and nodded vigorously in approval. Playing tricks in the fog was indeed to his liking. "Impressive as always, my Master of Fear. This plan is simply flawless. I am quite fond of it." "Since everyone is in agreement, let us proceed according to this plan," Logic remarked, giving Scarecrow a thumbs up, silently admiring the expertise of this seasoned purveyor of fear. In comparison, his own plans involving sewer-dwelling crocodiles and Mudface undercover scheme suddenly seemed rather lackluster. Logic retrieved his phone and dialed Wilson, intending to inquire about the progress on the production of those announcements. If all goes as planned, the fog operation should be ready for execution in the coming days. Chapter 32. Killer Croc, is this not a bit excessive? In the outskirts of Gotham City, Warehouse 67. Indeed, my friends, in preparation for the forthcoming operation, I have meticulously assembled a set of equipment for each of you, along with some more detailed action plans. Several days have passed since the codename Fog was finalized, and the various weapons and gear that Logic instructed Wilson to create have finally been completed. Firstly, the Reaper. Your identity amidst the fog, a formidable title befitting a specter of smoke, is it not? Logic patted Slade on the shoulder before turning to a glass cabinet. A true man must wield dual blades. Donning a Hanya mask would render it even more exquisite. As he spoke, Logic retrieved 2 gleaming long swords and a mask, fearsome with protruding fangs, from the cabinet. The Reaper grasped the dual blades tossed to him, weighing them thoughtfully in each hand, then brought one close to his eyes for a meticulous inspection. The specially crafted blade exhibited an eerie spiral pattern, designed to instantaneously activate all pain receptors of its unfortunate victim, compelling them to wail in agony amidst their own spreading pool of blood. The Reaper tilted the blade, sunlight streaming through the warehouse windows, casting a dazzling metallic sheen upon it. A fine sword indeed. Satisfied, he sheathed it on his back, then turned his gaze to the Hanya mask. The grotesquely contorted visage of the mask, in a deep crimson hue, seemed to watch him with its hollow eye sockets, sending a chill down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, the Reaper resolved to stow away the eerie mask for now, intending to don it only upon entering the fog. "As for you, Crocodile Assassin, as my loyal crocodilian bodyguard, I have prepared a gift for you as well," Logic said with a grin, continuing his actions as he turned back to the glass cabinet to retrieve a pair of diamond-encrusted dental fittings. "This is a custom-made pure diamond dental set crafted by the Owl Court, far harder than your crocodilian teeth. Try it on for size." Logic handed the dental fittings to the Crocodile Assassin, who weighed them in his hands before grinning broadly. Ha ha ha, what diamond? I refused to believe anything could be tougher than my sharp fangs. With that, the crocodile assassin tossed the diamond fittings high into the air, then caught them in his jaws, biting down hard with a resounding crunch. The outcome was inevitable. The foolish crocodile, maintaining his fade, shattered the fittings with a single bite. Ag! An excruciating pain surged through him, causing the crocodile assassin to collapse to the ground, curling up and writhing in agony. Nearby, the Reaper edged closer to the Scarecrow, a look of exasperation on his face. I ought to keep my distance from this fellow. I have a phobia of oversized creatures. Oh, I had no idea you suffered from such a condition. Could you elaborate, Reaper? Perhaps I can assist you, the Scarecrow inquired with keen interest. The Reaper did not glance back, stating plainly, rest assured, it's incurable. I fear not great sharks or monstrous beasts. I fear great fools. Scarecrow, this is indeed beyond my capacity to remedy. Logic, having grown accustomed to the foolish antics of the crocodile, observed as the crocodile assassin's teeth regrew, obediently fitting the dental set, and shook his head, shifting his gaze toward the mud face and the Scarecrow. As for you two, I possess no weaponry to bestow upon you, as you have no need for blades or clubs. However, gifts are certainly in order. Our owl court is grand and will not skimp on such matters. The affluent dog owner gently patted the shoulder of the dark creature, Usha, and continued, Mudface, your inaugural film is already in the preparatory stages. When the time comes, you shall have the liberty to select the director and screenwriter, whether it be Zack Snyder or Christopher Nolan. Your word shall suffice. With a grand gesture, Logic's words filled Mudface with elation, as he privately mused that his springtime had finally arrived. Am I master of fear, Scarecrow? Logic added. I have prepared a position for you. When my laboratory is completed, you shall be the chief researcher. The master of illusions skillfully crafted yet another enticing vision, and the now devoted Scarecrow had no objections. He bowed slightly in gratitude. Meow? The Usha perched on his shoulder, stirred momentarily, letting out a soft meow before returning to slumber. Logic scratched the little black cat's chin, then surveyed the assembled company. Ah, Usha, my little feline companion, shall also partake in this venture. What? Is this not merely an adorably charming black cat? What if it falls victim to reckless gunfire from the unyielding gangsters? The assassin crocodile scratched its green head, expressing confusion. This is no ordinary passing feline. Oh, I mean, it certainly appears so on the surface. Logic paused, chuckling softly. But let me take this opportunity to reintroduce you to Usha. Come, assassin crocodile, would you care to stroke this delightful little cat? Why not? The assassin crocodile found no reason to decline, lumbering forward with its large webbed feet. The funeral bell and Scarecrow instinctively took a few steps back, then exchanged glances, simultaneously murmuring, I sense that assassin crocodile is in for a rough time. Their gaze fixated on the crocodile's massive green hand, which slowly approached Usha's pure black back. At that moment, both felt an unsettling mix of anxiety and anticipation. As the crocodile's hand made contact, it stroked the cat's back a couple of times without incident. He chuckled, Hey, this is harmless. Suddenly, Usha awakened with a jolt, sensing the change in touch. It opened its cavernous mouth, unleashing countless sharp, crimson tendrils that swiftly ensnared the green crocodile, wrapping him like a dumpling. A cacophony of helpless roars erupted from the assassin crocodile, who found himself utterly powerless to resist. As Usha swung him about, leaving cracks in the floor, resembling two black spider webs. After a moment, Usha retracted its tendrils, closed its mouth, and transformed back into the guise of an innocent little cat. It spun around atop Logic's shoulder before resuming its slumber with a contented purr. The assassin crocodile's mouth was left in tatters, slowly mending itself. Its reptilian eyes glanced at the seemingly harmless little black cat, and it instinctively recoiled. I am still here. The crocodile managed to utter, its voice strained yet determined. Internally, it vowed that henceforth, it would never extend a hand to pet a stray cat encountered on the streets again. The ominous presence of the Grim Reaper and the Scarecrow cast an unsettling aura, as they disregarded the anguished cries of their comrades and gazed at Usha with eyes filled with trepidation. Hee, as you can see, this operation will proceed smoothly, Logic remarked, stroking the cat's head with an unrepentant grin. Chapter 33. Falcone, this is a sure bet. Ever since Falcone resolved to assassinate Logic, his days had taken a turn for the worse. Initially, it was merely the top-tier assassin, the Grim Reaper, who was discovered mingling with his intended target, donning a bizarre helmet and engaging in playful banter with Logic and his companions as if they were old friends. Absurd. Falcone had been in a foul mood ever since. For the Grim Reaper's fee was a staggering several $1 million, which, although trivial for this underground emperor, felt like a waste. Not only had he squandered a fortune, but he also inadvertently gifted his adversary a new ally, which truly infuriated Falcone. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a facade of normalcy, smiling and socializing at family weddings, even with relatives he had never met. As an ordinary human navigating the treacherous waters of Gotham, he had risen to the rank of crime lord not through superhuman abilities, but through cunning and an unflappable demeanor. Thus, even after his initial assassination attempt failed, Falcone did not succumb to despair. Instead, he invested another substantial sum to hire a renowned assassin, Sandra Wushon, known in the underworld as Lady Shiva, an undisputed martial arts champion. Lady Shiva had achieved infamy in the assassin's realm, reminiscent of the destructive deity from Indian mythology, and she was known for her ruthless efficiency in dispatching those who claimed to be the world's strongest warriors. Many martial artists took pride in having fallen to her prowess, boasting a record of defeating formidable foes such as Batman and the Grim Reaper, affirming her formidable reputation. At this moment, Falcone sat in a heavily fortified black luxury vehicle, cruising steadily forward. Suddenly, the blaring horn of a vehicle behind him pierced the air, and the next instant, it accelerated to match the speed of his car. An ambush? Alarm bells rang in Falcone's mind as the two ordinary assassins and one elite killer in his entourage prepared for confrontation. The atmosphere felt palpable, thick with tension, when the car behind rolled down its window, revealing a bald man wielding a desert eagle, who shouted, "Hurry up, you idiot, or get back and choke on my exhaust." Oh, it was merely a well-meaning citizen of Gotham, urging him to hasten his departure from the city lest he fall victim to a counterattack. Falcone wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow, relieved at the misunderstanding. Without needing to issue orders, one of the assassins in the back suddenly produced a grenade launcher, prompting the bald man to don an unexpectedly genial smile. "Ah, that was just my alter ego speaking. He has a temper. Please don't take offense, my apologies." As he spoke, the bald man abruptly turned around and fled in the opposite direction. Falcone felt a surge of frustration within. He had initially intended to leave the city aboard a private jet, only to discover that the engine had been stolen. In its place, a small tree had been planted, accompanied by a note proclaiming the importance of environmental protection, a collective responsibility. Falcone was baffled by the thief's mindset. Unable to take the plane, he resolved to use a helicopter instead, but alas, the helicopter's rotor blades had been removed. With no other options, Falcone was left with no choice but to take the perilous route on land, resulting in the current predicament. As the head of the Gotham underworld, he rarely ventured outside the city, as there were numerous matters requiring his personal attention. After all, earning respect is a challenging endeavor, while losing it is all too effortless. Yet, Falcone had made a swift decision to leave, largely due to the recent unrest plaguing the city. Overnight, an alarming number of life-sized plush dolls resembling him and his most trusted associates had appeared throughout Gotham streets. Each doll bore a gruesome fate, mutilated, burned, or hanged, which left Falcone deeply unsettled. However, it was not merely the grotesque imagery that prompted his flight. Some of those dolls contained the actual remains of his loyal subordinates. Logic's retaliatory actions had exceeded Falcone's wildest imagination, and with the ominous announcements plastered across the streets yesterday, he realized that if he did not escape soon, he might find himself trapped with no means of evasion. Seated in the passenger seat, Falcone's mind raced as his gaze drifted to the vibrant rain-soaked scenery of Gotham outside the window. Suddenly, a truck swerved into their lane, colliding violently with the luxury vehicle, producing a dull thud as both vehicles came to a halt. Finally, the moment had arrived. Falcone's heart raced, yet his expression remained composed, even allowing himself the luxury of lighting a cigar. As the white smoke billowed forth, he glanced back at the two burly men behind him, along with the seemingly frail yet dangerously sharp-eyed Lady Shiva, whose gaze was as lethal as that of a venomous serpent. Assuredly, if even the famed Dark Knight had succumbed to the prowess of the woman seated behind him, what could any foe possibly pose a threat? Unless they dispatched some magical beings like golems or mudmen. Thus, he felt confident that this situation was secure. Lost in contemplation, Falcone reached out to touch the dimly lit window before him, feeling the coolness of the sleek, dark vehicle's exterior. The rain pelted against the luxury car, producing a rhythmic patter. This entire vehicle had been meticulously crafted at great expense, designed to withstand even the most reckless assaults. Not even the most fearless adversary could breach its defenses. The specially designed body was impervious to wind, fire, and explosions. A single rocket would merely send the car spinning, while the tires would continue to roll unharmed. unless faced with a creature possessing diamond-like teeth that could take a bite. He felt assured that this encounter would end in his favor, as Falcone fervently planted his flag. The cargo truck fell silent for 2 seconds before a humanoid mass of mud and a giant alligator emerged from within. Without a moment's hesitation, the alligator opened its enormous jaws, its diamond-studded dental accessories gleaming brilliantly under the headlights. The green-footed creature lunged forward, effortlessly tearing into the luxury vehicle as if it were mere chicken flesh, leaving a substantial gash in its wake. Inside, Falcone sat in bewilderment, rain drenching his face, disheveling his meticulously styled hair. Just as Ms. Shiva, flanked by 2 imposing brutes, prepared to retaliate, the humanoid mud figure, Mudface, towered to a height of 3 meters, extending its arms and rapidly ejecting sludge. A deluge of mud swiftly engulfed Ms. Shiva, leaving her trapped within the confines of the vehicle, utterly defenseless against such an unreasonable display of superhuman prowess. Falcone turned his head to glance at the 3 assassins struggling in the mire behind him. His mouth agape. His cigar fell from his lips, the burning tobacco resembling a diminutive red meteorite as it struck the inky ground. The green fist loomed larger, and in the next moment, Falcone lost consciousness. Chapter 34. Retirement to cultivate carrots in Gotham, at the Owl Cathedral. As the saying goes, the morning determines the day's success. When the first rays of dawn illuminated the soil in the cathedral's backyard, the diligent Master Luo rose to commence his labor. Armed with a specially designed hoe and donning a humble straw hat, he gazed proudly at the crops of magical carrots thriving in the land. Basking in the glow of the ascending sun, these magically ripened carrots possessed astonishing effects. According to Luo's hypothesis, if consumed by animals, they could transform the creature into a magical being within days. However, theory often diverges from reality. He had inadvertently caused the demise of dozens of horses with these carrots, leaving only the strongest among them, a pure white stallion, fortunate enough to survive. The success rate was shockingly dismal, akin to the super soldier serum employed by the neighboring Captain America. Once the laboratory was complete, he intended to conduct thorough investigations to ascertain the underlying issues. As Luo dug up the oddly shaped carrots, he muttered to himself. The deep purple roots emerged one by one, his pace steady, and soon half of the basket beside him was filled. Just then, a familiar shadow appeared. With pointed ears, a billowing cape, and an air of unwavering confidence, there was no other in Gotham quite like Luo's old friend, Batman. "Luo, what are you up to?" rasped the gravelly voice of the caped crusader, sounding as though he hadn't had a sip of water in ages. Indeed, he had spent the entire night combating crime. And now, as dawn broke, he had finally slowed his pace to check on Luo and see what this peculiar character was up to. "Is your bat cowl on backwards?" "I am indeed cultivating carrots, all grown by my own hands, purely natural and untainted." As he spoke, logic unearthed an oddly deep purple carrot, resembling something mutated by radiation. Batman, feeling a slight discomfort within, took a deep breath before continuing. "Logic, at first, you claimed to be a fledgling superhero, then you transformed into a supervillain, mingling with characters like Scarecrow. So what are you engaged in now?" I have merely grown weary of the endless strife and vendettas of this world. After seeing through the illusions of life, I have retired to cultivate the land and become self-sufficient." Logic replied, unearthing another carrot. Holding up the deep purple root, reminiscent of an extraterrestrial plant, he offered it to Batman. "Batman, do sample this. The carrot is crisp and delightful, bursting with sweetness." Batman cautiously accepted the carrot, weighing it in his hand but refraining from tasting it, his gaze returning to Logic. Noticing the familiar expression of disbelief in Batman's eyes, Logic felt a surge of innocence and indignation. He stamped his foot in frustration, his voice laced with grievance. "Hey, you still doubt me? We are old acquaintances, familiar faces in this vast world. You won't even accept a carrot from me?" "I shall not partake," Batman firmly replied with a nod. "Alas, I had thought we were good friends. Even my horse trusts me more than you do," Logic exclaimed, lifting a carrot and feeding it to the black horse behind him without a glance. Initially, the unlucky steed relished the treat, chewing contentedly, but within moments, it suddenly began to foam at the mouth, convulsed, and collapsed to the ground. Observing this, Batman wore an expression of knowing. "Oops, I fed the wrong horse." "Batman, wait. I intended to feed the white horse." Logic began to explain, but before he could finish, Batman had already vanished into the dawn, propelled by his grappling hook. A fleeting shadow of a man. He retreated to the manor to rest, and to present the carrot to Alfred for analysis, curious about its true nature. The deep purple hue naturally led Batman to ponder the magical abilities possessed by Logic, a special force seemingly intertwined with sorcery. Though Batman had encountered many sorcerers during his travels, none possessed the unique powers of logic. This carrot could potentially enhance the effectiveness of his anti-logic armor. Meanwhile, Logic scratched his chin, not overthinking the sudden disappearance. Such was Batman's customary style. Gotham Police Commissioner James Gordon often found himself amidst similar occurrences. Logic was unconcerned that Batman would uncover anything significant about the carrot. Magic, a mystical force originating from deities, embodies a fundamentally pure power. One must first attain divinity to harness it, subsequently refining its use to perfection. Continuing to till the earth, Logic contemplated his strategy against Falcone. Under his command, Falcone found himself under constant scrutiny during this period, whether rising to dress or washing his face. With the skies barred from flight and the roads obstructed, he resorted to maritime escape. To evade detection, he chose to adopt a humble demeanor, discarding his luxurious suits for tattered garments, embarking on a small vessel alongside his subordinates, who similarly disguised themselves as ordinary individuals. His destination was the sun-drenched metropolis nearby, for he wished to remain in Gotham, shrouded in gloom, no longer. However, shortly after setting sail, their small craft was capsized by a monstrous cat, its mouth spewing forth a multitude of terrifying tentacles, and his men did not even have the chance to draw their weapons before they were lost to the depths. As for Falcone, he succumbed to unconsciousness, only to awaken once again in the familiar confines of his old abode. With all avenues of escape sealed, he found himself seething alone in his room, baring his teeth at the mirror, before regaining his composure to ponder his next move. He had experimented with a myriad of ingenious methods, sewers, taxis, disguises, and various ruses, but all had ended in failure, thwarted by sudden appearances of crocodiles or mud men, followed by the familiar darkness of unconsciousness and the sight of the familiar ceiling upon waking. Just as Falcone believed he had conceived a brilliant plan to escape, Logic was not idle either. He cultivated magical carrots and tended to a multitude of horses, all with purpose. After all, his subordinates were armed to the teeth, exuding an aura of dominance, and as their leader, Logic could not afford to appear lesser than his underlings. He was poised to orchestrate something substantial. Patting the robust back of his steed, Logic's thoughts drifted as he retrieved his phone and dialed Wilson. "Little Way, how goes the crafting of my pure silver armor?" Chapter 35. The mist rises in the heart of Gotham, at Falcone's old residence. The morning unfolded under a gray sky, with a gentle drizzle falling. Falcone stood beside a floor-to-ceiling window on the third floor, his expression a complex tapestry as his gaze was lost in the void. His body ached from the wounds inflicted by the killer crocodile and the mud-faced adversary, yet these pains were trivial compared to the turmoil within. What truly plagued Falcone's spirit was the profound injury to his pride. The undefeated underground emperor of Gotham had faced a defeat so thorough that even the notion of escape felt like a distant luxury. It seemed as if the enemy had eyes throughout all of Gotham, with watchful gazes lurking at every corner and alley, driving Falcone to the brink of nervous collapse. He extended a hand, gently caressing the cold glass of the window before him, a fierce determination flickering across his face. He had resolved to strike back. The thwarted lion shall no longer retreat in disarray. Soothing himself with notions of a triumphant return, he is now poised to retaliate fiercely, summoning all his vital forces to unleash the most frenzied vengeance upon Logic, even if it entails the upheaval of Gotham's underworld, leading to the potential collapse of his already precarious position as the Falcone Patriarch. He cannot swallow this indignation without a fight. As he paced restlessly within the confines of his chamber, contemplating how best to strike Logic, a sudden mist began to rise around the expansive grounds enclosed by the old mansion's walls. The master of pharmaceuticals, the Scarecrow, adept in chemical manipulation, found it remarkably simple to conjure a dense fog that would linger. With a faint humming sound, several devices, discreetly installed the previous night, began to emit thick vapors that swiftly enveloped the area within mere minutes. Damn it! On the third floor, Falcone noticed the fog outside and cursed under his breath before hastening to the ground floor, where his trusted confidants and a few subordinates had gathered. "Jesus' wicked mother," exclaimed one particularly superstitious gang member, trembling in fear as he pointed towards the mist beyond the glass door. He instinctively recoiled. "Silence, you fool," Falcone snapped irritably, regaining his composure. "Gotham is a cursed city, its weather perpetually foul. Perhaps this is merely a severe bout of smog." After a moment, a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Of course, it could also be our enemy, that self-proclaimed god of hallucinations, who has conjured this fog. Regardless of its origin, we cannot remain passive, trapped within this old mansion. We must take the initiative. Gritting his teeth, Falcone's authoritative voice silenced his underlings, leaving only his own words echoing. Jim, venture outside and report any findings through the intercom. Jim, the very individual burdened by religious fervor, quaked in fear upon hearing Falcone's command. I understand, your lordship. Though his legs trembled, he dared not defy Falcone, inhaling deeply before pushing open the door and stepping into the mist. Have you noticed anything amiss? Falcone's voice crackled through the intercom as Jim tried to steady himself. Esteemed Lord Falcone, as of now, nothing unusual has occurred. Perhaps this truly is just a natural phenomenon. Very well, report immediately should anything arise. Of course, your lordship. Jim advanced cautiously through the mist, his footsteps echoing in the eerie silence. Although the entire old mansion was cloaked in fog, Jim possessed a keen sense of direction and was aware that he was nearing the entrance. His heart raced, pounding rhythmically in his chest, fists clenched tightly, and his throat felt constricted. He was almost at the door. A flicker of hope began to awaken within him. But just as he started to relax, a horrifying visage, a ghastly, crimson face resembling a demon, suddenly materialized before him. Startled, he jumped back, letting out a shriek as his walkie-talkie slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. From the device came the anxious voice of Falcone. Jim, what is happening? Silence followed, leaving only the smooth, mirror-like surface of several warm, smoke-emitting flesh-like masses. Meanwhile, Falcone stood in a state of dread, his walkie-talkie eerily silent, devoid of even a whisper of Jim's heavy breathing. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Falcone seethed, his frustration boiling over despite his usual composure. As he pondered his next move, a figure suddenly emerged at the tightly locked door. It was his subordinate, Sean. The guard, who had been stationed at the entrance, was now bloodied and frantically pounding on the glass door, screaming in a state of mental collapse. Help! Open the door, there is something in the mist. Falcone, glancing at his desperate subordinate, contemplated briefly before waving his hand. Open the door. One of his men quickly complied, unlocking the door in a few swift motions. Sean burst inside, collapsing to his knees, gasping heavily. Honorable Falcone, there is something in that damned fog. They took Harris. Sean pointed back towards the mist, trembling with fear. Did you see what they looked like? Falcone inquired. No, they were too fast. It all happened so quickly. I was just discussing the shift change with Harris when he suddenly vanished before my eyes, dragged away by something. I was knocked to the ground. As Sean spoke, he glanced up at Falcone's increasingly ominous expression and quickly straightened himself, clutching his racing heart as he instinctively stepped aside. Could this truly be divine retribution? Had Judgment Day arrived? Aside from Falcone and a few resolute confidants, the rest of the lesser subordinates, paralyzed by overwhelming fear, found themselves entertaining such absurd notions. Humanity, when gripped by terror, is capable of any action, regardless of whether free will is mere illusion. In circumstances like these, one thing remains certain: it becomes a double-edged sword. The enigmatic bastard, Falcone, cursed inwardly as he paced back and forth in the grand hall, his mind racing with thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, "We have not yet reached a point of utter despair. Within this damned fog, there may indeed lurk some monsters. Our task now is to discern the true nature of these creatures and ascertain whether they bleed." In Chapter 36, titled Fear, the finest catalyst for faith. Within the dimly lit hall of the old mansion, Falcone instructed his subordinates to secure a rope, approximately 100 meters long, around Tom's waist. The morning drizzle persisted, falling gently like whispers from the heavens. Exhaling a cloud of white smoke, Falcone's gaze drifted, and he spoke. Tom, should you manage to reach outside the main door, immediately contact the authorities in the city and urge them to arrive with utmost haste, bringing along those heavy weapons as well. Pausing for a moment, Falcone's expression turned complex as he added, "Open the door, Tom, and do so swiftly. Charge forth from the entrance. At once, Your Excellency." Tom, with his tousled brown hair, did not hesitate. His loyalty to Falcone was unwavering, and in truth, this plan was his own conception. The glass door swung open, and as Tom exhaled a breath of cold air, he swallowed hard, tightening his grip on the Desert Eagle, resolutely stepping into the dense fog. Several burly men within the hall grasped the rope, which moved steadily forward in tandem with Tom's determined stride. For the moment, there was no sign of danger. The scene shifted to Tom enveloped in the fog, his hands firmly gripping the Desert Eagle, a walkie-talkie secured at his chest. The thick mist rendered mobile signals non-existent, leaving him reliant on this method for communication. More critically, to summon aid, he must burst through the fog and reach the door outside. Tom inhaled deeply, the fine particles of fog lightly caressing his cheeks, sending a chill through him. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached his ears, as if something stealthily passed by. Damn it! A surge of profound terror coursed through him, as if his very blood had congealed. His legs instinctively weakened, and he found himself momentarily frozen in place. Just as Tom's myriad cells screamed for him to advance, a shadowy green figure emerged before him. A low growl reverberated, and a foul, putrid stench invaded Tom's nostrils, stirring his stomach as he felt ensnared in a morbid realm of death. Plop! The sound of drool dripping echoed, as the killer crocodile opened its massive jaws, revealing diamond-forged teeth that glimmered like illusions within the fog. Momentarily stunned, Tom let out a primal scream, forgetting to fire his weapon as he turned to flee. He successfully took 2 steps before his legs were caught in a vice-like grip. The killer crocodile showed no mercy. Its terrifying bite strength rendered Tom's leg bones as fragile as potato chips, shattering them in an explosive spray of bone fragments. The croaking laughter of the killer crocodile echoed with the voice of a scarecrow, as it chewed on the flesh in its mouth before disdainfully spitting it out. Having indulged excessively in roasted chicken at Luigi's over the past few days, its palate had become overly refined. The killer crocodile now demanded only the finest delicacies. Anything less caused it to cough. Loyal Tom, in his desperate quest to win the favor of Falcone, paid a grievous price. His legs were brutally severed, blood gushing forth like a ruptured fire hydrant. Observing the helpless thrashing of his prey, the killer crocodile blinked its vertical pupils, recalling Luigi's instructions on how to instill fear. Having feasted well prior to this encounter, its mind remained sharp. Upon noticing the rope tied around Tom's waist, a wicked smile crept across the crocodile's maw. With a massive green hand, it grasped Tom's arm and yanked it backward with tremendous force, causing the rope to tighten instantly. The scene shifted to Falcone, where the ropes held by his henchmen, previously moving steadily, suddenly halted, then violently snapped taut, destabilizing the burly men grasping them. Damn, it's like facing a dinosaur. One of the men exclaimed, feeling the immense power transmitted from the far end of the rope. This tug-of-war persisted for about a minute, leaving deep welts on the hands of the men before the rope suddenly slackened, allowing them to effortlessly pull it back. As the other end of the rope drew nearer, everyone, including Falcone, held their breath, their hearts racing. Moments later, only half of Tom remained, his blood-soaked body coming into view. This is divine retribution, Tom gasped, his bloodshot eyes bulging as he summoned his last ounce of strength to utter those words. A surge of hot blood filled his throat, and after a couple of choked gasps, he succumbed to his grievous injuries. Thank you, Lord Falcone. What shall we do? What shall we do? We have provoked the divine. An underling, overwhelmed by dread, could no longer contain himself and cried out in terror. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the unfortunate soul toppled backward. Smoke billowed from the Desert Eagle in Falcone's hand as he discarded his cigar onto the ground, raking his fingers through his hair before commanding, "You 5. Form a team and charge towards the main entrance with utmost speed." At once, Lord Falcone. The 5 individuals selected were among Falcone's most trusted subordinates, fiercely loyal and competent. If they could reach the entrance, they would secure reinforcements, and with reinforcements, a glimmer of hope to break through the dire situation. The 5-man cannon fodder team, gripped by tension, swallowed in unison. If each gulp of saliva they swallowed tonight could earn Falcone $1, he would surely be free from anxiety over the hiring fee for the funeral bell. The intercom at his chest emitted a crackling sound as 5 figures traversed the icy mist. The dim morning light cast an eerie halo over everything, inducing a sense of dread in onlookers. As the group quickened their pace towards the entrance, wisps of colorless gas, akin to cunning serpents, stealthily infiltrated their nostrils. A bitter taste overwhelmed their mouths, and the world before them appeared to plummet into an abyss. The comrades who had been walking together suddenly dissolved into a foul, putrid liquid, while countless spectral shadows danced around them, whispering chilling winds into their ears. Just as the 5 screamed in terror at the poisonous gas, a mass of sludge materialized beneath their feet, slowly enveloping them from toes to head, reminiscent of silkworms consuming mulberry leaves. On the other end of the intercom, only the frantic, desperate screams and the gurgling sound of the encroaching sludge could be heard. Soon, the intercom succumbed to the mire, plunging the hall into an oppressive silence. Before Falcone could react, a loud crash erupted as the overhead light exploded into a shower of sparks and plummeted to the floor, leaving a trail of blackened cracks. In the pitch-black hall, silence reigned, a palpable despair choking their voices. According to the ominous announcement, the only way to survive this ordeal was to embrace the being who proclaimed himself the god of illusions. Indeed, The value of life proved paramount in the dimness. Some had seized the opportunity to kneel, hands clasped in prayer, murmuring fervent incantations. Meanwhile, far away in the Owl Cathedral, Logic was making final preparations, feeding one carrot after another to the steed engulfed in violet flames, when he suddenly sensed a surge of nascent faith. His subordinates had performed admirably. It was now his moment to emerge. Chapter 37. Finally chopped for sauce. Where's the backup generator? Falcone inquired coldly, fixated on the faint red ember of a cigar on the floor. My Lord Falcone, the backup generator is also malfunctioning, Jim replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his throat tightening. Huh? Falcone scoffed, raising his gaze to meet Jim's terrified eyes. Then why don't you go fix it? Of course, esteemed Lord Falcone. Jim nodded obediently, all the while mentally envisioning inflicting violence upon Falcone. That cursed backup generator lay outside the estate, and the task of repairing it was perilous at best. He lacked the courage to defy Falcone. Remaining here would subject him to torment at the hands of the others, who would employ all manner of grotesque methods to assert their dominance. Better to be devoured whole by a monster. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Jim sighed, lamenting his ill fate, and trudged towards the glass door. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps outside when a dark red tentacle, adorned with jagged teeth, suddenly lunged from the mist, ensnaring his bewildered form. The immense force rendered Jim, who had barely reacted, to only manage a feeble push against the grand door before he was dragged into the mist with a terrified shriek. A piercing sound reminiscent of flesh being punctured echoed through the air, followed by a warm spray of blood that splattered against the glass door. The beams of the flashlights held by the crowd illuminated the surface, revealing an eerie sheen. Falcone gazed intently at the blood, a vague sensation stirring within him, as though that droplet did not originate from Jim, but was instead the lifeblood of his illustrious empire. He reached out to touch the glass door stained crimson, the dark red substance solidifying beneath his fingers. A smirk tugged at the corners of Falcone's mouth before he abruptly turned and ascended to the 3rd floor in silence. Meanwhile, at the Owl Cathedral, in the carrot patch of the church's backyard, Logic was leading a magnificent purple steed. He picked up a carrot, cradled it in his palm, and offered it to this creature that had undergone a transformation in its life tier. After consuming the carrot, the once pure white horse visibly deepened in its shade of purple. It snorted, exhaling a plume of pale purple flames, resembling a magical steed from a fantastical tale. Just as Steve, who had once been as thin as a reed, transformed into a muscular powerhouse capable of crushing with his biceps after receiving the super soldier serum. This horse too underwent a remarkable evolution after consuming a bounty of magical carrots. Logic, what are you planning to do? Batman inquired, glancing at the peculiar steed with a hint of feigned ignorance. The anthropomorphic bat had not been as fervently engaged in combating crime these past few days. It was not due to any lethargy, but rather the upheaval in Gotham caused by Logic's pillows and announcements, which had stirred a tempest of speculation. Almost every crime syndicate of note had come to realize that there was an impending strike against Falcone. The situation had grown intriguing. Once Falcone's reign as the underground emperor collapsed, a vast reshuffling of Gotham's shadowy underworld would ensue. The once brazen criminals, who would twitch in discomfort if a day passed without committing acts of murder, arson, or smuggling, had suddenly hushed, masquerading as ordinary citizens. By day, they were engaged in mundane tasks like grocery shopping and cooking, and by night, they were glued to primetime television, transforming into model citizens. They were waiting, anticipating the ultimate fate of Falcone. As a result, Batman found himself enjoying a rare respite. After a comfortable, unhurried awakening, he delved into the Batcave, his mind solely focused on developing armor to counter Logic's influence. After numerous tests, he felt confident that this suit would grant him the upper hand. Huh. You know exactly what I'm about to do, Batman, Logic sneered, producing a syringe from seemingly nowhere, filled with a mysterious luminescent purple solution. I wish to hear you say it, Batman rasped, his voice still hoarse despite having consumed ample water in recent days. Logic did not respond immediately. Instead, he flicked the tip of the syringe before plunging it into the horse's rear, injecting the magical solution with force. Hiss! The purple steed let out a piercing neigh, its equine visage contorting in agony as it endured immense suffering. Purple flames gradually seared from within, consuming its heart and lungs, leaving behind a pulsating violet heart and a pair of lungs exhaling arcane mists. The flames clung to its entire form like armor. Its eyes emitted violet fire, its nostrils exhaled embers, and its hooves ignited, rendering it beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension, wholly transformed into a magical creature. Logic tentatively caressed the enchanted horse, which immediately lowered its head in submission, nuzzling against his shoulder. After a couple of affectionate nudges, Rajic gently pushed it away, not out of fear of the purple flames. For the magical fire posed no threat to him. The reason was simple. He feared that Usa might misinterpret his intentions. Nearby, Batman stood momentarily taken aback. Rajic's command over such extraordinary powers exceeded his expectations. He scratched his shoulder, silently discarding the newly developed anti-Rajic battle armor and instead creating a document titled True Anti-Rajic Battle Armor. Don't worry, Bateman. I have no intention of engaging in any malevolent deeds, Rajic finally replied to Batman. I merely wish to meticulously prepare that falcon for a feast. Would you consider that excessive? Glancing at the grim-faced Bateman, Rajic refrained from further jesting. He mounted the horse. The pure silver armor he wore ringing out with a crisp sound. The sword of Arthur at his waist shimmered under the purple flames, casting an eerie glow upon Batman's sullen visage, as if he were being transformed into a shade of violet. You comprehend the implications of this, Rajic. You are aware. Yet you choose to proceed, do you not? Batman clenched his fists and then relaxed them, his cape fluttering gently in the morning breeze. Bateman, I have compelling reasons to act as I do. Likewise, I possess equally compelling reasons to impede your actions. Then try to stop me, Rajic declared, riding off upon his enchanted steed, leaving a trail of purple flames in his wake. Batman remained rooted in place, gazing at the crackling flames below. He retrieved his phone and contacted Alfred. Penny 1, this is Batman. I require the Batplane. Understood, sir. It is en route, Alfred promptly responded. Also, assemble the members of the Bat family in Gotham. The scene shifted to the third floor of the Falcone estate, where Falcone sat in a comfortable rocking chair, his demeanor tranquil and reminiscent of a kindly old man. In his hand, he clutched a revolver, methodically loading bullets into the chamber. With a sharp click, the revolver was fully loaded. Falcone placed the weapon beside him, his gaze lost in thought as he stared out through the dim haze of the floor-to-ceiling windows, pondering something inscrutable. Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared at the edge of the fog. Rising from his chair, he grasped his gun, slightly bending forward, poised to confront whatever threat awaited him, like a decaying lion king ready to defend his territory. Chapter 38: The familiar sound of phlegm amidst the somber haze. A flicker of violet flame became increasingly conspicuous. Luagia rode forth on a fiery steed, the sword of King Arthur held aloft, aimed at Falcone behind the large window on the third floor. A resonant hum of magic filled the air as the enchanted steed galloped, conjuring a rapid ascent of violet steps beneath its hoofs. The rhythmic thuds echoed, drawing nearer to Falcone's ears. The death knell had already tolled. With a resounding crash, the window shattered into countless fragments, reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the violet glow. Falcone stood frozen, time seemingly stretching into eternity. His heart raced, and everything around him transformed into slow motion as he stared into Luagia's eyes, shimmering with purple light, beheld the fantastical steed, and watched the advancing tip of the violet blade. Uncertain of how much time had passed, it felt as if Falcone relived his entire life in that fleeting moment. Suddenly, a shrill whistle of rushing air pierced his ears, and the blade's tip pressed against his neck. A trickle of blood emerged, and Falcone swallowed hard, revealing no trace of fear or panic in the face of imminent death. Instead, a look of bewilderment crossed his face as he took a cautious step back, his voice laced with confusion and ire. What on earth are you? Upon finishing his words, he tilted his head slightly, blinking, and uttered a timeless query. What is it that you desire? Is there anything I possess that you covet? Or is this merely a simple act of vengeance? As Falcone's words lingered in the air, Luagia casually cleared his ears, opting not to engage in idle chatter with a dying antagonist. Upon realizing the absurdity of his own appearance, he chuckled softly and decided to embrace the theatricality. Chaos is my name, and your life is my need. Falcone, the era has quietly shifted. It is time for you to abdicate. As he spoke, the sword in his hand erupted into violet flames, casting flickering shadows across Falcone's countenance. Having long surpassed the age of youthful folly, Luagia's choice of attire was not an attempt at bravado. He was a person of subtlety and depth, donning this guise only when absolutely necessary or when interests were at stake. The flamboyant sword and the magical steed were merely a spectacle for the minor characters rushing upstairs. Drawn by the commotion, these individuals, driven to the brink of despair and fear, bore a fragile will. Upon witnessing Luagia's commanding presence, they immediately laid down their arms and became his followers. Their mindset was not dissimilar to that of the homeless men captured by the assassin Croc in times past. Attention. Successfully acquired 20 followers. Current number of followers, 87. To solidify the divine realm. The required number of followers is acquire 13 more followers to establish the divine village and gain exclusive divine authority. Faith power, 2047. Attention. The myth of the god of illusions has been successfully refined, and I have ascended to the status of an intermediate god of illusions, significantly enhancing my ability to conjure illusions and unlocking related magic. Currently, I possess the authority of both the intermediate god of illusions and the intermediate god of owls. A series of prompts echoed in my mind, yet I paid them no heed. I regarded Falcone with the gaze one might reserve for a corpse. Falcone, you were once a formidable figure, yet it was a grave error to send the Reaper to eliminate me. Pausing, I turned my gaze toward the direction of Wind City. You should have dispatched the Death Shooter instead. Had you done so, I would have merely perceived you as sending a random mercenary, a symbolic gesture, and thus we might have avoided enmity. After tormenting the weary, I inhaled deeply and dismounted from my magical steed. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets struck me, ensnared in a magical gel, rendering me immobile. Unperturbed, I approached Falcone, seizing the smoking revolver from his grasp. You could have taken matters into your own hands, I remarked while he appeared lost in thought, gazing out the window. Are you pondering the fate of your subordinates in the city? After all, this fog has lingered for quite some time. Surely they must have discovered something by now? I answered my own question, but you need not fret, for they have long been entangled by my subordinates and will not be coming to your aid anytime soon. No one knows of your tribulations these past few days. You must concede that you lost from the very outset. Upon finishing my statement, Falcone nodded, reclaiming the revolver I had offered. I desire another cigar, he said, his tone trembling yet authoritative. Help yourself, I replied, and then I leapt out the window with my magical steed, distancing myself to a suitable range. I had a splendid new maneuver to test. Before me stood an antiquated mansion, its retro decor silently imposing. I caught a glimpse of the faint red glow emanating from the third-floor window, accompanied by a wisp of white smoke, awaiting the arrival of my newly acquired followers. At long last, the followers emerged, and without further hesitation, I gripped the Arthurian sword, flickering with purple flames, channeling my faith into magical energy, which I continuously directed into the sword's blade. The sword trembled with increasing intensity, the purple light surging, and I felt the weight of the weapon as if it bore 1,000 pounds. Gritting my teeth, I raised the sword and, in the next moment, swung it with ferocity. Buzz! The magical wave of the sword carved a vacuum passage, its anguished wails piercing the air as it advanced, cleaving a massive charred fissure into the ground, and in an instant, it descended upon the mansion. The overwhelming energy, akin to an abyssal sea, obliterated everything in its path, reducing the mansion's fragile wooden structure to dust, scattered by the wind, leaving only shattered walls and a scene of devastation in its wake. The dense fog enveloping the mansion was violently dispersed by the shockwave, and the scarecrow timely deactivated the smoke apparatus. At that moment, the world regained its clarity. The golden sunlight of breakfast poured onto the verdant grass, a gentle breeze caressing the atmosphere, serene and tranquil. It was a resounding success. In the days preceding the assault on Falcone, logic was far from idle. Aside from engaging in casual banter with the likes of the Reaper Croc at the Owl Restaurant, he devoted the remainder of his time to the exploration of magical powers. The spells of the War Horse and the War Flame were conceived during this period. Indeed, when he first ascended to the rank of Intermediate Owl God, his comprehension of magic reached new heights. However, he was momentarily preoccupied and thus delayed his studies. Now that time was at his disposal, he had developed numerous innovative applications, such as the recent spell of the Magic Sword Wave. The effects and damage were entirely maximized, albeit at the cost of considerable mana. Overall, he found the results rather satisfying. Logic scratched his chin, sheathed King Arthur's sword at his waist, and smiled at the approaching Reaper and his companions. And you, my friends, are the true heroes. Indeed, the Reaper Croc was a hero. The large green crocodile, still stained with the remnants of fresh blood, was munching on potato chips as he retorted. Suddenly, a uniquely shaped aircraft resembling a bat burst through the sound barrier, appearing above the group. Logic, you and your minions have been surrounded, came the familiar voice of the caped crusader. Surrounded? Batman, your wingspan is not nearly that expansive. Where are your little batlings? In the golden morning sunlight, Logic cleared his ears with a dismissive expression. Ha! Batman has become quite the fool. Today, the Reaper Croc will feast on roasted bats. The anthropomorphic crocodile guffawed, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. From behind, the Reaper carefully drew his twin blades, the sinister mask on his face reflecting a dark golden glow as he muttered, "Pride leads to downfall." How amusing, Batman. I have long desired to scrutinize that little mind of yours. Those exquisite fears are simply delectable. The Scarecrow emitted his signature sinister chuckle, rubbing his hands together. His gaze fixated on Batman, as if he were a lamb destined for slaughter. The reactions of his teammates varied upon hearing Batman's declaration of having encircled them single-handedly. Yet all exuded a palpable aura of supervillainy. Standing awkwardly among them, Logic cleared his throat twice. He was hardly the nefarious leader of Gotham's underworld. He had merely eliminated the crime lord, a purely virtuous act that warranted clarification. Ahem, Batman, my friends here have only recently turned over a new leaf. They are still adjusting their habits. However, actions speak louder than words, and we are all quite aware of who Falcone truly is. As Logic was speaking, Batman merely shook his head, his expression impassive as he murmured a few words into the communication device concealed beneath his cowl. Boom. The underside of the Bat aircraft opened, and several familiar figures descended. I wager that the one who appears most normal is actually the strongest. Care to place a bet? The dark blue figure, along with the alluring Nightwing, who even caused Scarecrow to raise an eyebrow, made their entrance. Once the original Robin, now soaring solo, still often returns to the side of Batman to assist him in resolving troublesome matters. Following closely behind is a figure clad in red and yellow, Tim Drake. The current Robin, whose physical prowess may not match that of his predecessor, possesses remarkable technical skills and exceptional detective abilities. The first two were quite ordinary. But when Logic beheld the third figure, cloaked in green, his eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, Poison Ivy, how did you become part of the Bat family? With a light, mocking laugh, Poison Ivy retorted, Oh, I am not here to aid Batman. I am here to kill you. Her tone turned icy, her gaze reminiscent of one confronting a sworn enemy. Poison Ivy, do we share an affair that I cannot recall? I do not even know you. Logic exclaimed, raking his fingers through his hair, perplexed by her overwhelming animosity upon their first encounter. Logic, do you remember those carrots of yours? Batman interjected. In an instant, Logic understood. His cultivation of those carrots had resulted in the demise of numerous plants. If Poison Ivy, a woman who cherished Flora above all, were to learn of this, it would indeed lead to the current predicament. Humph, Batman, do not presume that having 3 super soldiers by your side ensures your victory, Logic scoffed, his eyes glowing with a violet hue. Just as his words faded, a row of police cars and a contingent of heavily armed officers surged into the streets, led by none other than Commissioner James Gordon of the Gotham Police Department. With his tousled brown hair, Commissioner Gordon adjusted his glasses and raised a megaphone, directing his voice towards Logic. Logic, you and your subordinates are surrounded. If you wish to avoid the use of force, surrender your weapons immediately. What? Gordon, why do you solely target me? What about Batman, who employs vigilante justice against criminals daily? And what of that Poison Ivy, who has killed numerous for the sake of a few plants? Upon hearing Logic's challenge, Gordon merely cleared his throat. Your current threat level is considerably high. Batman and his allies can assist us in capturing you, and we shall deal with them afterward. But I have eliminated the most significant criminal organization in Gotham, contributing immensely to the safety of this city. I am a hero. Gordon sniffed, his gaze evasive, feigning ignorance. Witnessing Gordon's demeanor ignited Logic's fury. Very well, Gordon. You have grown old, complacent, and shameless. You prefer to shield Batman, do you? Then today, I shall unveil every sordid detail of your relationship. As soon as he uttered these words, the crowd perked up, eager to listen. Whispers had long circulated about the close ties between Commissioner Gordon and that vigilante, raising the question of whether there truly were any unspeakable secrets. Gordon, I witnessed you and Batman embracing on the rooftop of the precinct, your hands wandering. And yet, without a hint of embarrassment, I continue to speak the truth. Gordon's expression turned tense, while Detective Harvey Bullock beside him scratched his chin, his expression complex. Finally, he placed a supportive hand on Gordon's shoulder, conveying a look of encouragement. What on earth is happening? Gordon, exasperated, immediately ceased to hesitate, lacking the mood to offer any explanations. He gestured for the officers to aim their weapons at the limbs of Logic and his associates. Hold on, Logic exclaimed, stepping forward with a commanding voice. Gordon waved his hand, instructing his men to hold fire for the moment, a grave look directed at Logic. Gordon, do you truly believe I am so foolish? I have reduced Falcone's old residence to ruins. Do you think I would not anticipate the Gotham Police Department's mobilization? What is it you wish to convey? Just as Gordon's words fell, a few audacious reporters squeezed in behind him, brandishing cameras and snapping photos incessantly. With the initial few leading the charge, the barricade behind them became effectively meaningless, as journalists sensing a significant scoop swarmed forward, their various cameras trained on Logic and Batman, capturing every moment in a frenzy. What I wish to express is that I have long foreseen the current situation. Logic revealed a somewhat mischievous smile, deciding that since everyone had cast him as the villain, he might as well embrace that role wholeheartedly. If you do not wish for these unfortunate souls to perish, then do not interfere in the battle between me and Batman. As he spoke, Logic retrieved his phone from his pocket and tossed it toward Gordon. Gordon caught the phone cautiously. The screen displayed a group of revelers at a party, blissfully unaware of a bomb concealed beneath the sofa. Damn scoundrel, Gordon cursed inwardly, gesturing for his subordinates to lower their weapons temporarily. However, perhaps this could work, if Logic's strength were not as formidable as Batman had claimed. A fray between them could lead to mutual destruction, conveniently allowing for Poison Ivy's capture as well. Gordon consoled himself, tightening his gray coat. At that moment, Logic had drawn Excalibur while Batman produced several specially designed batarangs. The battle was imminent, a tension that could not be ignored. Chapter 40, A Rivalry with the Joker Whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as a batarang shot forth with incredible speed, leaving a black trail in its wake before embedding itself into the enchanted gel on Logic's forehead, rendering him immobile. Batman, a batarang? Are you certain? Logic's words were abruptly cut off as the batarang detonated, unleashing a deafening blast that knocked him to the ground, sending dust flying. Coughing and struggling to rise, Logic felt a profound embarrassment. He had once mocked villains who caught batarangs with their faces while reading comics. Now, having experienced it firsthand, he found no humor in his plight. Gritting his teeth, he drew Excalibur, flames igniting along the blade as he prepared to avenge the insult. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of Falcone's estate, the sound of camera shutters clicked in unison as a sudden gust of wind surged forth, causing Batman's cape to billow dramatically, enhancing his imposing presence. Beside him, Nightwing and Robin struck striking poses, showcasing their muscular physiques, with their bulging pectorals and glutes capturing the attention of reporters. Second only to Raj and Batman himself. Even Poison Ivy, with her graceful demeanor and flowing red hair dancing in the wind, presented an impressive sight. Raj scratched his chin, surveying his own ragtag ensemble, a grotesque humanoid crocodile, a mud-like figure barely maintaining a human shape, and a lunatic wrapped in tattered rags. Only Raj and Deathstroke elevated the team's overall image. Otherwise, the five would be a disgrace standing together. Clicking his tongue, Raj gestured towards Batman, urging him to remain calm, as their overall presentation was in dire need of improvement. A throng of journalists was watching. After a moment's contemplation, Raj tapped the shoulder of Killer Croc, who scratched his head and retrieved a pack of cigars from his pocket. Raj declined the offer and glanced at Deathstroke and the others. Sated, Killer Croc promptly understood and produced 5 more cigars from his clothing. Satisfied, Raj accepted the cigar box, and amidst the flash of reporters' cameras, he opened it, taking one for himself and distributing one to each teammate. The 5 bit down on their cigars, and with a snap of his fingers, flames erupted, followed by a cloud of smoke. Winning the battle was secondary. Maintaining an imposing presence was paramount. Meanwhile, Commissioner Gordon wiped the cold sweat from his brow, unable to suppress his inner thoughts. Batman, how could you refrain from attacking during that moment? This is unlike you. Nightwing expressed his confusion, recalling the blatant vulnerabilities Raj had displayed moments earlier. In response, Batman explained, "You do not understand Raj. While his demeanor may seem erratic, it is merely a facade for his whimsical nature. Beneath lies a web of calculated schemes." "I concur," chimed in the current Robin, Tim, who had encountered such individuals before. "You understand me well, my old friend Batman." Raj, endowed with enhanced hearing by the mid-tier owl god, easily caught Batman's whispered words, which momentarily alleviated his frustration. "Killer Croc, you handle Robin. Mudface and Deathstroke will contend with Poison Ivy, and Nightwing is left to Usa." Raj rapidly assigned opponents to his subordinates, then turned his serious gaze towards Batman and the others, who remained poised for action, none daring to strike first. The overlooked Scarecrow interjected, "What about me?" "Ah, Scarecrow, you may remain nearby and sip some soy sauce while discreetly releasing a bit of gas." Raj shrugged, dismissively. It wasn't that he underestimated Scarecrow, it was simply that in such a brawl, the Master of Fear's talents were not particularly suited. "The individual before me is neither in a yellow light form nor has undergone genetic modification. He cannot transform into a monstrous entity as depicted in comic lore. With sheer resolve, he charges into battle, only to be reduced to a mere biscuit." Bang! Following a subtle maneuver by Batman, Poison Ivy springs into action, her green vines sprouting sharp thorns that spiral menacingly towards Logic. Nightwing and Robin, without a moment's hesitation, deftly adjust their footing, each selecting a target and dashing forth with vigor. "Allow me to lend you my assistance." Logic proclaims, while his hands remain in motion, fervently channeling his amassed faith into magical energy, directing it towards the blade. With a series of slashes, for sword waves, each a meter in length, burst forth amidst a dazzling display of purple and golden light. The sword waves tear through the air with astonishing speed, swiftly locking onto their intended targets. Batman, utilizing the reinforced gauntlets of his suit, attempts to block the waves, staggering back several steps. Nightwing and Robin shift sideways, trying to evade the formidable sword waves, only to discover that these waves possess a homing capability. They immediately draw two black batons, forming a cross to shield their chests. The violent force of the energy impact sends the two ordinary muscle-bound men flying 2 meters as they cough and struggle to regain their composure. Poison Ivy, on the other hand, handles the assault with remarkable ease. She bends low, supporting herself with her hands on the ground, and a green shield woven from vines materializes instantaneously. For every vine the sword wave cuts through, an equal number sprout from the shield, effectively nullifying the energy of the sword wave through this reciprocal exchange. After catching her breath, Poison Ivy twirls her hands, intertwining several vines that surge forth like a green serpent. Roar! Mudface transforms into a towering 3-meter golem, bellowing as he charges towards Ivy. A large hole erupts in his chest where the green serpent emerges, yet he merely falters momentarily before accelerating once more. Behind him, the Clock King is equally relentless. After ineffective shots aimed at Poison Ivy, he brandishes his long knife, moving swiftly to flank Mudface. Killer Croc, meanwhile, opens his gaping maw and roars as he grapples with Robin, the weakest in martial prowess among the group. Tim finds himself at a disadvantage. As for Usa, following Logic's instructions, the little black cat leisurely engages Nightwing in a game of bondage. The battle unfolds with an overwhelming tilt, yet Logic remains vigilant. Fully aware of Batman's capabilities, he knows that this humanoid bat cannot possibly bring a cadre of super soldiers without confidence in his ability to overcome. It is certain that Gordon and the others, unable to assist, would also be anticipated by Batman. Thus, Logic finds himself pondering the hidden cards Batman might be holding while extinguishing the purple flame of his sword, conserving magical energy for unforeseen circumstances. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal reverberates as Logic's longsword strikes Batman's armored gauntlet, sending a shower of sparks flying. Just as he exerts pressure downward, a thunderous roar echoes through the air. The Batplane returns, its belly now laden with an array of missiles. Logic is left bewildered. Chapter 41, Batman. What has become of your no-kill rule? Batman, what do those missiles signify? What has become of your no-kill rule? Logic's tone was complex as his longsword clashed with Batman's gauntlet, locked in a stalemate, neither willing to yield. After a prolonged silence, he received nothing but a familiar, enigmatic smile in return. This profound smile sent Logic's thoughts spiraling, conjuring memories of his initial confrontation with Batman alongside Deadshot. At that time, when this humanoid bat sought to electrocute him and Lawton, he wore a similar smile. Realizing the implications of this thought, alarms blared in Logic's mind. He hastily ignited his magical power, channeling immense force into his sword, pressing down with all his might. The aircraft above buzzed ominously, poised to strike. He commanded his blade to ignite with violet flames, and with a resounding crash, he sent Batman sprawling 3 meters away. Logic, unwilling to grow complacent, chose not to pursue the advantage. Instead, he deftly retreated, leaving a trail of purple in his wake. With enhanced vision, he scrutinized the missiles below the Batplane, noting that they appeared to be organized by type. To his astonishment, the missiles bore his own likeness emblazoned upon them. Nearby, the faces of Clock Tower, Killer Croc, and others were similarly displayed. Momentarily taken aback, Logic, despite the imminent danger, could not resist a jest. Batman, I never imagined you had such a sentimental side. Ahem. Batman cleared his throat, awkwardly gesturing with his arm before explaining. Those were designed by Tim Drake. He was involved in their creation. His tone grew serious once more. These missiles have been specifically engineered for you. They will only incapacitate you, rendering you momentarily immobile without causing fatal harm. Ah, I see. Thank you, Batman, for merely intending to injure us with missiles. Truly heartfelt. Logic retorted sarcastically, his expression darkening. He then signaled Clock Tower and the others to abandon the skirmish and follow him to the city, where he would see if Batman still dared to strike. Boom. Suddenly, an unexpected explosion erupted among Logic's group of 4 and 1 cat, sending them sprawling to the ground amidst smoke and chaos, coughing and cursing Batman. This guy is truly sinister. Battling Batman, One could never anticipate when this colossal bat would affix a plethora of miniature bombs upon you. Indeed, as our leader Logic stated, we are, in fact, the good guys. Meanwhile, the often overlooked Scarecrow narrowly evaded the miniature explosives and was currently fielding questions from the audacious reporter. Gordon had intended to apprehend Scarecrow on the spot, but given Logic's presence, he feared that such an action might provoke retaliation. He dared not gamble. Thus, he could only scratch his brown hair in exasperation as he observed the reporters clamoring to interview Scarecrow. Meanwhile, atop the ruins of the Falcone estate, as the 4-in-1 cat regained their composure, Batman and his allies had vanished, boarding the Batplane. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ominous and fearsome aircraft, resembling a bat, hovered ominously in the air, its engines emitting a relentless hum, looking utterly out of place for this era. Seated in the cockpit, Batman showed no mercy as he pressed a button, launching missiles. Whoosh! The missiles pierced through the air, shrieking ominously as they approached. At that moment, every individual present felt as if a missile was tracking them from above, and mere seconds later, the scene erupted into a blaze of flames. The police officers and journalists, tightly encircled on the streets, felt a surreal disorientation, as if they had been transported to a battlefield of a world war. Clank! The bat-shaped aircraft emitted a mechanical grinding noise as it extended 2 metallic barrels from its underbelly. Bang! 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 The barrels suddenly discharged tranquilizers. The green-hued liquid capable of sending an elephant into a deep slumber for 3 days and nights, now falling like a rain of needles upon the scorched earth. Damn Batman! Damn bat aircraft! Logic cursed, his hands remaining deft as his teammates gathered around him. He conjured a shimmering purple barrier, barely managing to shield them from the onslaught. The 4 companions and a cat resembled soldiers entrenched in a trench, as the enemy missiles relentlessly struck the barrier, resonating with thunderous roars, while tiny fissures began to form. Ussa, can your tentacles reach the height of the bat aircraft? Logic turned to the now small gray cat, Ussa, and inquired. No, it's too high. Ussa, too weary to indulge in his usual cryptic musings, had sustained injuries. He could manage well enough alongside Logic in tussles with lesser foes. But the barrage of bombs and missiles was far beyond his capacity. Meanwhile, the Bell of Doom shrugged and remarked, Logic, those missiles and tranquilizers are mere trifles for Batman. No matter how many he launches, it's merely a drizzle. Perhaps in the midst of this, another fully armed aircraft will arrive. Indeed, indeed. However, I can use mudballs to protect you, so you appear quite proactive. After all, his film deal is still pending, Logic replied. The Killer Croc, a humanoid crocodile, had consumed all his chips prior to the battle and, having not received timely sustenance post-conflict, was now famished and mentally dulled after being bombarded. Acting as the backbone of the team, Logic maintained the barrier while sniffing. It's all right. If Batman can turn the tide of battle, so can I. He infused a surge of magic into the barrier and then fished out his phone. Damn. It was destroyed. Ussa was already accustomed to this. Ugh. Picking up a new phone, Logic dialed an old friend. Mad Hatter, where the hell is your fire god cannon? Bring it to me now. Moments later, a helicopter emblazoned with a shark head burst into view, its rapidly spinning blades creating a buzzing noise, and a familiar red figure stood at the door of the aircraft. Logic, you've gotten me into trouble again. Loud Un, wielding a specially designed 6-barreled spiral cannon sponsored by the Owl Court, was filled with fury upon recognizing the bat-shaped fighter jet before him. He exclaimed in frustration, lamenting that while he was promised a handsome reward for shooting down a bird, no one mentioned that this bird was a formidable bat fighter. Yet, contemplating the potential $200 million, the Death Shooter ultimately resolved to endure. With such a fortune, he could retire in peace, ensuring a better life for his daughter, Zoe, while he returned to his hometown to embrace a leisurely existence filled with fishing and hunting. Upon learning of his daughter's impending marriage, a complex expression crossed his face, quickly replaced by a proud father's smile. In that fleeting moment, Lauton's thoughts drifted far. But he shook his head. The mission remained unfulfilled, and such musings were futile. He swiftly maneuvered the cannon, unleashing a barrage of ammunition towards the bat fighter. The specially crafted bullets tore through the air, creating a vacuum and leaving a white streak in their wake, accompanied by the anguished wail of the air itself as they unleashed chaos upon the bat fighter's body. The crimson streaks struck the aircraft, igniting countless sparks, leaving the surrounding officers and journalists in stunned silence. What had begun as a mere boxing match had escalated into a modern-day warfare. Chapter 42. Your stubbornness persists. The metallic storm relentlessly battered the bat fighter, with the cascading ammunition weaving a crimson web of fire that ensnared the aircraft. Though it had yet to breach the fighter's robust exterior, the tremendous impact rendered the aircraft unstable, swaying precariously. Damn it. Nightwing, you and Robin. Suit up and prepare for direct confrontation. Batman, seated in the cockpit, wore a grim expression as he issued commands while skillfully maneuvering the aircraft to evade the lethal fire unleashed by his adversary. He yearned to retaliate. Yet through the fighter's telescope, he glimpsed the ordinary pilot aboard the helicopter, realizing that a missile could potentially kill, a reality he could not accept. Initially, Batman had believed that he, along with Nightwing and Robin, bolstered by the formidable Poison Ivy, could easily defeat Logic and his team. The Bat Fighter was intended as a contingency plan, but upon witnessing the colossal sword wave unleashed by Logic, he swiftly discarded that notion. He resolved to return the fighter to the Batcave, retrieve the new suits of armor, enhance his and his allies' capabilities, and, with Poison Ivy's relentless and powerful vines, bring Logic to his knees. With a decisive press of a button, several missiles streaked through the air, trailing crimson tails as they hurtled towards the magical barrier, further depleting the enemy's energy reserves. Taking a deep breath, Batman activated the fighter's autopilot system, removed his armor, and donned a new heavy-duty suit. The pitch-black armor bore the imprint of a blood-red bat silhouette, and as Batman's eyes glowed with determination, he leaped from the open hatch to the ground below. With a thunderous impact that kicked up dust, he landed beside a similarly armed Nightwing and Robin, both prepared for the impending confrontation. As the bulging pectorals and gluteus maximus of the two muscular men were concealed by their armored suits, the journalists swiftly lost interest, redirecting their lenses towards Batman and Rorschach, as well as the Deathstroke brandishing his weapon nearby. With a crackle, Batman aimed his hand towards Lawton, a vibrant blue arc of electricity pulsating in his palm. In the next instant, a distorted bolt of lightning struck the specially designed cannon with precision. The cannon erupted in a cacophony of sparks, its electrical current surging towards Deathstroke, leaving him quivering uncontrollably, his expression a chaotic mix of contorted features and wild hair. The pilot at the controls, having never witnessed such a spectacle, was terrified, promptly maneuvering the aircraft to retreat to the Mad Hatter for a change of equipment, planning to escort the unfortunate Lawton to the hospital in the process. At that moment, Batman's aircraft could no longer endure, its engine sputtering out amidst the fiery glow of Lawton's last rocket. It wobbled precariously before taking flight. The scene shifted to Rorschach, who found himself finally free from the missile threat above. He lowered his magical barrier, glaring resentfully at the fully armed Bat family. Batman, you know what I wish to convey. Indeed, I do, Batman replied coldly. Are you truly certain you wish to fight me to the bitter end, even if it may lead to mutual destruction? Rorschach, digging at his ear, retorted, have you heard of the saying that it takes 100 days to heal from a bone fracture? My peculiar teammates and I can recover from our injuries in 3 days, while you'll require weeks, possibly suffering lingering effects. He stepped closer to Batman, their gazes locking in the air. What I mean to say is that this is not worth it. You ought to channel your energy towards other supervillains. For instance, the Joker. Who knows, the next time he unleashes laughing gas upon the city, you might be incapacitated by leg pain and unable to catch him. Or the Riddler, an unpredictable element. Who knows when he might plunge the entire city into darkness. After Rorschach's remarks, Batman remained silent for a moment, contemplating before responding. I have my reasons for needing to defeat you. Good heavens, you remain as obstinate as when we first met. Rorschach chuckled, scratching his chin. I swear, if we lay down our weapons and turn enemies into allies, I shall refrain from making any more jokes about entering an alley with 6 legs and exiting with 2. Batman felt a surge of frustration, choosing silence as he resolved to purchase a box of fast-acting heart pills after this encounter. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the thrusters mounted on his armor ignited, emitting a ghostly blue flame. Batman would not grant Rorschach any further opportunity for idle banter, diving forward in a powerful charge. The looming figure of the bat-like man grew larger in Rorschach's vision, and the unexpected assault left him no time to evade. He instinctively raised his sword to block. A tremendous force collided with him, sending Rorschach staggering backwards, his footing faltering. Then, he noticed Nightwing and Robin powering forward as well, propelled by their thrusters, racing through the air in a streak of ethereal blue flame. Beside them, the poisonous vine woman unleashed a formidable vine, casting down serpentine tendrils of green like a cascade of menacing pythons. Stop dawdling, counterattack, roared Logic. Without further ado, the bell toller gripped his twin daggers, his enhanced physique taut with energy. He stepped forward, leaving 2 imprints on the ground before darting beneath the vine, swiftly reversing his grip on his long knife, relentlessly stabbing the vine as he ascended. Meanwhile, The killer crocodile had mysteriously produced a bag of chips, devouring them in a single bite, which ignited a ferocious glint in his eyes. With a thunderous stomp, he charged towards the great vine beneath the poisonous woman, scaling it with a few swift motions of his claws. The serpentine green tendrils either fell victim to the flashing blades of his attacks or were severed by his powerful jaws. As for Mudface, he rushed off to confront Nightwing, whose initial adversary was the poisonous vine woman, but the foolish crocodile had beaten him to it. What of your dear friend, the Stone Man? Or perhaps you two are destined to be adversaries. Nightwing, clad in a futuristic blue battlesuit adorned with shimmering azure lights, proclaimed, "Roar. No one can thwart my ambition to become a cinematic star." Mudface emitted a low growl, transforming into a 3-meter-tall mud golem, spewing sludge from his palms, yet Nightwing, enhanced by his activated thrusters, nimbly evaded the attack. "Right here, you fool." With a swift motion, Nightwing wielded a black staff and struck Mudface in the abdomen. But the blow sliced through as if it were water, inflicting no substantial harm. What an annoying creature. Nightwing retreated a few steps, narrowly avoiding a colossal punch made of mud, and his shoulders erupted with cannons. Meanwhile, Robin engaged in a harmless game of binding with Usa. The playful scene of the boy and his cat starkly contrasted with the fierce battle raging nearby, amusing Dick, or Nightwing, who couldn't help but intermittently join their harmonious skirmish with a quip or two. The focus shifted back to Logic, who faced the relentless Batman, with wings unfurled behind him. Purple flames flickering and burning, he propelled himself backward with fervor. The immense recoil granted Logic's speed and agility rivaling Batman's, as they transformed into two streaks of light, one purple and one blue, colliding from ground to air and back again. The resounding clashes drew gasps from nearby officers and reporters, their eyes wide with anticipation, eager to witness every fleeting moment of this epic confrontation. Chapter 43. Gotham's heart rescue pills witness a surge in sales. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, the blue and purple streaks frequently collided, the surrounding air tearing and reshaping, the friction producing a piercing shriek that threatened to rupture eardrums. While the gusting winds rustled Gordon's overcoat. Amidst the chaos, a disheveled Gordon heard an unfamiliar voice beside him. "It's truly terrifying, if it weren't daytime. I would surely believe that legend." "What legend?" Gordon, lost in thought, asked without turning. "That one. You know, everyone says Batman might be a vampire or something." "Indeed. It's hard not to entertain such thoughts." Gordon nodded and instinctively glanced at the ordinary citizens passing by. "What on earth are you doing here?" he exclaimed in disbelief, adjusting his glasses before turning to survey the crowd. "How did all of you manage to gather here? Where's the cordon? This is absurd. What happened to the officers guarding the perimeter? Get these onlookers back behind the line. If anyone dares to breach it, unleash the tear gas." "Yes, you heard me right. Deploy the tear gas," Gordon shouted through a megaphone, taking several deep breaths as a sense of frustration welled within him. He resolved that once he dealt with this mess, he would procure a bottle of quick-acting heart remedy. Meanwhile, Logic was unaware that yet another unfortunate soul was indirectly contributing to an increase in the sales of heart remedy due to his actions. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Batman descended like a black projectile, delivering a powerful punch. Logic's eyes gleamed with a purple light as he remarked, "Batman, is this the much-touted anti-Logic armor? It seems rather underwhelming." No sooner had he spoken than he seized the humanoid bat and pulled him close, unleashing a flurry of dragon-like punches. With tremendous force, his strike collided with Batman's robust chest, the overwhelming kinetic energy sending the Dark Knight hurtling against the wall, embedding him within it. The cracks that formed resembled a web, and Batman appeared as a trapped prey at the center. Logic wasted no time, flapping his wings vigorously and propelling himself forward with a fierce gust of wind. With a thunderous roar, the wall crumbled as Batman's shoulders were gripped tightly by Logic, who glided along the ground, reducing the stones in their path to mere dust. Each impact resonating with a booming sound. Just as they were about to burst into the city, Logic, not truly a villain at heart, felt a pang of concern for unnecessary casualties and chose to halt his reckless charge. With a swift maneuver, Batman executed a flawless stop, akin to a well-timed break. As the battle intensified, Logic's companions were also making their marks. Poison Ivy, wielding the formidable power of nature, summoned a multitude of vine-like serpents that lunged fiercely. However, the enhanced Banshee and the diamond-skinned Killer Croc were no pushovers. Their combined might swiftly dismantle the advancing vines into mere green rags. Yet that was where their advantage ended. Each time they attempted to close the distance and engage Poison Ivy in close combat, she effortlessly retaliated with a massive vine from her elevated position, casting down a scornful glance. For reasons unknown, it seemed she was not exerting her full strength. Logic, having shifted some of his focus to assess the battlefield, sensed that there was a hidden side quest within this chaos. But with the battle reaching a fever pitch, he had no time to ponder it. As for the fight between Mudface and Nightwing, the atmosphere had taken on an increasingly peculiar tone, mirroring the strange developments occurring with the nearby Robin. Nightwing incessantly ridiculed the aspirations of the mud-faced actor, inciting a reaction that left him astounded. The mud-faced individual, thoroughly enraged, completely lost his composure. Even the ultimate technique, the shadow clone technique, manifested in the form of dozens of mud figures, appeared frantic and unsteady, each one being obliterated into crumbs by Nightwing's strikes. Nightwing felt as though he were engaged in a game reminiscent of Plants vs. Zombies. As time ticked away, the combatants realized that none could truly outmatch the others. Any pursuit of victory merely hinged on the endurance of their stamina. Yet, the exertion of physical prowess proved exhausting. Apart from Batman and Logic, who found themselves in unique circumstances, the rest of the group exhibited little enthusiasm for their adversaries, lacking the fervor to engage earnestly. Ultimately, they discerned a pivotal truth. The outcome of the entire battle rested solely upon two individuals, the very instigators of this chaos, Batman and Logic. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded on the battlefield. Aside from the continuous clash of blue and purple energies, the remaining participants began to meander aimlessly. Poison Ivy slowed the summoning of her vines, which, once as swift as a python, now twisted languidly like earthworms. Meanwhile, the Clock King and Killer Croc ambled about, casually waving their hands to brush aside the diminutive vines. As for Nightwing, he too had grown weary of the relentless onslaught of mud minions. Observing his allies, Poison Ivy and her foe, engaging in a lackadaisical manner, he recognized that he could not persist in his fervent efforts. Suddenly, he experienced a pang of regret for his previous actions, exclaiming that he had misjudged the mud-faced actor, declaring him the greatest performer, deserving of dozens of Oscars. The mud-faced actor, touched to tears, borrowed a bag of chips from Killer Croc, tearing it open to share with Nightwing. The two sat in the warm midday sun, observing the flashing police lights around them, embodying a scene of camaraderie. On the other side, Usa and Robin witnessed a peculiar awakening in the little black cat, who had initially intended to continue binding games. However, under Robin's vehement protests, he reluctantly relented, retracting one of the many tentacles that ensnared Robin. Meanwhile, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as the focus turned to the intense confrontation between Logic and Batman. Batman, you ought to don genuine anti-Logic armor. This current suit offers me no challenge whatsoever, Logic chattered, yet his actions remained unyielding. His violet fists clenched tightly, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches upon Batman's armored form. Each impact resonating with a deep thud, akin to thunder. Batman let out a muffled grunt, and in the next instant, his form unexpectedly sank, adopting an almost surreal posture as he grasped Logic's legs. Crackling blue arcs of electricity surged forth, enveloping Logic entirely, piercing through his magical barrier. Gasping, he expelled a cloud of black smoke, instinctively retreating while brushing his explosive hairstyle. Seething with rage, Batman, you have thoroughly ignited my fury. You have ruined the meticulously crafted hairstyle I fashioned. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the diminishing reservoir of magical energy and then at Batman, whose armor had sustained significant damage. Logic was uncertain whether he had exhausted his magic first or if Batman's suit had been shattered beforehand. In the midst of his swirling thoughts, a daring idea emerged in his mind. Chapter 44, The Fiery Rage of Two Buzz. A purple glow emanated from Logic's right hand. While his wings tightened behind him, he unleashed a torrent of magical flames, the tremendous recoil propelling him forward in a glide, leaving a fleeting afterimage as he rapidly maneuvered around Batman. Just as Batman prepared to launch a ranged weapon, Logic seized the moment to initiate a surprise attack. He thrust his right palm forward, and a spherical barrier of magic enveloped the Caped Crusader's head in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. Batman clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a barrage of furious strikes against the barrier, each blow resonating with a dull thud as it cracked under the relentless assault. However, thanks to Logic's sustained infusion of magical energy, the fissures in the barrier quickly mended themselves. Though the flow of faith energy provided by the followers was ceaseless, Batman's relentless array of explosives and electrical weaponry steadily drained Logic's reserves. Even in the comics, Batman's encounters with villains like Mr. Freeze or Scarecrow were never this intense. Logic speculated that Batman was wary of fatally harming his opponents, as they were all flesh and blood. After all, Detonating bombs would mean they wouldn't be sent to prison, but rather to the morgue. Now that the adversary was this formidable being with near-impenetrable defenses, Batman unleashed his full arsenal, employing an array of advanced technology that made Logic's battle exceedingly burdensome. Anyone would find it challenging to endure amidst the fray. Several miniature explosives unexpectedly detonated, or he would be jolted by a sudden electric shock, leaving him with a new hairstyle. Who could withstand such onslaught? Logic understood that he could no longer afford to exhaust himself against this formidable bat. He needed to conjure a decisive move to secure victory. First, he had to find a way to replenish the depleted reservoir of magical energy. With this thought, he reached into his pocket only to find his phone. Damn. It had been blasted to pieces again. He glanced at Usa nearby, and the little black cat seemed to understand. After receiving a new phone, he dialed the Mad Hatter's number. Hello, TYCH. What is the status of Deadshot? Boss, Deadshot is still in bed. But he seems to be recovering well after treatment. At least his mouth isn't crooked, and he can talk now. Good, put him on. I have urgent matters to discuss. Logic's tone displayed a hint of urgency as the caged bat in the background continued its relentless assault on the magical prison. The thuds echoing incessantly. A cold chuckle came from the other end of the line. It was Deadshot's voice. Logic. Oh, Logic, today is your day? Let us cut to the chase. Your former employer is in quite a predicament. Batman has gone rogue, and I need you to make a trip to the Owl Cathedral in the city center. As Logic spoke, he keenly observed the movements of Batman. The colossal bat-like figure had ceased its relentless bombardment, paused to catch its breath, and then rubbed its palms together before pressing them against the barrier, unleashing a surge of high-voltage electricity. The crackling sound of the electricity, accompanied by the diminishing power of the magic pool, filled Logic with urgency. Ignoring the taunts of Lawton, he declared, Deadshot, complete this mission, and your reward will be doubled. Logic, at this moment, you are more Bruce Wayne than Bruce Wayne himself, remarked Deadshot, unable to suppress his astonishment at Logic's commanding tone. The thought of a doubled reward lifted his spirits, banishing any fatigue as he sprang into action. With a few swift motions, Lawton discarded the attached syringes, leaped up, and hurriedly boarded a helicopter, taking the pilot's seat as he continued, Logic, I know about that newly constructed church. What do you want me to do there? There's a barrel in the church's backyard filled with purple carrots. Bring them all to me. I have my uses for them. Logic's voice resonated over the phone, accompanied by the crackling sounds of Batman's electric barrier. The familiar voice sent a shiver down Deadshot's spine, recalling a sorrowful rain-soaked night. Lawton's mind raced with mixed emotions, but his hands remained steady. The prospect of a doubled reward fueled his determination as he expertly piloted the helicopter towards the Owl Cathedral. Meanwhile, Logic concluded the call, withdrew the barrier, and brandished his weapon, retreating swiftly while leaving behind a trail of blazing flames. Suddenly, Batman broke free, his eyes glowing red, muscles taut, and the thrusters on his back roaring to life, propelling him through the air like a drawn bow, charging directly towards Logic. With a thunderous boom, the magical flames left by Logic were mercilessly extinguished, but they momentarily halted Batman's advance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Logic channeled his magical power and decisively raised his longsword to strike down. Clang! The sword collided with Batman's armored forearm, sending sparks flying. Recognizing the impasse, Logic activated the power of the intermediate illusion god, piercing the dissipating magic into Batman's temple. Buzz! Batman was suddenly engulfed in dizziness, a persistent buzzing in his ears, as if plummeting into a dark abyss, surrounded only by terrifying bats. The childhood fears momentarily paralyzed him, but he quickly regained composure, opening his eyes to see an ever-enlarging fist approaching. Bang! With a dull thud, Batman was sent reeling backward like a marionette with severed strings. He activated the thrusters on his back to stabilize himself just in time. His handsome visage had taken a devastating blow, igniting a surge of rage within Batman. After all, he needed that charming playboy face to woo the ladies during the day, to maintain his persona. With this thought, his fury escalated, and he extended his arms as two cannon barrels emerged with a series of intricate mechanical transformations. Boom, boom. Two projectiles soared through the air, trailing brilliant crimson tails as they hurtled towards Logic's chest with astonishing speed. Curse that Batman. Why must all his vicious tactics be directed at me? Logic seethed inwardly, his anger igniting. If Batman was merciless, then he too would abandon righteousness. As purple light flared from his palms, he calculated that Loudon would return in 2 minutes. In the meantime, it would not be unwise to unleash a moderately sized spell to diminish Batman's bravado. With a splat, a missile plunged into a cauldron of magical sludge. Under Logic's masterful manipulation of magic, the missile was redirected to a safe distance before it erupted in a thunderous explosion. Then, with wings unfurled behind him, a torrent of magic surged forth, creating afterimages as he instantly appeared before Batman. He clasped his palms together and struck fiercely at the sides of Batman's abdomen. Crack! The armor split open, allowing the magical flames to seep through and scorch the black soft shell within. Batman was grievously wounded, momentarily pained, and gritted his teeth as he swiftly maneuvered, dropping several microbombs in the process. Logic, having landed a successful hit, dared not linger. He retreated several meters, narrowly evading the ensuing blasts of the microbombs. The whirring of helicopter blades grew increasingly audible. Loudon had finally arrived. Chapter 45. What now? It seems the armor has come off. Stand down, Batman. This battle is utterly pointless. Your allies have already grasped this reality, Logic proclaimed, chewing on a carrot while feeling the concentrated magical energy coursing through his limbs, relishing the invigorating sensation. The mission of the Death Shooter had been accomplished, and he had been airdropped a substantial supply of magical carrots. Now he piloted the helicopter, hovering safely above a rooftop while leisurely enjoying the spectacle of Logic and Batman's clash alongside a group of police officers and reporters. The special effects were spectacular. One moment, Logic was enveloped in purple light and raging flames, and the next, Batman was erupting in blue fire, with bombs detonating, like a scene from a Hollywood blockbuster. Observing the two combatants exchanging blows below, Loudon suddenly felt empty-handed, realizing he should have purchased a bucket of popcorn upon his return. Ignoring the Death Shooter, who had morphed from a stoic idol into a foolish figure, the focus shifted back to Logic. At that moment, he was consuming the magical carrots at an astonishing rate, each carrot brimming with highly concentrated magical energy, revitalizing his previously depleted magical reservoir. Restored to his pinnacle, Logic's confidence surged. Batman, what is your true motive? As he spoke, he crossed his arms defensively across his chest to block Batman's rapid black iron fists. Bang! A dull thud resonated. This strike was far more forceful than the previous ones. Before Logic could ponder the reason behind Batman's sudden surge of power, the formidable figure of the Batman unleashed a flurry of punches. The shadows of his fists fell like a torrential downpour. After enduring 2 strikes, Logic retreated, his thoughts conjuring several purple blades that hovered in midair. In the next moment, they shot toward Batman with piercing speed. The blade, forged from concentrated magic, moved with astonishing speed, delivering a devastating area attack. Aware that evasion was futile, Batman immediately dropped a smoke bomb, revealing his back amidst the billowing clouds. His cape descended, shielding the thrust device, which, upon activation, hardened instantaneously. Crack! The blade shattered, precisely as Logic had anticipated. Following a feigned assault, Batman unfurled his wings, the surging flames of magic propelling him with such velocity that he left behind mere afterimages. With clenched fists, he struck fiercely against Batman, who had just regained his composure. Coughing from the sudden blow, Batman stifled a groan and promptly maximized the power of his thrust device. The violent surge of azure flames catapulted him into the air. Batman, respond to me. Logic called out, fixating on Batman, who was hovering and conjuring weapons with an air of cool detachment. Just as his words escaped his lips, a thunderous explosion erupted beneath him, blinding white light piercing through Logic's eyes like 1,000 silver needles, forcing him to squint and rub them. Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, 3 projectiles barreled toward him, erupting in a cacophony of sound. Logic stood amidst the inferno, the intense heat fracturing the magical barrier encasing his body, radiating waves of thermal energy. He felt as though his very insides were ablaze, realizing that Batman had become relentless and was not to be trifled with. He resolved to subdue him swiftly and unleash a formidable attack to reduce Batman to mere crumbs. With this thought, he narrowly evaded the blast radius, only to be caught off guard as 3 miniature explosives detonated on his back, propelling him forward. Damn you, Batman! Logic cursed, lamenting the treacherous cunning of his adversary. In that moment, he heard Batman's voice. Logic, you have taken many lives. It was a raspy, chilling tone, as if it emanated from the depths of an icy abyss. Steadying himself, Logic ran a hand through his tousled hair, contemplating his response before retorting, Batman, you should say I have eliminated many criminals. There is no distinction. The crux has always been the act of killing, Batman replied, descending from the air, his battle suit battered yet still operational, intermittently emitting sparks. Indeed, you are correct. The essence has always been the act of killing. I concur on this point, Logic responded, requesting a comb from Usha before continuing. How many criminals have I dispatched? Dozens? Hundreds? I have calculated, and at most, it is just over 100. They are not merely numbers. Batman's tone was cold. They are indeed just numbers. What I mean is, in our pursuit of justice, we must let reason prevail. Reason tells me that by taking the lives of 100 criminals, I have saved countless innocent lives that would have perished at their hands, while also avenging the innocents who have already fallen victim to them. Of course, reason does not condone vengeance. I merely mention it in passing. Upon finishing, Logic attempted to tame his unruly hair with the comb, only for it to snap with a resounding crack. He silently discarded the broken comb, casting a resentful glance at the imposing figure of the Bat before continuing. This situation is akin to two ships, one carrying over 100 criminals and the other 1,000 innocent citizens. You can only save the lives of those aboard one vessel, if the criminals survive. Even if by a stroke of genius you manage to rescue the innocents from the other ship, those criminals will ultimately return to slay them anew. I grasp your intention. Yet evil is insatiable. Your act of toppling Falcone from his throne has indeed spared a number of innocents who might have fallen victim to his wrath. But what of the ensuing chaos? How many lives will it claim? Batman, as he spoke, massaged his sore shoulders. Logic sensed a slight softening in Batman's tone, though it remained raspy, as if burdened by phlegm. He resolved that if they remained friends post-battle, he would generously overlook the incident involving the explosive hairdo and would reluctantly employ an ancestral remedy to alleviate Batman's throat ailment. Of course, I have contemplated these matters. He continued, but as you rightly stated, evil cannot be eradicated. To employ a well-worn metaphor, if justice is light, then evil embodies darkness. They exist in opposition. Where there is one, the other must also prevail. The towering edifices shimmering under the sunset cast equally vast shadows, and in those regions untouched by the light of justice, evil perpetually flourishes. Logic turned to meet Batman's gaze. Such is the essence of humanity. That is sufficient, Batman replied, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, his shoulders visibly relaxing. Understanding this much is enough. What do you mean, enough? Logic inquired, scratching his chin. Merely recognizing that our methods diverge, yet our ultimate goals align, is sufficient. Batman's tone softened, only to regain its seriousness. Of course, you would be wise to refrain from actions that are overtly malevolent. Upon hearing this, Logic pondered, his expression turning curious. I think I may comprehend what you mean. Well then, enlighten me, Batman urged. You imply that as long as one's actions are not blatantly evil, you will turn a blind eye, correct? I never imagined you to be this kind of person, old mentor. Logic exclaimed, incredulity written across his face. Batman, upon hearing this, wore a look of exasperation, rubbing his chest where tension had gathered. He shed his battle armor and retrieved a bottle of stress relief gummies that Alfred had lent him. Logic, mistaking it for a quick remedy, gasped, you actually bought some? Batman replied, what can I say? It seems I took off the armor a tad too early. Chapter 46, the enjoyable post-battle dining segment. Long time no see, Batman. At the dining table, Deadshot nonchalantly speared a piece of broccoli with his fork while stealthily glancing at Batman. Lawton displayed a hint of nervousness, akin to a young man dining with his girlfriend's parents for the first time. Indeed, it has been a while, Lawton. Batman cast a fleeting glance at Deathstroke, only to swiftly divert his attention back to the plate of chicken wings before him. The familiar aroma reminded him of the meal consumed in the subterranean cave. Your cat's roasted chicken wings are quite delectable, Batman remarked to Logic, who was engaged in conversation with Usher at that moment. I understand. In a little while, I shall take you to procure several tons of cat food. But for now, let us not rush. We have just emerged from an intense battle, and everyone is utterly exhausted, in dire need of replenishing their strength. Logic gently patted the cat's head, then picked up a fragrant chicken wing, offering it to the feline before turning his gaze to Batman. Hee hee, Batman, as long as it tastes good, that's what matters. His grin was rather mischievous, and Batman perceived an enigmatic tale concealed within that peculiar smile. The caped crusader inhaled deeply, his thoughts racing, as he regarded the perfectly roasted chicken wing in his hand. Suddenly, the wing seemed far less appetizing due to that grin. Clearing his throat softly, Batman discreetly discarded the wing and popped 2 vibrant green peas into his mouth, only to find them equally unpalatable. Despite his hunger, the exhilarating battle had left Batman's mind remarkably clear. Unlike the previous occasion in the underground cave, he now harbored serious doubts regarding Logic's intentions with the food. The motivation behind Logic's actions was straightforward. As long as Batman felt discomfort, Logic would revel in his own satisfaction. Fully aware of this truth, Batman rubbed his stomach and addressed the nearby crocodile. Killer Croc, do you have any chips remaining? Killer Croc blinked, revealing the empty bag of chips he had just consumed. He then raised his hand, still clutching a half-full bag, and promptly emptied its contents into his mouth with a loud crunch. After swallowing a few bites, he held up the now vacant bag and declared, "See, Killer Croc has finished all his chips." "Damn it," Batman muttered. "Not only does logic consistently vex me, but even the crocodile beside him has taken to mimicking him. Is it true, Logic, that you possess several small islands in the Pacific, adorned with rare plants?" Poison Ivy inquired from across the table, her brow furrowed in skepticism. How could someone like Logic, who ruthlessly eliminated numerous orange carrots for a handful of purple ones, possibly engage in such an endeavor? In response to Poison Ivy's doubts, Logic smiled, unfazed, and retorted, "Ah, the Earth is my home. Environmental protection is a collective responsibility. I feel immense guilt for the sins committed against those carrots, which is why I contacted my subordinates to acquire several islands in the Pacific, cultivating rare plants to ensure that these endangered species can continue to thrive in this beautiful world." Logic adeptly understood the art of conversing appropriately with different audiences, and after his somewhat far-fetched explanation, he painted a vivid picture of plants for Poison Ivy, successfully assuaging her ire. "Logic, with Falcone now gone, may I finally remove my helmet?" The funeral bell swallowed a piece of steak, and after taking a sip of wine, he inquired, "Of course, once this meal concludes, I shall assist you in removing your helmet, allowing you to reunite with your family." After Robin spoke, he smacked his lips, wondering why his tone resembled that of a kidnapper. He shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought, as Nightwing interjected, "This is rather peculiar. I mean, just moments ago we were creating a cacophony of chaos, and now we find ourselves gathered around a table, dining peacefully." "Indeed," Robin nodded in agreement, chewing on a chicken wing. "You ought to acclimate to this sooner rather than later." The Deadshot mused, his thoughts drifting back to that morning when the sky blazed like fire. If memory serves, he had made quite a spectacle of himself, having been momentarily stunned by Batman's electric shock. At this recollection, Lawton shot a resentful glare at Batman, who merely scratched his chin, feigning indifference. As the group enjoyed their meal, resembling a close-knit family, the surrounding officers and reporters were left dumbfounded. What had transpired? How was it that they had been fiercely battling just moments ago, exchanging blows with the intent to break one another, only to now gather around a dining table? And what was concealed within that black cat's belly, a fourth-dimensional space perhaps? The onlookers collectively swallowed hard, their minds racing with incredulity, while the reporters, who had almost worn their fingers to the bone from snapping photos, stood frozen in place. One ordinary passerby, convinced he was dreaming, requested a fellow bystander to pinch him. The latter complied with a hearty slap. Rubbing his stinging cheek, the bewildered citizen realized that even dreams could inflict pain. Meanwhile, Commissioner Gordon, with his hands tangled in his messy brown hair, was oblivious to his glasses nearly slipping off his nose. "Come on, Gordon. You're a seasoned law enforcement officer who has witnessed grand spectacles. This is merely a trivial matter." He engaged in a moment of self-encouragement, then straightened his posture. After instructing his officers to maintain control of the situation and to uphold the perimeter without allowing any citizens to enter, he approached Robin. He moved briskly, his demeanor awkward as if discussing life plans with a mother-in-law. "Hello there," came a voice from behind, prompting Robin to lean back slightly, his head spinning a full 180 degrees, a manifestation of the owl goddess abilities, smiling at Gordon. Gordon's heart skipped a beat, and Batman, too, felt a jolt as he stood up, fearing Robin had become possessed. "Gordon, your timing is impeccable." As he turned his head back to face the table, Robin stood and patted Gordon on the shoulder, then shifted his gaze to Batman. "Bats, the Gotham underworld is currently leaderless, and chaos looms on the horizon. Someone must rise to take command. I was wondering, Batman, have you considered venturing into the realm of organized crime?" Upon concluding his statement, he added, "Of course, it is for the sake of justice." Batman remained silent, casting a meaningful glance at Logic, as if to say, "I did not inquire." Recognizing that familiar gaze, Logic refrained from further frivolities and proceeded directly towards the location where Gordon had been. "What are you planning to do?" Gordon hurriedly followed, his tone laced with urgency. "What do you think I am going to do?" Logic replied, "Of course, I am here to take charge of the situation." With that declaration, he unfurled his wings, hovering gracefully in midair, facing the assembled police officers, reporters, and the citizens of Gotham beyond the barricades. After a moment of silence, the flashbulbs erupted into a frenzy of light. He exhaled deeply and proclaimed, "In this twisted era where right and wrong are so obscured, I find myself burdened with the formidable task of restoring order." Logic's voice, imbued with an enchanting quality, resonated widely, echoing in the ears of all the criminal factions poised to seize a piece of the pie following Falcone's downfall. He made it unmistakably clear there was already someone seated upon the throne. Chapter 47. The aftermath of war in a supermarket located near the Owl Cathedral in Gotham. During the noon hour, sunlight poured in through a row of glass windows above the shelves, intertwining with the artificial illumination within, creating a dazzling spectacle. Us a look. There's a solitary can of cat food over there, Logic remarked, gesturing towards a shelf where only a single can of tuna remained. His small black cat companion let out a sardonic chuckle, then opened its mouth to speak. The advancement of human technology is truly astonishing. They have even managed to create single cans of cat food weighing several tons. Such concentrated essence. This particular can must be both delectable and nutritious, judging by the frenzy it has incited. I do not care, the little black cat retorted. Foolish human wizard, you have made a promise, and now it is time to fulfill it. The darkness within me is ravenous, and its insatiable grasp clutches at my very core. The adorable feline expressed terrifying sentiments, performing a small spin on Logic's shoulder. Fear not, Ussa, for I have already instructed Wilson to clear out all the cat food and supplies within Gotham. They have now been amassed into a mountain at the Owl Cathedral, just waiting for your return to indulge. Logic chuckled, affectionately ruffling the cat's fur, his spirits elevated. The reason for his elation was simple. Once the chaos left by Falcone was tidied up, he would actualize his envisioned magical sanctuary and laboratory, preparing to set forth for Kansas to find Superman. No longer would he have to confront the ever-volatile Batman. The mere thought of this filled Logic with a sense of ease, as he strolled through the supermarket with Ussa perched upon his shoulder. Human wizard, you seem quite content these past few days, Ussa purred, nuzzling Logic's cheek with its head, emitting a soothing purr. Despite its formidable origins, with the blood of ancient gods coursing through its veins and an aura steeped in the remnants of yore, it was, after all, just a cat, unable to resist such comforting gestures. Haha, of course, I am delighted. You have no idea how anxious I have been these past few months in Gotham. Speaking of which, Logic, while grabbing a packet of beef jerky and placing it in the basket, continued with a tone filled with grievance. I often find myself terrified in my dreams, fearing that I might suddenly be blown apart by tiny explosives or, while strolling along, some idle bat, with a sinister grin, might press a button and turn me into a frizzled mess, convulsing on the ground like a lunatic. What if, at that very moment, I was preaching the grand doctrines of our owl cult to my followers? Where would I put the dignity of the owl god? The more Logic spoke, the angrier and more aggrieved he became, oblivious to the fact that a wealthy passerby in Gotham was eavesdropping from the gap between two bags of chips on the shelf behind him. Batman is merely Bruce. This rapid-fire speech was so fast that it was difficult to discern what was being said, yet the repetition was unmistakable. However, I am finally relieved to no longer see that grim countenance of the bat. Just thinking about it brings me joy. Once Logic finished speaking, he suddenly felt the air grow thick with tension. Ussa, perched on his shoulder, had yet to offer an opinion, facing backward with its paw over its mouth, its body trembling slightly, seemingly stifling laughter. With its bared fangs retracted, Logic scratched his chin, pinched his nose, ruffled his hair, and then took a deep breath before nonchalantly asking, Ussa, tell me, is Batman right behind me? Uffed. Ha! Silly human wizard, see for yourself. Ussa could no longer contain its laughter, shaking uncontrollably, and the entire cat could barely hold itself together. Hello there, Bruce. Logic chuckled awkwardly, greeting Bruce, who was not clad in his bat uniform, across the shelf. Hee. Bruce chuckled in return, then moved his face away from the bags of chips, continuing his stride towards Logic. You too, Logic. Just as Bruce began to speak, Logic interrupted. What was I saying just now? I didn't say anything. I was merely selecting the flavors of beef jerky. But, oh dear, Bruce, as they say, the wealthy often forget. I have completely forgotten. Bruce, even without the bat suit, appearing as the charming playboy, how could I not feel a sense of discomfort after just a few words? Pardon me, Bruce. How many times have we encountered each other by coincidence now? I'm starting to suspect that you might actually be my super fan. Logic remarked to the Batman, who stood before him in casual attire, well aware of his true identity, as was Bruce. I merely came to purchase some everyday necessities. I've run out of shampoo in the Batcave. Bruce indicated towards the shampoo in his basket. The playboy demeanor of Bruce during the day is far more vivacious and approachable than the Dark Knight persona of Batman at night. And he certainly has a knack for witty banter. I had presumed that the butler would assist you in your purchases. Logic cast a glance at Bruce, who recognized the look all too well, for he often directed similar expressions at Logic, an expression of incredulity. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Bruce opted for concession. Yes, he will. I did indeed seek you out proactively. Have you devised a plan regarding the Falcone issue? I mean, your earlier words at the Falcone estate were undeniably menacing, managing to intimidate those criminal factions in the short term. However, they require a constant presence. Bruce's tone softened, his demeanor shifting into that of Batman. I grasp your intent, but I must soon venture out of the city, leaving Gotham for a spell. For how long? I cannot say for certain, perhaps a few days, or even months. Those criminal factions cannot afford to wait that long. I am well aware of their impatience, yet I have formulated a solution, Logic proclaimed, patting his chest with an air of confidence. That is reassuring. Might you share it with me? Bruce's interest piqued. I intend to appoint the Penguin to succeed Falcone. To ascend to the throne, Logic suggested, stroking the head of Usa's feline companion. He recalled that in the comics, the Penguin had at one point become the kingpin of Gotham's underworld. However, the title of kingpin was hardly esteemed. Black Mask had proven to be a more formidable figure, having dominated all of Gotham's criminal organizations on 2 occasions. Yet, Black Mask's brutal nature rendered him less suitable, for while he would heed Logic's commands after ensnaring followers, he could not remain detached from the fray. Thus, upon careful consideration, it seemed the Penguin, with his aptitude for constructing a criminal empire and his sense of ownership over Gotham, was indeed the most fitting candidate for the role. Chapter 48, Credibility Enhanced. On the outskirts of Gotham City, the cold morning light of late autumn fell upon 3 individuals standing together, facing a stretch of fertile land recently developed. Aside from crops, a few gnarled, blackened trees stood crookedly. A crow perched upon one of the withered branches, its feathers stained a vivid crimson by the rising sun, presenting an unsettling sight. Kapot. You now face 3 choices. Logic, standing in the center, attempted to pat the Penguin's shoulder but missed, only succeeding after lowering his hand slightly. Without turning, he gazed toward the distant sun, which, despite its intense heat, cast a chill upon them. Winter is coming. Logic tightened his coat and continued. Choice 1. You may join the Falcone's minions and return to a pastoral life, cultivating carrots and tending to horses. The Penguin listened to Logic's voice, his gaze fixated on the unfortunate souls in the pasture. One gangster was attempting to dig up a magical carrot, but his stance was improper, triggering an explosion of magic that sent him flying a meter away. After a moment of pain, he cried out before rising. There was also a horse, a magnificent purple steed that seemed to have galloped straight out of a fantastical tale. It was fiercely untamed in the presence of anyone other than Logic. And due to a bit of dirt on the carrot, a hapless gangster was sent flying with a single kick. The Penguin shivered, his downy feathers quivering around his neck as he inquired, "What are the other 2 options?" After uttering this, he averted his gaze to his companion, Logic, his eyes flashing with a hint of fear before casting an odd glance toward Bruce. The Penguin, being a clever fellow, was acutely aware that Bruce was none other than Batman. The Dark Knight of Gotham, the spectral guardian hovering over the city, was now mingling with Logic and himself. 2 notorious villains. The Penguin inwardly lamented the degradation of morality and the distortion of humanity, imagining pricking Logic and Bruce with countless holes using the tip of his umbrella. The other 2 choices were either to become the godfather of Gotham's underworld or to meet an untimely demise. Logic finally turned his head, a malevolent smile gracing his lips. Is there time for consideration? The Penguin waved his umbrella, inquiring. To gather your forces for a counterattack? No, certainly not. Well, it seems the situation is quite clear. I shall, of course, choose to become a crime lord. The Penguin shrugged, planting his umbrella in the ground, his body leaning slightly. Excellent. A wise man recognizes the times. You are a sharp-witted individual, Cobblepot. Logic nodded with satisfaction, just as he was about to employ the powers of the God of Illusion to entice the Penguin into becoming his follower when he suddenly recalled Bruce's presence. Restricted scenes require parental accompaniment, and Bruce's parents had long since expired, leaving Logic with no choice but to restrain himself, planning to win over the Penguin at a later time. You see, Bruce, Falcone's mess has been tidied up. Logic patted his chest with pride. His remnants are now tending to the land and feeding horses, and there are new candidates for the vacant throne. Indeed, I must say you have done remarkably well. Bruce nodded in approval. By the way, I have yet to thank you for your generous support in developing this ranch. Logic scratched his chin, pondering before adding, I'll see if those magical cows can produce some enchanted milk. As he spoke, the 3 of them walked side by side across the verdant grass of the ranch, heading toward a red barn. Although Logic now wielded the influence of the Court of Owls in Gotham and required no assistance from Bruce to establish the ranch, He felt it would be impolite to refuse Bruce's offer of help after he had expressed his willingness. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill, and logic was pleased that Bruce harbored such intentions. "Bruce, do you see the low-hanging red sun on the horizon?" Logic suddenly remarked as they walked. "I do." The master asserts he has eyes and is not blind. "The sun is merely a morning star, Bruce. You know I possess some peculiar abilities. I can sense that something is approaching from the depths of the cosmos." "What is it?" "Aliens." Luo Ji spoke with utmost seriousness, and Bruce listened intently, while the penguin, perched nearby, also pricked up his ears. Upon hearing the conversation, he silently marveled at the distinction of these two individuals, who conversed in cosmic topics far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary passerby like himself. While he was still engaged in a standoff on the ground, they were already discussing the universe and extraterrestrial beings. "Luo Ji, are you being serious?" Bruce inquired, well aware of Luo Ji's temperament. When this fellow spoke with a cheeky grin, one could hardly trust even the punctuation in his words. However, when his tone turned exceedingly grave, the credibility of his statements increased significantly. One could at least trust 2 out of 10. "What would I gain by deceiving you? There's no candy involved," Luo Ji retorted, a hint of disdain in his expression. "Bruce, I am utterly serious. Something is indeed approaching from space, and the visitors do not bear good intentions. Do you know precisely when they will arrive?" Bruce asked. "I cannot say for certain. It should take a few months, at most a year," Luo Ji replied, exuding an air of unwavering conviction. "Thus, I require your assistance." Upon hearing this, Bruce recognized that the crux of the matter had arrived and nodded for him to continue. "I need a laboratory for research purposes," Luo Ji stated, revealing his true intentions. The Dark Knight did not respond immediately, contemplating for a moment before saying, "Regarding this laboratory, and all that transpires within it, I need to be privy to the same information as you." "Of course, that is a given," Luo Ji exclaimed, patting Bruce on the shoulder, adopting a brotherly demeanor. "Moreover, I won't be in Gotham often, so the lab will be situated on the outskirts of the city. I will need you to help manage it from time to time." Bruce nodded lightly, uncertain of Luo Ji's ulterior motives, deciding to take things one step at a time. He had not intended to agree, but to prevent this seemingly chaotic yet benevolent individual from one day turning into a force of chaos and evil, he acquiesced. More opportunities to engage with him would inevitably lead to a greater collection of intelligence, and knowledge is indeed the path to victory. Luo Ji remained oblivious to the torrent of thoughts erupting within Bruce at that moment. He was merely aware that his obsessions with the kung fu cow, telekinetic squirrel, or water-controlling tortoise might soon come to fruition. He envisioned a day when General Zod would descend upon Earth, threatening Superman's mother at the Kent farm, only to have a laser-eyed cow emerge from the barn. A delightful notion. He chuckled softly, offering a moment of silence for General Zod and his companions, who were still adrift in the cosmos.